Do you guys know what it feels like to be a pamper princess? I wouldn't know either, because I'm not pamper myself. Everything started this morning, when our little princess had just woken up at the crack of dawn, thanks to her nursemaid's call. "Your Highness, I brought your food." The princess immediately replied with a thank you, and with an incredibly cute attitude at that, which made the nursemaid's heart melt instantly. "Oh my princess, I've told you I can't stand your adorable expressions." It turns out that every morning, the princess really wants her closest nursemaid to have breakfast with her. Although the nursemaid refused at first. Who could resist the princess when she's being this cute? So, the nursemaid quickly went to finish her pending tasks, then came back to eat with the princess. After the nursemaid had left, the little princess's expression began to change, looking extremely sad. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought to herself, "Why are princesses' clothes so plain like this? Even though I'm already 6 years old, my body is still as small as a 5-year-old's. The more the princess looked at herself in the mirror, the more anxious she became. This life is truly so difficult. No matter how many times I'm reincarnated, can I not live happily? It turns out this princess had been reincarnated, transmigrating into a novel to live another life. Her father was the Duke of Badian. He wasn't well educated emotionally, receiving only a superficial upbringing from his family since childhood. Her mother, on the other hand, was a warm-hearted person who also possessed an immense power. The two met and married, then gave birth to a very cute little princess her. It seemed as though they had overcome every adversity. But their happy family life didn't last long before her mother could no longer go on living. Her body couldn't recover after childbirth, so she had to leave this world. The little princess was more fortunate, born perfectly healthy, but she was abandoned by her own biological father because he believed she was the cause of all his wife's tragedy. And so, the little princess grew up amidst everyone's contempt. Even the servants in the house didn't respect her. They gossiped freely without caring whether she could hear them or not. "Oh my God, there's a nameless princess in our mansion. How ridiculous. Is that princess even considered a real princess?" The gossip about her grew more and more, causing her to fall deeper into despair. To be honest, everyone in this house treats that princess with such coldness. They see her as nothing more than a bug that eats rice, with no voice at all. Only that foolish nursemaid follows that brat around all day, who knows what benefits she gets from her to keep following her. The princess heard all of these malicious words. She didn't know what to do but run far away, distancing herself from those unpleasant things. In the evening, as her dear nursemaid read her a story to lull her to sleep, the princess innocently asked her, "Nursemaid, can the moon hear my wish?" The nursemaid was a bit surprised by the princess's question, but she still replied cheerfully, "Of course it can. So what does the princess wish for?" At first, the princess wanted to say it, but she couldn't muster the courage to speak her heart. So she just clicked her tongue and let it go, pretending she had never asked the nursemaid anything, because she thought her dream wouldn't come true anyway. She told herself that, but then in a hazy, dreamlike state, memories of her past life returned once again. Her mother had also left her and passed away, so she didn't want the same sorrow to repeat in this life. And so, in her dream, she made a wish to the moon. "Oh moon, I'm counting on you. I promise to live as a good child, and I also want to have a complete family in this life, so you have to help me." The next morning, when the princess woke up, she didn't understand why all the servants in the house were so busy. It turned out her father was returning home today, so everyone wanted to be at their most perfect. It was already bustling and busy, but when these servants saw the princess appear, they frowned in annoyance and said loudly, "Princess, we have a lot of work to do in the mansion today. Please be a good girl and go back to your room." The princess was truly annoyed, but she didn't know what to do. "Well, if they won't let me stay in the mansion, then I'll just play in the garden." After all, she was already 6 years old this year, yet she had never once seen her father's face. So today she was determined to see that brilliant face. And as if her wish was granted, her father immediately appeared right in front of her. It was truly the aura of a brilliant man. The light emanating from Caden was no joke. Because she was so surprised, the princess wanted to get a little closer to have a look. But who would have thought? This time she moved too close, and Caden noticed her. But instead of being happy to see his daughter, he coldly asked, "Guards, why is that thing in front of me?" Caden's every word was like rubbing salt in the princess's wound. She was truly deeply hurt. So, driven mad by anger, the princess decided to give her father a shoe to the face, hoping he might become a little less foolish. After doing that crazy thing, the little princess ran for her life because she knew that if she were caught, she'd be a goner this time. But what she never expected was that her father, far from being angry, actually brought her little shoe back to her, saying gently, "Look at your foot." It turned out that because she had run in such a hurry, her foot was already bleeding. This action from Caden truly made the princess feel very strange. Does he being like this mean he cares about me? That's great. There's still a chance. In that case, I'll try to melt that cold heart of his to see if he has any fatherly affection left for me. Although this princess didn't even know her own name yet, she was very skilled at this business of winning people over. As soon as she opened her eyes, she knew for sure that today would be a busy day. She had spent all night thinking about her plan. She told herself that although in this novel, Caden was a terrible father, even at 6 years old, she still didn't know what he looked like. It's true that, in theory, his actions were indefensible, but she still comforted herself, thinking there must be some other reason that made him act that way. She would just try to win Caden over. Perhaps her cuteness could move him. So after waking up and getting a few things ready for herself, the princess thought to herself, "Anyway, the nursemaid did say clearly that she could only come back to play with me around noon. So if I leave now, it probably won't be a problem, right?" That's what she thought. But the princess also didn't want to make her nursemaid worry. So she decided to leave a small note, along with a drawing of where she was going. The content is so clear, she'll surely know I'm playing in the garden, right? No need to worry anymore. And so, the princess hurriedly left. The first place she would go today was the dreamy Eldora flower garden, covered in a light purple hue. The distance from the mansion to this place was quite far, which left the princess completely out of breath. But that was okay. According to her memory, this was the place where Caden had proposed to his wife. This place was truly special to him. Even she herself hadn't expected to be able to come here. Compared to what she had read in the novel, this garden was much more magnificent in person. But anyway, let's put that aside for now. Her purpose for coming here today wasn't to admire the flowers. She came here today to make a bouquet for Caden, and she needed to do it quickly before he found out. As the princess was intently picking flowers, the sound of laughter suddenly rang out beside her, startling her. "Well, if it isn't the princess, what urgent business brought you all the way out here? It seems the caretaker of this garden is too careless. Is everyone allowed to come in here and pick flowers?" Hearing such mocking words, the princess was truly annoyed. "Damn it, I'm a princess after all. These servants have such insolent mouths. How dare they look down on me like this?" Although she was very annoyed, the princess didn't react at all until the attitude of these maids went further and further. They had the audacity to throw the watering can straight at her, leaving the princess drenched like a drowned rat. Not only were they not frightened, but this group was also extremely flippant. "Oh my, I'm sorry, princess, my hand slipped." The princess looks so pitiful. The princess didn't actually want to cause trouble, but she felt that the nicer she was, the more these servants would walk all over her. So, as these maids bent down, the princess quickly grabbed her hair and pulled to teach her some manners. These maids were truly furious. They shouted and threatened her that if she didn't let go quickly, they would slap her for her insolence and audacity. But luckily for the little princess, just as the group of servants was about to get physical with her, Caden appeared. His face darkened completely with anger, making everyone terrified. Looking around the flower garden, his face grew even angrier. Caden angrily shouted, "How dare you? Explain this clearly at once." Looking at her father's face, the princess could tell that he was truly furious. It made perfect sense when she thought about it. This place held so many of his memories with his wife, after all, and now it was completely ruined like this. How could he not be angry? The maids, of course, also sensed that something was wrong, so they directly blamed the princess. It was because the princess started it first, she suddenly pulled my hair. To the princess's astonishment, the maids continued to make things up. The princess suddenly attacked me when I just wanted to hang the laundry. As a servant, how could I possibly offend the princess? The maids' hypocritical faces truly disgusted the princess. So she shouted loudly, "I was framed. I didn't do such things. I was attacked by them first." Her resolute attitude actually caught Caden's attention. He bent down and gently asked her, "Is that so? Then what happened?" Seeing that Caden had no intention of getting angry with her, the princess slowly recounted the story. "I just wanted to pick flowers in this garden when suddenly those people came and splashed water on me, getting me all wet." Before the princess could finish speaking, the maids immediately interrupted. "Oh my goodness, princess, what you're saying has to make some sense. You were the one who attacked first, princess, so how did it turn into us being the ones who started it?" The two sides kept arguing, with neither willing to back down. So the maids, ganging up on the weak, directly lunged at her and started a scuffle. But for some reason, their hands suddenly hurt a lot. It felt as if they were about to break. It turned out Caden had actually intervened in the matter. The pain in the maid's hands from a moment ago seemed to be caused by Caden's Oreo. To talk a bit about this magical power of Caden's, he is the only one who can freely control the gods of light. This is a noble title reserved for the most elite wizards. Even an Auror cannot compare to this magical power or even a normal divine sword, because only a magic swordsman like Caden is capable of fusing with and using it. In punitive expeditions, of course, this was also something Caden used absolutely. Whenever he acted, the opponents seemed to have no way out. The fate of the two maids was already decided by him. They would surely meet their end, as the crime of disrespecting a noble was unacceptable. This solemn and majestic appearance of Caden's truly made the princess feel terrified. Looking back at this garden covered in purple, the princess felt even more worried. This was originally the place that held the most beautiful memories of Caden and his wife. But now look, what kind of mess was this? This caused the princess's spirit to plummet. Will I be dragged away too? Oh God, I was just reincarnated not long ago. Do I have to die again? Caden said nothing to the princess at this moment, just looked her over, sighed, and complained, "You look just like a lump of mud." This way of speaking really drives one crazy. Why is it so blunt? But on second thought, in the original story, his way of speaking was already like that. Even when talking to his wife, it was the same. So it wasn't strange for him to speak bluntly. At this moment, Caden really just wanted to know why the princess was here. But of course, how could she say it? It was fine if she didn't say anything. Caden actually didn't care much about it. He quickly walked to a nearby flower bush, then picked the most beautiful flower for her and said, "This is for you. Didn't you go to all the trouble of coming here just to pick it? Now you have it. Hurry back and get cleaned up." Holding the flower, Caden gave her in her hand. The princess thought to herself, "Is he worried about me?" This was truly very strange. The princess thought about something and then suddenly shouted, "Wait, father, do you still like this kind of flower now?" Caden was startled by the princess's voice, but he only thought for a moment before replying immediately, "I used to like it." From that moment on, Caden said nothing more. He left quickly, leaving the princess stunned and bewildered. As soon as she returned to her room, she felt extremely puzzled. His attitude seemed very different from what I had imagined. I don't know if something influenced him. Could it be that his personality changed before he went off to war? From what I remember, I thought Caden would absolutely detest me. But with what's happening in reality, it seems he doesn't hate me that much. As she was thinking, a voice suddenly called from outside, startling the princess. "Princess, the Duke sent someone to bring you medicine." This truly made the princess half believing, half doubting. Can I become part of Caden's family? Will the story's plot change if I do this? The more she thought, the more determined the princess became. I will definitely win his heart. So, as the first step, the princess quickly ran to the garden to pick the most beautiful flower, then went to find Caden to give it to him. But this mansion is so vast. How could the princess find where Caden's office was? After searching for a while, the princess was finally able to find it. But the space of this office truly overwhelmed the princess. How could it be so big? Seeing her father working, the princess didn't dare to disturb him, so she sat down in a corner to rest. Who would have thought that Caden would immediately see her? Went outside to check. After confirming it was the princess, he became even more puzzled. "How did you get here?" The princess didn't seem to want to answer Caden much at that moment. She just quickly took out a flower she had picked earlier, then gently said to Caden, "This is a gift for you. Please take it." In the princess's hand was a flower that had long since wilted, which made Caden feel dejected. But the princess didn't feel that way. On the contrary, she confidently said, "Papa, let's get closer. I'll come here every day and give you a flower. Is that okay?" After the princess said these words, she didn't know if her father would agree or not. But then she immediately ran off, looking a bit rushed. But in reality, all of this was part of her plan. She knew how to make Caden get closer to her, and then easily become his real family. No sooner said than done. The princess visited her father more and more often. Whenever she had free time, she would immediately run over, making the nursemaid beside her feel curious. She felt worried, letting her go alone so many times. So, this morning, She proactively asked for permission to accompany her because Caden was probably at the training ground at this hour. The princess, of course, agreed, having someone with her made her feel more at ease. But after that meeting, the princess only brought flowers to her father once a week. Although she didn't come often, it still made Caden feel uncomfortable. On one occasion, when the princess cheerfully brought flowers, Caden said loudly, "Don't bring flowers here again next time. I don't like these kinds of flowers, so don't bring them here again next time. Do you hear me?" What a useless thing. Each of these words was like a knife stabbing straight into her small heart, hurting the princess deeply. From then on, the princess didn't dare to approach her father much anymore, because she really didn't know when Caden would get angry with her. Fortunately, the nursemaid was with her today, so the princess felt a little more confident. Being familiar with her master's habits, she knew with just one glance that he was training with the knights at the training ground. Despite being rejected by her father like that, the princess still didn't want to give up in her heart. She was determined to win Caden over once more, and so she ran over as fast as her legs could carry her, despite Caden's face gradually stiffening. Seeing the princess's appearance at this moment, not only was Caden surprised, but the people beside him also felt it was strange. Whose child is that? Why is she calling Duke Caden father? And look at her hair color. It doesn't resemble anyone in this mansion. Knowing her father wasn't happy, the princess still brazenly said loudly, "Father, can you just pretend to greet me?" The nursemaid beside her, not knowing anything, saw the princess looking so happy and immediately responded, "It is an honor for this old woman to have the chance to see you here today." Although Caden didn't like it, he didn't know how to handle the situation. On top of that, the princess shouted louder and louder, "Father, why aren't you greeting me? You're so mean. Why won't you greet me even once?" The princess's shouting made Caden even more annoyed. Who does this brat take after? Why is she so stubborn? Although he disliked the princess's presence here, Caden didn't know what to do for the time being. So he temporarily left first, leaving the remaining unresolved matters to Elvin. This was the person fortunate enough to be most trusted by Caden. Elvin was also the best knight in the Badion troop. After handing over all his work, Caden coldly turned to the princess and said, "Go to my study quickly. We need to talk." Although the princess did not particularly like this stuffy room, what could she do now? She had to return there, as per her father's instruction. She had thought Caden would be very annoyed with her careless actions from earlier, but things turned out completely the opposite, nothing like she had predicted. A cart of tea and sweets was quickly brought out, surprising the princess herself. How could there be so many delicious treats? It turned out the Duke wasn't angry with her at all. Moreover, he even wanted to personally hand these lovely little cakes to her. The princess was indeed surprised at first, but after talking for a while, the princess saw that her father had no ill intentions. He was also very gentle, so the little princess immediately lost herself in that enormous amount of sweets. Caden watched his little daughter eat the cakes, a rare sense of ease filling his heart as he said, "Look at the way you're eating." An outsider who didn't know better would think, "I'm starving you." The princess couldn't conveniently reply, because her mouth was too full of half-eaten cakes. After she had eaten her fill, the princess was startled and asked quietly, "But father, I have something to ask. What's my name?" This very normal question suddenly startled Caden, so much so that he dropped the teacup he was holding. After composing himself for a moment, Caden slowly replied, "What is your name? Why are you suddenly asking me such a question today?" The princess then replied, but with an attitude that couldn't be more dejected, "I don't know what my name is at all. The nursemaids in this mansion just call me Princess. No one knows my name. Even the flowers in the garden have names. So why don't I? Father, do I have a name or not?" Hearing this, Caden immediately replied, "Of course you do. How could you live without a name? Your name is Ameliette Pacdion." This name truly took the princess by complete surprise. She could never have imagined she had such a beautiful name. She knew her name now, but she had a bigger question. Who was the person that gave her this name? Who could have thought of such a beautiful name? Was it Duke Caden who gave it to her? But contrary to her thoughts, Caden was not that person at all. Instead, the person who named Ameliette was the one he loved most in this world, his beloved wife. In truth, as soon as she was born, Caden had also thought of many names to give her. But then many other things happened, and so this name was used. Thinking back, Caden felt even more at fault. It was wrong of him not to let anyone know Ameliette's name. to the point that even his own child didn't know her own name until now. But it was all right, because at least now Ameliette knew what her name was, and what's more, the little girl really liked this name. She was very touched that Caden had told her what her name was. Besides, no matter what, she wouldn't blame him, because after all, Caden was still a human being. Although this was a novel, she was living inside that very novel, so she understood Caden must have suffered a lot, which was why he couldn't tell her. All the misunderstandings in the hearts of both father and daughter had been resolved, so there was nothing that could separate the father and daughter anymore. The two officially returned to their rightful titles as a true family. After learning her name was Ameliette, the princess felt truly happy. This was a name that came from love, and moreover, it was a name given by her own mother. How could Ameliette not like it? But this joy of hers did not last very long. As soon as Ameliette stepped out of her father's study, a maid was already waiting for her there. Upon seeing Ameliette, that maid angrily said loudly, "Having a good laugh, are we, princess? The servants in the garden have been taken to the dungeon. Are you satisfied now?" Ameliette truly didn't understand what this had to do with her, her face growing more and more bewildered. They committed a fault, so they have to go to the dungeon. What does that have to do with me? Of course it does. Don't you feel that you are very cruel, your ladyship? That maid spoke louder and louder, truly startling Ameliette. Don't you feel they're very pitiful, your ladyship? How could you do that to them? You are a selfish thing, only thinking of yourself. Seeing that the princess had no intention of forgiving, this maid's actions became more and more aggressive. She intended to pull the princess's arm towards her, then directly get physical with her. But luckily, Elvin arrived in time. Moreover, he even called out the princess's name loudly, startling the maid into turning around. Being questioned by Elvin, the maid could only force a laugh and reply, "Why are you calling me so loudly? I was just trying to fix the princess's sleeve." In truth, Elvin was a person highly regarded in Caden's eyes, which was why this maid was so wary. From what Ameliette knew about him, Elvin was the most loyal knight, always by Caden's side whenever he was needed, going through countless difficulties and hardships with Caden. Even when Caden was in danger, due to the schemes of the nobles from the Emperor's faction, Elvin still stepped up to resolve everything. His intelligence and outstanding, masterful swordsmanship made him even more trusted by Caden, so he completely deserved the high regard he currently had. Although the nobles always thought that he was just a loyal dog, always tailing behind to benefit from Caden. But no matter what, in Ameliette's eyes, he was always the best person in this world. Elvin was the same. As soon as he saw the princess, he immediately greeted her cheerfully. "Princess, we meet again." As soon as she was greeted by Elvin, the princess of course replied cheerfully as well. However, one thing truly surprised Elvin. He couldn't believe that the princess actually remembered his name. This was simple, though. She had only met him a few days ago. How could she not remember his name? The two of them talked very cheerfully, and Elvin grew more and more surprised because he didn't think that the little princess from before would have grown so much. When they reached this point in their conversation, it was Ameliette's turn to be surprised. "Huh, how do you know that I've grown so much? Have you had the chance to meet me before?" Hearing this, Elvin smiled and replied, "That's right. Before, when I went to the battlefield, I had the opportunity to meet the princess. I came to submit a report to the Duke that day, so I had the chance to meet the princess." "Ah, but never mind. Let's put that aside for now. At that time, I just wanted to see if your ladyship was healthy, so I came to check on you. Does the princess want to go to the study now? I will escort you there." Although Ameliette had just come from her father's study, she was still very willing to go back there to play. Before returning, she quickly went to the flower garden, then picked the most beautiful flowers to give to her father. Although Caden's face didn't look very pleased, because Ameliette was there bothering him, Caden couldn't concentrate on his work. After confirming that her father was no longer busy, Ameliette quickly invited her father to have a meal with her. It had been a long time since the two of them had eaten a meal together, after all. Although he didn't want to, with Ameliette there, he couldn't work anyway. So Caden had to agree. Indeed, his presence made a difference. All the most delicious food was laid out. It truly surprised Ameliette immensely. But she reminded herself, "Don't be swayed by such delicious dishes. I have something more important to do." Ameliette observed for a moment, then asked herself, "Let me see, which corner is she in among this crowd?" After searching for a moment, Ameliette saw the maid who had tried to get physical with her that afternoon, and then she shouted loudly, "I'm sorry, Caden, but I think the universe doesn't want me to eat with you today." Then, ignoring her father's bewilderment, Ameliette shouted and continued. Isn't this the older sister who was about to drag me to the dungeon earlier? And also, this is the uncle who only ever gave me spoiled cakes to eat. This Annie also never gave me charcoal to keep warm in the winter. Father, this is the first time I've ever seen so much delicious food. These words from Ameliette truly stunned Caden completely. What do you mean, Ameliette? Did these people really treat you like that? Needless to say how furious Caden was. He immediately dragged the butler of this mansion out for questioning. You'd better answer me honestly. For the past 2 years that I wasn't here, how did you manage this mansion? Of course, how could this butler tell the truth? He himself hadn't treated Ameliette well, so how could he say anything now? He thought if he didn't say anything, it would be fine, but Caden immediately turned to ask his daughter, Ameliette, did the servants in the mansion celebrate your birthday in the winter? In the dressing room, did these people regularly add new clothes for you? This truly made Ameliette wonder. This was the first time she had ever heard of the concepts of celebrating a birthday in a dressing room. Such wonderful things had never happened to her in this mansion before. Just hearing this, Caden understood. He never expected that these people would treat his daughter like that. He had clearly given them very specific instructions before going to battle, yet these people still didn't follow his orders. It was truly outrageous. Caden decided to get rid of all these insolent servants. Coincidentally, Elvin had also run over at that moment, so Caden ordered him to summon Ameliette's closest nursemaid immediately, despite her efforts to stop him, insisting that the nursemaid was wonderful. Caring for her in every little way, Caden still wanted to summon her, because he still had some things he sincerely wanted to ask her. So, although she was reluctant, Ameliette's closest nursemaid was quickly brought over. As soon as she saw her, Ameliette burst into tears and fear. In truth, Caden had no intention of harming her. He just wanted to hear the truth from her. How did she and his little daughter live when he wasn't in the mansion? Actually, before going to battle, Caden had ordered Elvin to come here many times to report on Ameliette's life. In those days, she and her nursemaid actually lived very well together. But ever since Caden moved to the north and left the mansion behind, the people in this mansion assumed he had abandoned his own biological daughter. So they tormented her as they pleased. They took all the money and then cut off contact with her nursemaid. These are the people who made Ameliette's life utterly miserable. The nursemaid herself couldn't contact the Duke either, so they just gritted their teeth and lived in hardship and endurance. After hearing all these honest words from the nursemaid, Caden truly couldn't accept it. He immediately ordered someone to take the princess back to her room first, while he himself would stay behind to speak privately with this nursemaid. Although he himself had told her very clearly that he only wanted to talk to this nanny. But for some reason, Ameliette still felt very worried, not knowing if he would do anything to hurt her only nanny. Besides her anxiety, Ameliette also felt her father was very strange. For some reason, she found him to be lonely, but she had no way to prove it. After standing their days for a while, her beloved nursemaid suddenly returned. As soon as she saw Ameliette, she was overjoyed and said loudly, "My lady, would you like to take a walk in our garden?" Ameliette was a bit puzzled because she really didn't know why her nursemaid wanted to go for a walk at this hour, but she just clicked her tongue and let it go, then politely agreed. The nursemaid quickly led Ameliette to the familiar flower garden, and then showed her something special there. Ameliette didn't understand why her father was standing here alone. Could it be that he had something on his mind he wanted to tell her? And just as Ameliette had predicted, her father really did have something to say to her. As Ameliette stepped closer, Caden said loudly, "I'm terrified when I see you. I'm afraid that if I get too close to you, you will also disappear just like your mother. Your mother couldn't continue living only because she met me. I'm afraid that if I get close, bad things will cling to you as well, which is why I haven't dared to get too close to you all these years." These words coming from Caden's mouth shocked Ameliette immensely. "That's not true, father. Why do you think of yourself that way? Do you really not intend to ever get close to me in your entire life? Why do you have such terrible thoughts? Don't you know, father, every time I get to talk with you and receive gifts from you, I truly feel incredibly happy. Don't you feel the same way?" As she spoke, Ameliette moved closer, then tightly grasped her father's hand. The little girl quickly led her father to a lake, then gently continued speaking. "I really like the feeling of being by your side. Father, that's why I'm always smiling. I hope you are the same, that you will also smile a lot when you are with me." Seeing his daughter being so understanding, Caden was immediately moved and replied, "I am so sorry. I didn't think you felt that way. I feel very guilty for having hurt you. But in truth, Ameliette didn't mind at all. To her, it was no big deal. Haven't we come to understand each other better now, father and I? Everything is much better now than before. At this, Ameliette proactively pulled her father closer, then enveloped him in the happiness she herself had created. From now on, no more sorrows would surround Ameliette and her father. And so, from that night on, Ameliette suddenly possessed all the powers of a true lady. All the servants who had previously wronged her were all arrested and punished. Nearly half of the household servants were replaced, including the butler of this mansion. The servants who used to work with her mother were also invited back by Caden to continue caring for Ameliette. Needless to say, they were overjoyed. They looked at her with incredibly grateful eyes. Perhaps they had endured much injustice in the past. Ameliette's life was much better now. She ate well and dressed beautifully, and moreover, she got to live happily beside her father. But then one day, Caden realized that Ameliette had grown up and couldn't be allowed to just wander around aimlessly all day. So he decided to find a governess for her. She needed someone to teach her everything in this world. Things like common etiquette were also things Ameliette needed to learn. It was all just a matter of time anyway. Caden wanted his daughter to be as educated as possible, so he took the initiative to discuss this with her. Surprisingly, Ameliette did not refuse at all. The little girl was genuinely happy to be educated by her father, and she even made a firm promise to him. I will study very hard, and what's more, I want to start studying right now. And so, a teacher was invited by Caden. His name was Deska, and he was responsible for teaching her common rules and etiquette. Needless to say, Ameliette was overjoyed. As soon as she met her teacher, she wanted to start the lesson right away. According to the information Deska had gathered, he knew very well that the young Ameliette was very interested in history. So before starting today's lesson, he wanted to ask if the princess knew when the Dankius Empire was founded. As for this knowledge, of course Ameliette knew it very well. Around 800 years ago, wasn't it? The teacher was truly surprised by Ameliette's ability. He didn't think the little girl was that intelligent. Alright, if you already know, then today I will tell you a story related to the guardian gods of the empire. But to tell this story completely, we must mention the founding emperor. That is His Majesty, Emperor Dankius. He was the one who restored this land, even though it had once been destroyed by villains. By concentrating power from small villages, His Majesty the Emperor and his aide, Fet, who is also the one who would later become the guardian god. With his innate magical talent, Fet helped His Majesty the Emperor establish the country. But things didn't go very smoothly, as during the process, they touched a sacred relic that could not be violated. And from then on, the aide named Fet was also cursed. Although he lived an unhappy life, he has always protected us. When the teacher's story reached this point, Ameliette also remembered. The novel's plot clearly stated that because he was cursed, he could never be happy. Although the story of Fet being blessed by the gods and protecting the empire forever has become a legend, if the legend is true, then that person named Fet is still alive in this world. Just imagine living alone for hundreds of years. He must be incredibly lonely and sad. The solitude is truly indescribable, but according to the teacher, perhaps, Sir Fet is always beside and protecting the little princess Ameliette. The story ends there, and today's lesson also stops here. But before leaving, the teacher was a little curious. He really wanted to know if Ameliette had been to the royal library yet. According to the teacher, there are many precious and interesting books there, so he advised Ameliette to visit it once. Nobles and students all have cards to use that room, but there's one thing that requires special attention. That is, if the princess forgets the way out, she will have to live inside it forever. This really made Ameliette think a lot, so the little girl decided to talk to her father about it and asked for his permission to go there. At first, Caden was quite surprised by Ameliette's decision, but as it happened, he had some business at the royal palace this time, so taking his daughter along would be fine. Besides, the girl is so well-behaved and polite. If she wanted to go, how could Caden possibly refuse? So, Ameliette quickly moved to her room so her nursemaid could get her ready in the most perfect way, and then she and her father would go to the royal palace together. Ameliette was truly so happy that even her nursemaid could feel it. It made sense, though. Ameliette was only 6 years old and was already going to the royal palace. This was something not everyone could do. This was her first time going out to play, so her excitement was so great that Caden could see it very clearly. The two of them set out very early because there was still a lot of work to be done at the royal palace. If they left late, they wouldn't make it in time. Needless to say, Ameliette was incredibly interested. The surrounding scenery was truly so new. This was the first time she had seen these things. Unable to contain herself, she turned and said loudly to Caden, "Father, this is the first time I've ever seen these things. Everything around us is truly wonderful, and that huge pastry shop over there, too. Father, let's go there together someday." Seeing his daughter so excited, Caden was naturally happy too. Following the direction she pointed, he replied with satisfaction, "If you behave and listen to me, then I can consider going there later." After walking a little further, the royal library appeared right before them, so the carriage stopped for Ameliette and her father to get off. Just as her teacher had described, this place was truly immense and magnificent, leaving Ameliette utterly surprised. Although Caden was very happy that his daughter was interested in learning, he had business to attend to in the palace, so he couldn't accompany her. Caden promised he would return in 2 hours to pick her up. During that time, Ameliette was free to explore the library, but she had to be under the supervision of her nursemaid. Although she was a little sad that she couldn't be with her father longer, it was all right because just being able to visit the library made Ameliette very happy. So, under the nursemaid's supervision, Ameliette began her tour. Ameliette went inside to explore. It was truly vast and magnificent, just as her teacher had told her. According to the nursemaid, all the books in the world could be found here, which made Ameliette even more eager to explore. But being an observant person, she noticed her nursemaid's gaze was focused on the childcare book section. It seemed she really wanted to go over there and take a look. So, Ameliette no longer wanted to depend on her nursemaid. She proactively suggested leaving so the nursemaid could go read the books she was interested in. Being able to explore the library by herself, Ameliette honestly felt very happy. The scent of new books along with the colorful array of books made her feel incredibly excited. So Ameliette kept walking without knowing when to stop, until she came across a boy sitting in a corner of the library, at which point Ameliette stopped to take a look. She was truly curious. Why was a boy sleeping here in the library? The boy looked to be around her age, so Ameliette curiously went to have a look. Who would have thought? She had only taken a few steps when the boy suddenly woke up, startling Ameliette, who apologized repeatedly. This boy was very easygoing. Although Ameliette had woken him, he didn't seem annoyed at all. He simply said that he had slept enough, and even if she hadn't woken him, he would have woken up on his own. Seeing how beautiful the boy's eyes were, Ameliette became even more curious. "Are you an angel?" Although he didn't confirm it verbally, his gestures and actions as he spoke made Ameliette's theory seem more plausible. According to the boy, it had been a very long time since he had seen a child come here. But this was really strange. Wasn't he a child himself? They both introduced themselves, after which Ameliette proactively asked what the boy's name was. The boy didn't answer right away, but moved closer in front of Ameliette, then whispered, "My name is FL from now on. Just call me that. Lio." Not only did he introduce himself, FL also gave Ameliette a new nickname, Lio, which surprised her immensely. With introductions out of the way, Ameliette expressed her wish to be friends with FL. At first, the boy was a bit suspicious and didn't agree right away. But coincidentally, at that moment, Ameliette's nursemaid was already looking for her. So Ameliette had to leave immediately. Knowing there wasn't much time, FL also agreed to be friends with her. They also promised to meet again very soon, but neither knew exactly when they would be able to meet again. After saying goodbye to her new friend, Ameliette quickly ran towards her nursemaid, who was calling out loudly, as she truly didn't want to make her nursemaid worry. Seeing the little princess appear before her, the nursemaid heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh my, princess, you scare me half to death. I thought you had gone somewhere." Ameliette just pretended to smile brightly, then said cheerfully, "I'm sorry, nursemaid. I was so engrossed in reading that I didn't hear you calling. But the books in this library are truly so interesting. I could read forever without getting bored." Seeing the princess so happy, the nursemaid honestly felt very relieved. But now the princess must go. The Duke will be here in a few minutes, so the nursemaid didn't want to make him wait. Just as they stepped out of the library, while Ameliette's mind was still buzzing with all the books inside, the nursemaid spoke up. "Princess, please wait for me a moment. Let me check if there are any calls from the Duke. If there are, I will call him back." So the nursemaid quickly took out a magic orb, a device used for communication between mages, which could also be considered a modern-day telephone. But to create such an item, it required a craftsman with incredibly strong magic. Only then could it contain Caden's magical power. While Ameliette was waiting for the nursemaid to contact her father, she suddenly heard whispering behind her. Isn't that the child of the saintess? She has already passed away, yet the child is still so healthy. The whispering grew louder and louder, making her feel curious. Fortunately, Caden arrived just in time and took her home. Honestly, he didn't want his daughter to be gossiped about so much by outsiders. These people were mostly just flies. It wasn't worthy for Emiliette to stay here for too long. So Caden quickly took his daughter home. On the way, Emiliette proactively told her father that from now on, he should call her Laio. This was her new nickname, so she wanted everyone to call her that, for no particular reason. Not to mention, she also wanted to learn magic, so she hoped her father could provide the best conditions for her. Caden naturally agreed. So another teacher was invited to teach the young girl. His name was Teto, a high-level mage, and his job this time was to train the princess in the practical application of magic. Unlike the previous teacher, learning magic was truly very important. So today, Caden himself would supervise the lesson. Although he said that the two of them didn't need to pay attention to his presence here and should just focus on the main task. But with Caden standing there so prominently, how could they not pay attention? But anyway, for now, they should just ignore this. The princess's task today was to learn magic, so the first thing to do was to test whether the princess had magic in her body. Teto quickly took out a tool to test the princess's magic. Just by placing on her hand, they would know if that person had magic or not. If there was enough magic in the body, this tool would actively change color for its owner to recognize. This magic test was very convenient, because this way the tool could be filled with each person's magic. Usually, for high-level mage, the magic could fill it up to halfway. As for a normal person, the magic would appear as shallow rays of light, not too deep, so the viewer could easily see it. Hearing this, Emiliette was extremely curious. So what is your color, father? Can you touch it so I can see your color? Of course, that's impossible, Caden replied helplessly, because if he touched it, her lesson for today would likely end right there. Caden's magical power was too strong, so if he just touched it lightly, the box would immediately shatter into pieces. Even Teto had to acknowledge this. The Duke's magic is a very great type of magic. It can't be measured by ordinary magical tools like this. The more she heard, the more curious Emiliette became. She really wanted to try it, to see what color her magic was. But the moment Emiliette touched it, the tool didn't change color at all as everyone had hoped. Although it was indeed a bit disappointing, this didn't affect her at all. Because according to Teto, if the princess's power was not magic, then this tool would not be able to change color. It's possible that Emiliette's ability is divine power, which is why this tool couldn't change color. To talk a little about the world of the people in this novel, everyone is born with a predetermined ability. If it's not magic, it's divine power, so there are no ordinary people. Those with magic become mages, while conversely, those with a lot of divine power become priests. Although the powers of mages and priests are nearly equal, the perception of them isn't always entirely accurate. Magic and divine power are inherently incompatible. So during every major holy day, a ceremony is held for children. Children who turn 10 years old will receive a special symbol on their bodies, which is very meaningful. Because in truly urgent cases, only a mage can heal magical ailments. Similarly, on the divine power side, only a priest can find a cause. This is like the mechanism of blood testing and transfusion in modern times. According to Teto, if the princess doesn't have magic, she certainly has divine power. There's no way she could have both because they cannot coexist. But this wasn't certain because, as Teto recalled, Reina, a saintess of the temple, also had this, it seems. Speaking of this, Teto suddenly fell silent. He really didn't want to lose his life over a single sentence. It turned out Emiliette was like her mother, so she was sure that Caden would also think of his wife as she grew up day by day. But Emiliette was still very curious. So how could she measure her power? For Emiliette, it was just a worry. But for her father, this wasn't really all that necessary. Look at the box. The colors inside it are mixing. Under the influence of Emiliette's hand, the colors in the magical tool were mixing together, looking absolutely wonderful. This might seem wonderful, but in the world of mages and priests, it didn't seem very normal at all. Even Caden appeared extremely surprised, which naturally made Emiliette worry. The little girl immediately tossed the tool aside and asked quietly, "Teacher, has something wrong happened to me?" although this was indeed a bit serious. To prevent Emiliette from panicking too much, Teto pretended to be calm and told the little girl, it's nothing. Of course, we need to find the cause of this first. But for now, I can confirm the princess has magic that is much, much higher than other mages. Even though that's the truth, I have truly never heard of two colors mixing like this. The more Emiliette listened, the more she felt something was wrong. The little girl suddenly spoke up and asked, so, does everyone have a different color? In theory, that is indeed the case. Anyone who has magic will definitely have their own color. But this is the first time I've seen colors mix, so we need to investigate the cause. The more Emiliette listened, the more confused she became. She really didn't want her life to end so meaninglessly. Teto, of course, also saw the worry on her face, so he cheerfully comforted Emiliette, saying, although this is a bit hard to understand, Princess, please rest assured. I will definitely do my utmost to research and find all documents about this. So please don't worry, Princess. And so, after comforting Emiliette, Teto also left immediately afterward. Once only the two of them were left in the room, Caden immediately came over and lifted his daughter up high, then gently said to the little girl, Emiliette, no matter how I look at it, I see that you are really very much like me. But only these blue eyes, they don't belong to me. Upon hearing this, Emiliette felt extremely confused. So, is it because they're blue that you don't like them, father? Caden said nothing, only smiled gently and replied, not all. I actually really like them. Seeing her father smile, Emiliette herself also felt a little more at ease. With that, he gently stroked her head and said, you don't need to worry about such trivial things. It will take a while for a message to arrive from the magic tower. This is the first time I've seen magic mixed together. But rest assured, when we go there, I will definitely go with you, I promise. At this moment, Emiliette still didn't really understand what was happening. Looking at her father's expression, could it be that he was trying to comfort her? In a short while, lunchtime arrived, so the two of them temporarily set aside these troublesome matters to enjoy a good lunch together. Just as her father had said, the reply from the Master of Magic took at least 2 days to arrive. This was the invitation from him. The Master of Magic wanted to invite Emiliette to his place to measure her true power. So, as arranged, Caden took her there himself for the test. This was the second time she was allowed to go out with her father, but both times were wonderful. A magnificent, splendid tower appeared before Emiliette, leaving the little girl utterly surprised. It turned out the gold on the outside of this tower was all real. The author wasn't tricking her. According to the story, the first emperor was Hazik and the Master of Magic was Fet. The most laborious constructions were the royal palace and this tower. He destroyed the original blue palace to better suit the beginning of the new era. The royal palace had a bright color, just as Hazik wished. As for the magic tower, it was built based on the color Fet desired, a darkness without a single ray of light. Although made of gold, this magic tower glinted with an indescribable black color. It was truly beautiful, but in Emiliette's eyes, it was also a bit lonely. After admiring the beauty outside for a while, Caden loudly informed Emiliette that they had arrived at their destination and it was time to go inside. Before they stepped all the way inside, Caden warned his daughter very clearly. Emiliette, if you touch anything in this place, you will be stuck here forever. You should remember that there are no cookies here either, the thing you eat the most, so you must be even more careful. Emiliette actually wasn't that curious, so Caden's warnings made her extremely annoyed. She wasn't a little girl anymore. She knew what she should do. While the two were talking happily, a loud voice suddenly called out from behind. Oh my, is that Duke Caden? Am I seeing things? Goodness, I never thought I'd be able to see him in person like this. It turns out there were many mages in this magic tower, and quite a few from the dark faction as well. They were very surprised that Caden appeared here, and to be accompanied by his daughter was unthinkable. Emiliette's teacher, Teto, was also here. As soon as they saw each other, both were unbelievably happy. But only Caden was not very happy seeing the two so close. He even proactively said that if Emiliette wanted, he could make him silent for the rest of his life, knowing full well that the Duke didn't like him much. So Teto knew his place and did his assigned duty, leading Emiliette and her father to where they needed to go. Before entering that special room, Caden warned Emiliette to be a little careful, as it might be a bit dizzying inside. But contrary to Caden's worries, the little girl seemed much calmer. This demeanor of hers greatly pleased the master of this magic tower. He laughed out loud and remarked that Emiliette was just like Duke Caden when he was young. It turned out the master of the magic tower was also Caden's teacher. Emiliette hadn't expected him to be so young, but she forgot that if one has magic in their body, the aging process naturally slows down a lot. Although he looked very cheerful and healthy, Emiliette knew very well that he was just as lonely as her father. But setting that aside for the moment, the master of the tower just felt extremely embarrassed for receiving such distinguished guests like this. His room was a bit messy, so first he needed to tidy up a bit to make room for the two distinguished guests. That was enough for opening pleasantries. Everyone knew the purpose of Emiliette's visit today. So afterward, the master of the magic tower told Tedo to get him an object for the test. It had a function similar to the thing he had brought to Caden's mansion that day. Initially, he still wanted Emiliette to see what was inside clearly, so he asked the little girl about the color of the orb before anyone touched it. Of course, when no one was affecting it, this orb had only one color, which was transparent. But as soon as Caden or Tedo touched it, this orb would immediately change color. The explanation up to this point was detailed enough. He just wanted to ask if the little girl wanted to try touching the orb. At first, the little girl hesitated a bit, but then she secretly thought that if this thing were truly dangerous, Caden would have already stopped her. Since he said nothing, it meant this thing was completely harmless. So, Emiliette gathered all her courage to step forward and try. Surprisingly, this orb not only changed color, but it also produced a very strange color that astonished everyone. This was truly hard to believe, but according to what everyone observed, Emiliette seemed to have two different sources of energy in her body. Even she couldn't believe she was that miraculous. It's true she knew she was special, but she never expected to be this special. However, to explain this, Caden could still calmly say that this was simply not an orb for measuring magical power. This type of orb, as far as he knew, was usually only used in churches, and moreover, it only changed color when someone possessing both divine power and magic touched it. This was indeed correct, but this was the first time everyone had seen a case like this. It was understandable that they were surprised. Little Emiliette sat stunned for a moment. Then she asked herself a question. So, if those two energies are mixed, will something bad happen? But of course, even a master of this magic tower couldn't explain it. Seeing it for the first time, how could they know if it had any effect? Whether it would affect the owner's body was uncertain, but if this matter were to be exposed, it would surely cause a lot of chaos. Thinking about it carefully, the first place to stir would surely be that magnificent royal palace. No one in this world had ever possessed both energies within them. It seemed to have become an unwritten rule. Therefore, someone possessing both would definitely create an enormous tidal wave. For now, according to Caden's teacher's calculations, this matter could only be circulated internally. It could not be spread outside, otherwise the consequences would be immeasurable. But Emiliette herself knew this couldn't be hidden for long, because all 10-year-old children had to participate in the baptism ceremony, and Emiliette was no exception. On that day, all 10-year-old children would have to participate, regardless of their class. Usually, the child with the highest status would become the representative, and, of course, Emiliette was the perfect choice for that prime position. But this matter was not without a solution. Tedo himself had already thought of a way to resolve this. He once again asked the princess to try holding the orb, then carefully observe the colors inside it. Caden was a bit puzzled at first, but when the colors of the orb appeared, everything became clear. According to the dominant colors inside the orb, the black color enveloped the purple. This meant the purple was inside the black smoke. The black smoke represented magical power, while the purple was the opposite. This meant that magical power was overwhelming the divine power. Therefore, Tedo wished for Emiliette to first try using magic. Once she had it under control, she could completely manipulate it to conceal the other. Although that was the theory, this made her father, Caden, a bit apprehensive. After all, the child was only 6 years old. This was truly too much for her. But it was really inconvenient to discuss this matter openly in front of Emiliette. So the master of the magic tower had Tedo take Emiliette for a tour around the laboratory, thinking the child would surely love it. The little girl knew full well that these big men wanted to get her out of there, so they could talk more easily amongst themselves. Knowing this, she had no other choice but to go along with it. So Emiliette was taken by Tedo to his laboratory. It goes without saying how much the little girl liked it. On top of that, Teto also gave her a few gifts he had made himself, which made her even more captivated. This gift was actually very simple. According to Teto, as long as Emily ET could control her magic, she would definitely be able to do much more than that. Teto was willing to give these simple gifts to her, and even thoughtfully added a bit of protective magic to them. He hoped that in the future, if the opportunity arose, this gift would activate its power and protect its owner. To Emily ET, this was incredibly special. The little girl's eyes crinkled into a smile as she cherished this gift. Her adorable expression made Teto's heart melt, so he quickly ran off to find many more special gifts to give to Emily ET, hoping she would like them. While Teto was looking for gifts, Emily ET suddenly heard the sound of someone talking. He seems to be rummaging through something again. Doesn't he intend to let anyone rest? What are they looking for over here now? This is really too troublesome. Emily ET naturally sensed this. However, she just wondered if there were more people in Teto's laboratory. Why were there so many voices talking back and forth? Hearing the strange voice, Emily ET really didn't know where it was coming from. She kept looking around but still couldn't find it. As if being bewildered wasn't enough, that plant spoke up continuously. What are you looking around for? Are you that curious? At first, Emily ET thought that Teto was talking to her. But when she turned to look, she still saw Teto searching for gifts for her. He wasn't even looking up to talk to her. So the first thing to confirm was that teacher Teto was not talking to her. So who was it? The voice grew louder and louder. So why did a child like you come here? You probably can't hear anything, can you? The voice originally couldn't have expected that Emily ET could actually hear all these words. Moreover, the little girl even spoke up to confirm, I can hear it. This truly took the voice by complete surprise. What? You can hear me speak, and you're even answering me. Emily T didn't know where this voice was coming from at all, but she was very confident, enthusiastically replying, Of course I can answer if I can't hear you. But who are you, sir? After learning that Emily E.T. could hear its words, the voice pointed out its location to her. It told her to turn to the left to see it. It turned out that the one talking to her all this time was a plant, and it was constantly wriggling, which scared her out of her wits. What in the world is this? Seeing this sight, Emily E.T. was truly frozen for a few seconds. It wasn't until Teto spoke that she came back to her senses. Oh, is the young lady admiring the seeking flower? Although he didn't know if the princess was interested, Teto still enthusiastically explained the origin of this flower to her. It only grows in the northern region of the kingdom. Plus, its whole body can sway from side to side. It's very cute, isn't it? Knowing that this plant species was magical, Emily E.T. still wanted to verify if this plant could actually talk. Hearing her question, Teto burst out laughing and said loudly, "Oh my, of course not. Because it's cute. That's why many people want to grow it." As soon as she heard what Teto said, Emily E.T. secretly thought to herself, this plant is also from the north? Coincidentally, the monster that Cardin had to suppress every year was also located in that direction. They live in herds. So every few years, their numbers increase at an incredibly rapid rate, which is why someone has to go suppress them annually. That monster is described as having fur as hard as iron. And there was also an evolved volum that had just been discovered recently. But even if you pour all your magical and divine power into confronting the volum, you still can't join the expedition unless you are an experienced mage or priest. This really made Emily E.T. wonder, will my father have to go on an expedition again this year? She didn't want to be lonely at home by herself. While she was lost in thought, a loud shout suddenly startled her. "Good heavens, you little girl, how dare you think such things? Do you know how adorable you are? It's because you think those things that I'm angry. Don't do that again next time you hear." Teto didn't understand what was happening at that moment. He only saw that the princess was a little startled, so he asked about it. But of course, how could Emily T. dare to say it out loud? It seemed that only she could hear that voice. The more she looked at this strange potted plant, the more suspicious Emily T. became. But Teto didn't know this. He just thought that because the princess liked it, she was looking at it so much. This potted plant wasn't valuable at all. So if the princess liked it, Teto proactively decided to give it to her. Teto's words struck Emily E.T. like a bolt from the blue. Who asked for this? She had no intention of adopting this plant at all. although she had said loudly that she didn't like it and that she didn't have time to take care of it. But that plant started to act all sweet and innocent, saying, "Please take me and take care of me. I'm not expensive to raise, and besides, I can talk. I won't let you get bored." So, although she didn't want it all, Emily E.T. still had to grit her teeth and accept the gift. This is so troublesome. She blamed herself for suddenly answering a plant in the first place. After receiving the gift from Tedo, the two of them quickly moved back to the room of the master of the magic tower. On the way, Tedo also confided in Emily E.T. that he had tried many methods, but it seemed this plant species couldn't bloom. He had tried many times, but to no avail, so he hoped Emily E.T. could do it. Who knows, maybe the princess herself could make it bloom. Tedo continued cheerfully. There are many rumors that if someone can make this seeking plant bloom, their wish will definitely come true. This was what Tedo wanted to tell Emily E.T. the most, because who knows, there might be a surprise in the future. As cheerful as that was, when the little girl met her father, he was not as happy. As soon as he saw Emily E.T. holding the potted plant in her hands, he immediately asked about it. Furthermore, when he found out it was a gift from Tedo, he became even angrier. With an attitude that couldn't be any less pleasant, he shouted loudly, "You little brat, how dare you give my daughter such strange things?" In truth, Tedo just wanted to give her a gift, with no ill intentions at all. But it seemed Cardin didn't like it very much. Well, there won't be a next time. To break the tense atmosphere, the master of the magic tower proactively spoke up. "My lady, I actually have something I want to ask you. As you know, you possess magical power that surpasses even that of ordinary mages. But if you want to be able to use it, you must undergo training and education. With my current position, I truly want to ask if you would like to become a student of the Magic Tower." Seeing the worried look on Emily E.T.'s face, he continued, "Don't worry too much, of course. Becoming the youngest student at this Magic Tower will attract a lot of attention. But it also means you will receive the most protection from the Magic Tower. So don't you worry, Emily E.T." The little girl cast a worried glance towards her father. Cardin naturally understood his daughter's concerns, so he immediately spoke up in response. "If you become a student here, there will be many troubles, but if you like it, you have the full right to decide." Emily E.T. listened to her father's advice, then thought for a moment before speaking. "It's okay, father. I don't feel burdened at all. Besides, I really like learning magic, so can I learn it and then protect you?" Cardin was a little worried at first, but if Emily E.T. liked it, he would definitely indulge his daughter's wishes. "All right, if you want to, then just come here and study." And so, starting from the next day, Emily E.T. officially became a student of that magic tower. But there was one thing she probably didn't expect, which was that the plant she brought home was much more troublesome than she thought. For instance, it would constantly demand water early in the morning, making it impossible for Emily E.T. to sleep in. As she gave it water, she complained continuously. But it seemed her nursemaid couldn't see this trouble. As she entered the room, she saw her watering the Seeking, so she very happily exclaimed, "Oh, princess, are you watering that plant? How lovely." Ameliette said nothing, because if the nursemaid could hear Seeking's voice, this conversation probably wouldn't be so lovely anymore. Speaking of this plant, ever since she brought it here, Seeking had told her a few things. According to what it said, Seeking was not an ordinary flower, but a nature fairy. One day, while it and its family were living very happily, a creature suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked them brutally. So it and its friends had to hide themselves inside flower buds. Seeking was very happy to know that there was someone in this world who could hear its inner voice. So it continuously begged her that if Ameliette could break this curse for it, Seeking would do anything for her. Of course, Ameliette also wanted to do a good deed, but her daily tasks were too busy, so she couldn't find a way to break the curse for it. Since peace was restored, Ameliette's life had become much better than before. She ate well and dressed beautifully, and on top of that, she got to be closer to her father. Today was the same. After waking up, Ameliette had to complete a bunch of tasks, and then she had to go to her father's office. As soon as she arrived, Caden told her very clearly, "You have a letter from the Magic Tower. In 2 days, you will start school, so prepare carefully." Ameliette had no questions about the admission letter, but the other letters on the table really made her wonder. Whose are the other colorful letters, father? Why are there so many things in your office? Caden was a bit hesitant at first, but then he answered his daughter clearly. "All of those letters are yours, Ameliette. You can read them if you want." Ameliette was really curious. How could she have received so many letters? She clearly didn't have many friends outside. So where did these letters come from? The little girl quickly picked up one of the colorful letters and silently read it to herself. It turned out to be just a congratulatory letter, but basically, many other young ladies outside knew she would become a student of the tower, so they wanted to invite her to their tea parties to celebrate. The more Ameliette read letters like this, the less she understood. I'm clearly just a 6-year-old child, so why would they want to befriend a little girl like this? As she thought, she stared at her father. If I accept these invitations, Caden will definitely take me there. Sigh, I'm only 6 years old. How can I have so many things to do? So Ameliette decided not to attend. She wasn't very interested in people she didn't know at all. Needless to say, Caden was overjoyed. He immediately replied, "That's great. It saves me the trouble. You don't need to reply to their letters, daughter. If they don't receive a reply, they'll automatically understand." With that said, he immediately threw the letters into the fire and burned them all, a true villain indeed. Luckily for Ameliette, she had only been reincarnated as a child. Otherwise, if she were really 6 years old, she probably would have burst into tears out of fear. Ameliette suddenly thought of something, then suddenly remembered and exclaimed loudly, "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot about this one thing." Then the little girl quickly took out a gift she had prepared and shouted, "This is the gift I want to give you, Father. I hope you like it." It turned out that ever since her life had gotten better, for some reason, Ameliette's passion for baking had awakened. So she had been working hard in the kitchen with her teacher for a long time, with the sole intention of making delicious and beautiful cakes to give to her father. Although they were a bit ugly compared to what a chef would make, the conclusion was that they were still completely edible. Ameliette was really happy to be able to give her father such beautiful cakes. Although the outside was a little burnt from being overcooked, overall, they were still very delicious. Caden was a bit apprehensive looking at his daughter's creation, but because the little girl was so sure of herself, he didn't have the heart to refuse. Caden gritted his teeth and took a bite, but it seemed the taste surpassed all his expectations. The matter of the cakes ended there. The next morning, as planned, Ameliette had to go to the tower to study. Because Caden had things to do that morning, Elvin would be the one to take the little girl to school. Just seeing her made him feel extremely happy, because the little girl's presence made him feel as if he was being healed. According to the usual regulations of the Magic Tower, students would eat, sleep, and live inside. But because Ameliette was still very young, and moreover, her status was high, she decided to only study here twice a week. Today was the first lesson, so she thoughtfully brought Sikung along as well. It must have missed its home very much. The initial introductions were considered done. Today's lesson would be taught directly by Tedo. Since it was only the first lesson, it was just basic lessons on getting familiar with her own magic. So that Ameliette could get used to her magic in the most comfortable way, Tedo had proactively created dolls that were extremely sensitive to magical power. In his opinion, starting with things like this would be better for the little girl later on. Ameliette was truly touched by this gift from Tedo, but after Sikung told her that he had forgotten to eat and sleep in a laboratory to make these things, it truly made her even more moved. In fact, that was the truth, but there was only one thing that made Tedo wonder, which was how the little girl could know this. "That's simple, teacher," Ameliette said cheerfully. "The plan itself told me." Of course, Tedo didn't believe such nonsense, but he still had to act as naturally as possible to avoid making Ameliette feel embarrassed. Knowing full well he would react that way, she didn't bother to care anymore. It was better to start with today's lesson. Since it was the first lesson, Tedo would demonstrate for Ameliette to observe. Truly, the wonders of magic. With just a few actions from Tedo, the dolls in front of them started to move. How interesting it looked. This isn't really complicated at all. You just need to focus all your energy on the object you want to move, and then everything will be easier. Alright, I've demonstrated for a while, so the princess should understand now. Now it's your turn. Ameliette didn't expect that her turn of practice would come so quickly, but it was actually all right, she reassured herself. First, I need to close my eyes and feel the flow of magical energy within myself, then slowly release it from my body and slowly envelop the doll, and it will be a success. That was the theory, but when Ameliette practiced, it was very strange. The doll didn't just move normally. Instead, it flew straight up to the ceiling. Does this count as a success? I don't know if it was a success, but Tedo was very happy. Princess, you have succeeded, although it's a little different from others. Ameliette knew very well that he was just saying that to make her happy, so she still wanted to try one more time. But no matter how many times she tried, the result was the same. The doll remained stuck on the ceiling and didn't move gently as she had hoped. Ameliette was very embarrassed about this, but to Teto, it wasn't a problem at all. Who can succeed perfectly on the first try? Everything requires practice. So Teto let the little girl take a doll home to practice on her own. And so, today's lesson quickly came to an end. As the little girl stepped out the door, Elvin cheerfully asked, "How was it, princess? How was your first lesson?" Although Ameliette wanted to answer in the most polite way, was she supposed to tell him that she had drilled 5 holes in the ceiling today? That would be too embarrassing, so she decided to say nothing, acting as if the first lesson wasn't interesting at all, just normal. However, for some reason, while the two were on their way back to the mansion, Ameliette herself wanted to go to the royal library to look for something. She couldn't even explain it to herself. She only knew that she wanted to go there. So Elvin obeyed and took her there right away. So, regardless of whether Elvin understood or not, Ameliette insisted on leading him here to the royal palace's library. Actually, she didn't want to come to the library that much. She just wanted to check if anyone was sitting by the window today. Although Ameliette was very eager, it was a pity that no one was sitting there waiting for her today. When she saw the empty window seat, she truly felt very sad. Of course, Elvin also noticed her strange expression, so he immediately asked. But Ameliette just replied sadly, "The last time I came here, I had the chance to meet a friend. He told me he would always be here waiting for me, but when I came, he wasn't here." After hearing this, Elvin was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly thought of something, which made him unable to stay still and had to leave immediately. Before Elvin left, he carefully instructed Ameliette, "Princess, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." So Ameliette listened to Elvin and sat down to wait. Only she didn't expect that when he returned, he also brought a pen and paper. Actually, the princess's problem is easy to solve. Elvin had already thought of a solution, so he left immediately to bring it to her. Seeing the princess's bewildered face, Elvin cheerfully said, "If your friend isn't here, then what do you think about leaving a message for him? As long as you leave a letter, then he will know the princess has stopped by, and won't that solve everything?" Ameliette was, of course, very happy to hear this idea from Elvin. It was truly the most perfect problem-solving method she had ever learned. So, Ameliette quickly scribbled a very long letter to send to FL. She hoped that he could read this letter, and that the two of them could also meet in the future. After leaving the letter for FL at the library, Ameliette returned to her own magic control practice. Although she had been practicing tirelessly for 3 days and nights, it seemed there wasn't much effect. Seeing this scene, Kaden couldn't help but laugh mockingly. But to her, this could be considered the best she could do. Making the doll dance so crazily was also very tiring, you know? In truth, Ameliette also knew she was doing very poorly. She was just trying to save face. But it seemed Kaden had no intention of letting her off the hook. The way he kept teasing her from the side was very annoying. All the confidence in her heart shattered, so she helplessly slumped onto the table and said loudly, "Father, can you please stop teasing me? I'm trying really hard. Instead, could you come over here and guide me?" Kaden was indeed a bit amused by his daughter's effort, but since she had asked for help, of course, he had to agree. As expected of the mage with the highest level of magical power in this world, Kaden succeeded on his first try. Moreover, the doll could dance very beautifully, unlike her so-called dance. So embarrassed she became angry, Ameliette shouted in frustration, "Father, you just wait. I will definitely practice hard, and in a short time, I will certainly be better than you. You'll see." And so, Ameliette's next lesson day arrived. Although it was already the second lesson, Ameliette still couldn't control her magical power. That dance kept haunting her mind, refusing to leave, which made her very uncomfortable. As soon as he saw Ameliette, Teto quickly asked if she had reviewed the old lesson, because today they also had to learn a new one. Of course, Ameliette had reviewed the old lesson, and had even practiced diligently for a long time. So this time, she was ready for the test. Teto was naturally very pleased about that. He offered to test her on the old material at the end of the class. But for now, he had to go get some tools for the new lesson, so he asked Ameliette to wait for him here. After instructing Ameliette, Teto quickly left while she sat there, lost in thought. I wonder if FL has received my letter yet. Does he know that I went there to visit him? What if he can't see the letter? What should I do? I should have made some more cookies for him, because if we happen to meet, we could have eaten them together. After sitting and thinking for a long time, Ameliette suddenly remembered. Where did Teacher Teto go for so long? I haven't seen him come back. And so, because she was too worried about her teacher, Ameliette rushed into the laboratory to see. She thought nothing was wrong, but the moment Ameliette discovered Teacher Teto, she froze for a few seconds. What's happening? Why is he lying here? Could it be that he has fallen asleep? At first, Ameliette really thought so, but when she got closer to observe, she realized that Teacher Teto was, in fact, just sleeping. Oh my, is he really that tired? No wonder I always see him looking exhausted. As she was intently observing her teacher, Ameliette was suddenly startled by a small voice calling from beside her. Hello, Leo. Hearing someone call her by her correct nickname, the little girl hurriedly turned around, and sure enough, FL had really appeared there. Needless to say how surprised she was. As soon as she saw him, Ameliette shouted, "Oh my gosh, is it really you, FL? How did you get in here? I've really missed you so much." This magic tower is famous for its tight security, and on top of that, Elvin is guarding outside. How could you still get in here? You're so talented, FL. Actually, speaking of this, FL was a little embarrassed. Of course, the young boy knew very well that he couldn't possibly sneak in here if the security outside was that heavy. So he had proactively hidden in Teacher Teto's office beforehand, then influenced him to make him fall into a deep sleep. Only then could the boy easily meet his friend. Ameliette was also quite surprised to hear this truth from FL. But thinking it over, Teacher Teto was simply sleeping a little longer than usual. After all, it didn't affect anything. The two chatted happily for a while. Then suddenly FL held out his hand in front of Ameliette and said loudly, "Leo, do you want to go play with me?" Before this naive question from Ameliette, Elvin couldn't bear it and gently told the little girl a truth. "My lady, I know a secret. Because I am your escort knight, I will tell you this, which is that the Duke has ordered the administrative department to complete all work before the Harvest Festival. For Duke Caden, this is a harvest festival that only comes once in a very long time. Actually, for a long time, I have had a thought in my heart that I would never see the Duke in his former state ever again. Perhaps my lady doesn't know, when Lady Jenna was still alive, during a harvest festival like this, the two of them would wander all over the square every day. The Duke's appearance in those years was truly very happy. That was the first time I had seen the Duke so happy." The more Ameliette listened to Elvin, the more she imagined how happy her father's past days were, and the more she felt sorry for him. "Elvin, I also want my father to be happy." Looking into Ameliette's sparkling eyes, Elvin also happily continued, "I must say that since the princess arrived, the Duke's mood has changed a lot. I can see that the Duke is very happy every day." The two of them walked and talked together very cheerfully, and the conversation only ended when they arrived in front of Caden's residence. Elvin also quickly showed Caden what he had been given today, which was that magical map. Elvin was truly very surprised by the information this map provided. "Your Grace, please look here. The map considered the most accurate in the Empire also has certain differences from this map. This map not only has all of those symbols, but it's even more detailed, Your Grace." Caden looked at the map for a long time, then agreed with the opinions Elvin had presented. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Then, Elvin, you shall verify the remaining points during the next expedition." The conversation had just reached this point when suddenly Ameliette walked in from outside, then gently asked her father, "Father, are you preparing to go catch Vollum again?" Seeing his small, innocent daughter's question, Caden didn't want to make the little girl worry, so he didn't answer right away. He simply said, "I will not participate in the next expedition, so don't you worry." Needless to say how happy the little girl was. Ameliette thought she was dreaming. "Why did you change your mind about going, father?" Caden smiled gently and replied, "Because I'm not going, I will arrange for high-level mages and priests to join the expedition team. This is indeed a bit inconvenient, as the variables will increase and the expedition will be extended from 2 years to 3 more years." When Caden said this, Ameliette froze completely. She didn't think it could take that long. Come to think of it, Teacher Daikas had also told her before that her father's power was immense, so without him, extending the expedition was understandable. This was really a bit too much for Ameliette. The problem was with her, not anyone else, so this was really not acceptable. "I can't keep clinging to father like this forever. What will happen to the fate of our people?" And so, the little girl quickly thought of a solution, which was that Ameliette would also join this expedition with everyone. Only in this way could Ameliette not be far from her father, and the Empire's work would not have to slow down. Father, don't worry. I will practice magic diligently and protect you well from behind. Would that be all right? It was unknown whether Caden would agree or not. But for now, Ameliette didn't care, because she had something else more special to show Caden. Initially, when he received this gift from Ameliette, Caden thought it was something ordinary from the shopping district. But after learning that Elvin had not taken the little girl there at all, it truly made Caden even more curious. Is there something as a gift for me that isn't from the shopping district? In truth, Caden was right to worry about his daughter, because the shopping district was located very close to areas with a rather complex population. The society was extremely dangerous, with even robberies occurring, so he was very worried for his beloved daughter. Ameliette, however, didn't pay much attention to that, because the first time she went with FL, so she didn't really care about that issue. And of course, the gift that Ameliette gave her father was the jar of scented candles that the scented candle shop owner had given her that morning. This was her father's favorite scent, so she was very excited when her father received the gift. By the way, she also reminded her father, "Father, isn't the Harvest Festival coming soon?" Hearing this, Caden spun around 180 degrees and replied coldly, "Well, if you listen to me between now and then, I suppose we can go out together on that day." That's great. Ameliette thought to herself, "Father saying that means he's agreed, right? It's a good thing. If he had refused, I would have been so disappointed." The first step of the plan was considered a success. Ameliette happily left and called out to her father, "Father, I'm going out to play with Elvin and the nursemaid now, so you can just continue with your work." After saying that, she ran off immediately. She actually wanted to make her father more flustered, because if she acted unconcerned, it would make her father feel strange and become impatient. Just as planned, the moment step 2 was executed, Caden's heart softened. He hurriedly called out, "Ameliette, I'm not busy. I can go with you." At first, Ameliette still wanted to tease her father, so she pretended not to hear anything. But after hearing her father's earnest plea, she was reassured. "Father has definitely fallen into the trap. He'll go to the Harvest Festival with me. Just you watch." The meeting with FL was truly wonderful, leaving Ameliette thinking about it for days after. Not having seen him for many days made her feel restless and bored, as there was no one to play with her. Caden was also at the Imperial Palace all day. It was truly too lonely. Although many unpleasant things happened after she returned from her outing with FL, thankfully, everything was still fine. Ameliette's father still accepted her gift without any objection. Each passing day made Ameliette feel extremely restless. She wondered when her father would be free. Staying in her room like this, she felt she would go crazy soon. Caden still had a pile of documents to process after the invasion. Moreover, the nursemaid was off today, so there was no one to play with her. After lying there thinking dejectedly for a while, Ameliette suddenly realized, that's right, the Duke's library must have a lot of books. "Hey, MC-kun, let's go find some documents about you to have a look." And so, Ameliette scrambled off with MC-kun to find Badian's library. At first, Ameliette was a bit surprised because she couldn't see anything inside at all. Even the lights were off, making it pitch black, which frightened Ameliette even more. "Should I go inside?" Ameliette thought for a moment, and then she decided to go inside. But the scene inside this library was what stunned her. Even MC-kun, who was following along, was startled. It turned out a man was sleeping here, and she couldn't understand how he could possibly be sleeping so soundly. Even though Ameliette spoke very loudly, this guy still showed no signs of wanting to wake up. "Look at him while he's sleeping. Is he any different from a pig? Just like Mage Teto a few days ago." Ameliette waited a little longer, but he still showed no sign of waking up, so she got annoyed, rang a bell, and said loudly, "It's time to get up. Why do you keep sleeping like this? Everyone here is working extremely hard, so how can you sleep so soundly? Is slacking off your hobby?" At first, he seemed quite surprised by Ameliette's appearance. But after confirming that it was his young lady, he became unusually cheerful. He replied, "Haha, I didn't think I would be able to meet you here. Not many people want to come in and out of this library, so your appearance surprised me a bit." With that, he immediately stood up, looking energetic, and said loudly, "Could you be generous and overlook this for me just this once? Only once. I promise it won't happen again." Seeing that his attitude seemed sincere, and besides, who doesn't want to sleep sometimes? So Ameliette sighed and continued, "All right, I'll let it go this time, but in exchange for this, you have to help me with something." With that, she glanced towards her plant pot and added, "I'm looking for some documents about MC-kun, so can you help me?" This was actually a very simple task. He had worked in this library for a long time, so of course he could help Ameliette search. It was truly very lucky for Ameliette. If it weren't for him, among these tens of thousands of books, she really wouldn't have known where to begin. While following him, Ameliette continued, I just recently heard about the library in the palace from my teacher. It's truly very large and wonderful. Perhaps I should spend more of my time visiting here. So from now on, don't you go sleeping anymore, all right? Clean up and turn on the lights in this place more often. I'll be coming here frequently to check. Do you hear me? As she was speaking, the guy suddenly stopped, annoying Ameliette. Hey, why did you stop? Is something wrong? It turned out he had already found what she wanted. It was just a book related to MC, which was no difficult task for him at all. Ameliette was quite surprised he found it so quickly. If she had to find it herself, it probably would have taken a lifetime. It was her good fortune to meet this young man today, and thanks to him, she found more information about MC. From its external characteristics to its living conditions, everything was in this book. Ameliette was truly very touched that he had helped her find the book. Just as she was about to thank him profusely, she couldn't see him anywhere. This really confused Ameliette. Where'd he go? Did he have to use the restroom? She wondered for a while, but still couldn't see him. So Ameliette gave up and started to explore the contents of the book herself. There was so much information inside that she felt overwhelmed, but what particularly caught her attention was the thought that there surely couldn't be just this one book. For a rare plant like MC, there must be more information in the palace, right? With that, she turned to console it. Don't be too sad, MC. I'll help you search for more. I promise that in just a short time, we'll have all the information about you. So don't be sad, okay? Coincidentally, at that moment, a voice suddenly called out from outside. It turned out Elvin had come to fetch her. He cheerfully called out, My lady, don't you miss the Duke? The moment Ameliette heard her father mentioned, she shot up immediately. Of course I miss him. Father has so much work to do, so it's been a long time since the two of us have had a chance to meet. Hearing Ameliette's words, Elvin smiled gently and said, In that case, would you like to see your father? He misses you very much, my lady. Ameliette was naturally overjoyed at first, but this also made her more bewildered. See my father right now? Isn't father working at the Imperial Palace? He's very busy. How could he have time to see me, Elvin? But despite the continuous questions she posed to Elvin, he didn't answer at all, simply holding out his hand and saying with a broad smile, Let's go, princess. The Duke must be missing you terribly right now. And so, although Ameliette had some reservations in her heart at first, they were immediately extinguished. She missed her father very much too, so she agreed to go with Elvin. So, Elvin quickly led the princess to her father's workplace. Its magnificence and splendor nearly stunned Ameliette. Oh my gosh, I've heard so many people talk about this place, but I never thought it would be this splendid in person. A sea of gold is appearing before my eyes. Is this place made entirely of gold? Elvin? Elvin said nothing more, only smiling gently and adding, We just have to go a little further and we'll be there. Speaking a bit about the things made of gold here, Elvin just smiled vaguely and said, It is indeed made from real gold, but that's just because of the current emperors. They're quite interested in things made of pure gold like this. Hearing Elvin mention this, Ameliette became a little curious, wondering who the current emperor of this era was. Ameliette thought for a moment, and then suddenly remembered that according to the plot of the original story she had read, only the first prince, the second prince, and Her Highness the Princess had the right to inherit the throne. The three of them were always competing with each other to get it. Moreover, the ones expected to succeed were usually the first prince and Her Highness the Princess. It couldn't possibly be that foolish second prince. After walking for a while, Elvin suddenly announced, Your Highness the Princess, we have arrived. With that, Elvin quickly opened the large door, startling Ameliette. The space inside was truly vast, beyond anything she could have imagined. The blinding light made Ameliette feel a bit frightened, but it seemed the people in this room were even more frightened than she was. Upon seeing Elvin's arrival, everyone initially looked puzzled, but then they politely bowed. Looking at these people, Ameliette found it quite amusing. They looked just like her in her past life, all zombies worn down by capitalism. At first, Ameliette was a little interested, but then she wondered to herself, What am I supposed to do here now? It seems like everyone is still busy. While Ameliette was still unsure of the proper thing to do, a very stern voice suddenly echoed from nearby. What are you all doing gathered here like this? It seems you have far too much free time. It turned out to be Caden. He was one of the rare people here who still maintained a composed appearance, not worn down by capitalism. Needless to say, Ameliette was overjoyed to see her father. She jumped up and down while shouting, "Father, I missed you so much." Regardless of how panicked everyone around her was, Amelie calmly continued, speaking to her father. But father, you're very busy, aren't you? Should I stay here, father?" Caden answered immediately without a second thought. "It's no problem, my love. If you like, you can stay." The issue wasn't with Caden, but Ameliette was afraid she would bother his staff, which really wouldn't be right. But Caden kept saying it was fine, so Ameliette felt at ease staying. Seeing the stacks of documents on the table, Ameliette honestly felt a bit overwhelmed. She gently asked her father, "Father, are these the documents you need to handle? There's so many left. When will you be able to finish them all?" Caden followed Ameliette's pointing finger, then smiled gently and replied, "I'll probably finish processing this pile of documents in a few more days." "But why do you ask? Could it be that you're bored when you're not with me?" This was just a joke from Caden, yet Ameliette didn't think much of it, and immediately spoke up to confirm. "That's right, I feel lonely and miss you very much. I hope you can finish your work soon and come back to me." Hearing this, Caden's expression suddenly stiffened. He didn't think his daughter had such strong feelings for him. In a moment of shock, Caden gently said aloud, "I feel the same way, my daughter. I really miss you too." As he said that, there was a sudden noise from outside, startling Ameliette once again, who wondered, who could that be now? Regardless of how many people were inside, the girl with flowing red hair outside just spoke loudly, "My Lord Caden is so busy today. Is there another visitor?" It turned out this was one of the other villains from the novel, Mogris, so Ameliette recognized her as soon as she saw her. Unlike other love stories, Caden and Jenna had to overcome countless difficult challenges to be together. It's no exaggeration to say that Mogris herself was 70 of those difficulties. She fell in love the very first time she met Caden. Even though Caden always scorned her enthusiastic advances, she shamelessly persisted. This truly made the pride of a queen like her feel humiliated. Ameliette really couldn't believe that Mogris had already become the queen of this kingdom. Despite Ameliette's presence, Mogris still cheerfully inquired after Caden. "Are you free today, my lord? I have a type of tea that helps relieve fatigue, but I don't have it with me right now. How about you come with me?" Before Mogris could finish her sentence, Duke Caden immediately spoke up. "There's no need. I do not have free time to enjoy tea." This blunt refusal from Caden left her a bit shocked, but Mogris quickly shifted her attack to the little girl Ameliette beside him. "Oh, is this the adorable little girl from the legends? She looks to be around the same age as my prince. I heard the princess is very intelligent. Is that right?" Having heard just a few sentences from Mogris, Caden knew she was targeting his daughter, so he immediately spoke up. "Your Majesty, I hope you will not pay mind to such trivial rumors. Is it that you have nothing to do, to have so much free time?" Ameliette was quite surprised by Caden's firm attitude. Could it be that even the queen was treated so coldly by Caden? But no matter how cold Caden was, the queen continued to speak cheerfully. "I didn't know the Duke cared about me so much. I'm truly very grateful." "Oh, that's right, this little lady. If there's a chance next time, I invite you to my palace." After saying that, she quickly left, ignoring the fact that everyone around her was extremely uncomfortable with her. As soon as Caden saw her walk out the gate, he cleared his throat and said loudly, "What a nuisance." Then he turned to instruct his staff, "In any case, getting involved with her will be very troublesome. We should heighten our vigilance and prevent her from having contact with my daughter Ameliette." After giving his instructions, Caden spoke gently again. "That's all for today's work. Everyone can go home and continue tomorrow." Needless to say, Caden's staff were overjoyed. They couldn't believe they could get off work so early. They were very grateful for Caden's benevolence. So the staff quickly left, each heading home before Caden could change his mind. Seeing this, Ameliette laughed out loud and said, "They look really funny." Knowing that, Elvin, who was beside her, quickly explained, "They may look that way, princess, but they are all the best people in this palace." Caden, beside them, also chimed in, "They are indeed skilled, but it would be much better if they talked a little less. I'm honestly getting a bit of a headache." Ameliette felt truly reassured that her father had such dedicated staff, who also loved Caden dearly. And so, the three of them traveled together by carriage, but this time they didn't go home as planned. Today, Caden decided to take his daughter for a stroll around the square for a while, but if Ameliette was tired, she could go home first. Oh my, it goes without saying how happy Ameliette was. Just hearing the word square made her eyes light up. How could she be tired? Ameliette herself loved going to the square. With that, the three of them arrived. Ameliette was in such a hurry to have fun that she ran off quickly, and carelessly bumped into someone else. When she looked up to apologize, she suddenly realized the person in front of her was very familiar, as if she had met them somewhere before. The more she looked, the more familiar Améliette found them. Moreover, this person also had yellow hair, a rare hair color in this world of mages. But before Améliette could speak, the person ran off, which truly made her even more bewildered. Elvin also quickly ran over right after and frantically checked on Améliette. "My lady, why did you suddenly fall? Are you hurt anywhere?" In response to Elvin's sincere concern, Améliette just showed a guilty face and said, "I'm sorry, Elvin. I was walking and accidentally bumped into him. Father, what should we do now? I feel really bad." But in response to his daughter's sincerity, Caden just said gently, "It's all right, my daughter. Just be more careful next time." That's what Caden said out loud, but inwardly, his attitude was completely different. He ordered Améliette to hold his hand tightly, then repeatedly muttered to himself that the child from before was so similar, truly very similar, not different at all. What is this situation now? Améliette really couldn't understand her father. His daughter was clearly very scared, yet he didn't care to comfort her at all. So out of anger, Améliette shouted loudly, "Father, you're unbelievable. You're treating your own daughter like a dog." With that, Améliette angrily stormed off, leaving Caden himself in an awkward position, not understanding what was happening. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. So Elvin had to speak up to defuse the situation. "Ahem, didn't the Duke mean that my lady is as adorable as a puppy?" Améliette knew full well that Elvin was trying to defend her father, so she paid him no mind at all, continuing to pout. Caden was truly at a loss now, not knowing how to appease his little daughter. So he said gently, "Améliette, a puppy or a dog, they're both the same. Can you let it go for me this once?" Elvin, behind them, heard every word of this and found it indescribably funny. But he still had to hold it in, otherwise Améliette wouldn't forgive Caden. And so, just as expected, Améliette's anger subsided and she continued, "All right, I'll only forgive you this once. You should be grateful to have such an obedient daughter." Of course, Caden felt grateful. He had such an adorable daughter. After all, he already knew that without Améliette having to remind him. And so, everything was finally resolved. Caden spoke up again. "All right, my daughter, if we just go through this alley, we'll reach the square." Seeing Améliette's eyes become so interested, Caden spoke up to tease her. "Améliette, hold my hand tightly, okay? If you let go of my hand, you won't be able to get home." So the three of them quickly and happily entered the square for a stroll. The atmosphere here was always incredibly lively, which a child like Améliette found very exciting. After walking for a moment, the little girl suddenly shouted, "Father, the color of this plant's flower is so unique. It's so different from the seeking at our house, isn't it, Father?" As soon as Caden heard his daughter speak, he immediately turned to look. He gazed at it for a while, then turned back to Améliette to pull her inside the shop. Father, are we going inside that shop? I didn't say I wanted to buy it." Despite his daughter's protests, Caden was determined to pull her inside. But the shop owner's attitude was what drew everyone's attention more. As soon as he saw the customers walk in, not only did he not give them a warm welcome, but he also calmly muttered, "Good heavens, just some riffraff." Despite the shop owner's rather cold attitude, Améliette was still very cheerful. The little girl quickly ran to the seeking plant and said loudly, "I'd like to see this seeking plant." The owner still seemed to look down on his customers, laughing out loud and saying, "You mean that seeking plant, kid? How could you possibly afford it? Its value is immense. Could you even pay for it with your family's food money for a whole year? Don't just buy it if you can't afford it. Anyway, if you touch it and damage it, even just a single leaf, you'll be in huge trouble." These words from the shop owner deeply hurt Améliette, as well as her father. But he wasn't just hurt, he was also filled with anger. The atmosphere in the shop started to turn gloomy, and then what happened next was what everyone had already guessed. A gale quickly swept in, making everyone tremble with fear. The moment the shop owner realized Caden was present in his shop, he gasped and shouted, "I'm truly sorry for being so blind, unable to recognize your noble qualities." But sadly, it was already too late. Nothing could be changed anymore. Caden had decided to change the owner of this shop, making it impossible for him to do business with anyone ever again. Everything was truly terrible, but fortunately, that seeking plant still belonged to Améliette. Although she had said hello to this plant many times, it still didn't answer her. Could it have gone to heaven? Caden didn't want his daughter to be sad because of the shop owner, so he proactively suggested, "My daughter, would you like to go to another shop?" After the shock, just now, Ameliette was no longer interested in shopping. "No, father, I don't want to go shopping. I want to go to the square, father." In fact, part of the reason Ameliette didn't want to go shopping anymore was that if another clueless owner showed up, Caden would probably end up firing more people. So the three of them decided to move to the square, a more crowded place with many people passing by. Seeing the cheerful atmosphere here, Ameliette again said with excitement, "Father, there's so many flowers here, every color, it makes me so curious." Faced with his little daughter's excitement, Caden calmly explained, "They are used to decorate the streets and houses for the upcoming harvest festival." The harvest season? As soon as Ameliette heard her father mention this, she immediately became curious. Ah, that's right, Ameliette suddenly remembered. The harvest festival was a day filled with special memories for Caden and Zaina. Moreover, this was also their first date. Like any normal couple, looking at these things today, Caden must be feeling very emotional. Just as Ameliette thought to herself, Caden's eyes indeed looked different now. To hide his inner emotions, Caden spoke softly again. "On the day of the harvest, this place will probably be even more crowded. If you hold my hand all day today, then on the day of the harvest season, I will take you. Do you want that, Ameliette?" When Ameliette heard these words from her father, of course she was delighted. Without thinking, Ameliette immediately spoke up loudly, looking very obedient. "Don't worry, father, I won't let go." And so, Ameliette's stroll in the square today came to an end. She happily brought the prize she bought today home to show Mseeking. As soon as he saw her return, Mseeking grumbled loudly. "You had a lot of fun without me, didn't you?" Ameliette didn't say anything at this point, just smiled gently and said loudly, "That's not the issue right now. I have something to show you." Then Ameliette quickly took out the plant she had bought earlier. She eagerly showed it to Mseeking, but not without some hesitation. "I happened to come across it on the street, so I bought it for you, but it's very strange. It won't say anything at all." Hearing this news from Ameliette, Mseeking also became very alarmed. He shouted, "Oh, is that really so?" He started to turn and check on his new friend. "Hey there, are you okay? Say something to me." Although Mseeking tried his best, the new friend still showed no signs of waking up. So Ameliette proactively offered to get some water to try and water it. Ameliette was about to run off when suddenly the plant shouted loudly, startling them both. She turned her head to look and realized, "Oh my gosh, it's alive." As soon as she saw the plant show signs of revival, Ameliette gently asked in a small voice, "I'm sure you can hear me talking, right? Are you okay? I was really worried about you." Seeing his new friend so healthy, Mseeking was also genuinely happy, so he spoke up to ask, "I don't know if you're okay, but from what I can guess, you ended up like this because you ran into an evil spirit, right?" As soon as Mseeking mentioned that unclean thing, the new friend immediately replied, "That's right. I was on my way to a mountain in the north when a strange gas suddenly appeared, causing me to become like this." Ameliette thought for a moment, then said loudly, "Oh, so it all comes from the north, right?" After thinking for a while, Ameliette suddenly thought of something. She stood up decisively and said loudly, "Actually, I did some research today. I don't know where I put it. Wait for me a moment, you too." After finding it, Ameliette happily continued, saying that Mseeking can only be found in the northern region. "It seems the evil spirit you're talking about is also in that direction. Thinking about it again, it seems Bonlum is also in the north, according to what Ameliette had researched based on the Empire's history book. 300 years ago, when a monster Bonlum first appeared, this entire continent fell into chaos. At that time, only magic and the power of the Holy Scriptures were effective, so all the mages and priests in this kingdom joined forces to defeat them. But then one day, it was Caden and Zaina who discovered Bonlum's dwelling place. Its proliferation and growth astonished everyone. And according to the notes Ameliette found in the book, they are hiding in Mount Moi. The more she spoke, the more Ameliette felt that something was not right about this. But alongside her confusion came the sobs of the flower next to her. When Ameliette read the name Peter Sorum, the flower cried even louder. According to what it said through its sobs, it was this name that had tortured it so brutally, it still couldn't forget it even now. But besides that name, Mseeking discovered another unusual fact, which was that the name was also the language of these flowers. According to what he said, that name means "come find me." Hearing this, Emily had understood everything. She happily shouted, "Then, this is really simple. We just need to find the author of this story, and then the origin of everything will be clear." With that thought, she excitedly went to find the author's name printed in the book. But surprise, there was no name printed inside the book. This was truly strange. So Ameliette was determined to find the librarian or even the bookstore owner to ask. So the story had to end here because it was dinner time. Ameliette couldn't stay here any longer. Before leaving, Ameliette was thoughtful enough to let the two new friends say goodbye to each other. During dinner with her father, Ameliette happily said, "Father, I've decided to call my new friend Johnny because he talks so much, I can't stand it." Caden of course agreed with his daughter's decision, as it wasn't a very important matter anyway. After finishing dinner at the mansion, Ameliette continued on to Teacher Teddo's place. Her lesson would continue today. This time, Teacher Teddo still praised her, saying that Ameliette had improved a lot, although her magical power was still the same, without much change, because Ameliette had actually tried to practice quite a lot. However, the result was still the same, although Ameliette's magical power wasn't very good. But today Teddo was still happy to guide her in practicing her magical power further. As was the usual routine, Teacher Teddo would demonstrate first and Ameliette would follow. Today's lesson was performed so professionally by Teacher Teddo that it made Ameliette even more interested. The little girl said excitedly, "Oh my gosh, this is really amazing. I want to learn it so fast. Can you teach me?" The lesson that followed was extremely joyful. Even Alvin outside could feel the princess's happiness. Ameliette even happily boasted to Alvin that she had learned many new ways to use magic today, and that as soon as she got home, she would practice them immediately. But before she could even get inside her mansion, a woman was already standing outside waiting for her. As soon as she saw Ameliette returning happily from her lesson, she enthusiastically introduced herself. "Hello, young lady, I am Jenna, Her Majesty the Queen's personal attendant. The Queen really wants to meet the young lady, so she sent me here to pick you up." This was the first invitation from Mogris to the little princess, so Ameliette didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Alvin was still by her side to help speak for her, so Ameliette was saved. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, but our young lady currently has another schedule, so she cannot attend that meeting." Contrary to Alvin's blunt refusal, she shamelessly said loudly, "I know very well that the young lady is going to see Lord Caden after her lesson. What other business could she possibly have? If you have nothing to do, are you planning to be rude and lie, refusing an invitation from the Queen herself?" So Ameliette, after being sweet-talked by her, agreed to go immediately, which stunned Alvin so much that he couldn't react in time. She, on the other hand, was very happy because she had managed to invite Ameliette over after all. The more Alvin heard, the more worried he became for Ameliette. "My lady, do you think you'll be all right? It's not too late to refuse, my lady." But in response to Alvin's worries, Ameliette cheerfully said aloud, "I'll be fine. Nothing will happen. So please just trust me, okay?" In reality, Ameliette was only laughing and joking on the outside. Deep down, she knew that if she refused this time, that woman would just invite her many more times. She was truly very curious as to why that woman dared to threaten her like that. She decided to go and see what she ultimately wanted. And so, Ameliette was quickly brought before the Queen. As soon as she saw her, the Queen's attitude was extremely warm and polite. Although Ameliette was young, she was not outdone, appearing courteous on the outside. But on the inside, she was silently cursing her terribly. "How audacious of you! How dare you look down on the daughter of Duke Caden? All right, I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Ameliette had come here with her guard up, but it seemed that woman was nicer than she had imagined. Upon seeing her, she cheerfully said aloud, "I don't know what the young lady's preferences are, so I've prepared many things." Just as she said, a table of sweets was laid out lavishly with all sorts of treats, an overwhelming sight for anyone. Lavish as it was, there was still something that made Ameliette wonder. "So what is the reason Queen Mogris wanted to see me? She can't possibly be this nice to me." At first, Ameliette remained very reserved, but the delicious sweets on the table made her think, "Wow, these cakes are so delicious." Although she tried to restrain herself, the sweetness of these cakes still made her heart flutter. Seeing Ameliette's satisfied expression, the woman felt truly smug, continuously urging the little girl, "You seem to be enjoying your food, my lady. If you like it so much, please have some more. Make yourself at home." While the two were in a very comfortable atmosphere, a young boy suddenly ran over from a distance, repeatedly calling her mother, which made Ameliette feel curious. Ignoring Ameliette's presence, the boy enthusiastically boasted to his mother. Hee, because mother called, I came here immediately. Actually, I was in the middle of sword training, but if mother calls, I will definitely come running right away. Hearing her son say that, the woman felt even happier in her heart, gently asking the boy, next time, just walk slowly. If you get hurt, wouldn't it just make mother worry more? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned to look at Ameliette and continued, oh, that's right. It just so happens that there's a young lady here who is about your age. How about you get to know this beautiful young lady? This little girl is Lady Ameliette of the ducal house of Caden. I hope you two will have fun together. The moment this prince looked over at her, Ameliette quickly realized. He was the one who had bumped into her at Vincent Square that day. That hair color was truly unmistakable. No wonder Ameliette thought to herself, what kind of mother and son are so alike? Despite the disgust clearly showing on Ameliette's face, this prince still had the gall to strike up a conversation. Oh, it is a great honor for me to meet the young lady of the ducal house of Caden. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nanster F.L. Dandenkios. Although she didn't like this guy one bit, due to common courtesy, Ameliette had to reply to him. Seeing her son being so proactive, the queen was overjoyed and exclaimed, oh my goodness, the two of them are getting along so well already, how adorable. The moment she shouted in delight, Ameliette also easily realized. It seemed this was the very reason that woman had called her here today. Ameliette was still bewildered, not understanding what she should do here, when suddenly the detestable prince spoke up. Mother, may I take the young lady to see the flower garden out back? The queen, of course, agreed, letting the two of them have some private time. Perhaps they would become even closer. And so, although Ameliette didn't like it very much, she still had to follow this red-haired boy into the garden to look at the flowers. To make things convenient for her son, the queen proactively invited Elvin outside to discuss some private matters, to prevent him from sticking close to the two children. But unfortunately for her, Elvin didn't think twice and refused immediately. Your Majesty the Queen, please forgive me, but I must protect the young lady. I do not have time to go outside with you. Despite Elvin's utterly heartless refusal, she pretended to be cheerful and continued. Oh my, what is there to be afraid of in such a beautiful flower garden, Elvin? Does the security of the imperial palace not put you at ease? These words truly made Elvin very hesitant, but as soon as Ameliette spoke up, he agreed to let go. It's okay, Elvin. I can take down this insolent guy, so you don't need to worry about me. Although Elvin didn't want to at all, since the princess had spoken so clearly, he couldn't stop her. He had to let her go for a walk with the prince for a little while. But just as Ameliette had predicted, once everyone from the palace had left, this guy began to show his true colors. He crossed his arms in front of him and said loudly, "You're still the same, aren't you? That insolent attitude of yours that you can never get rid of, it's truly an eyesore to me." Ameliette wasn't intimidated by this guy either. Why should I get rid of it? It's just like a habit towards someone. Why should I get rid of it if I don't want to? The more he heard these words from Ameliette, the angrier the prince became in his heart. He shouted, "How dare you? Don't you know you're supposed to use honorifics when speaking to me?" The more she heard this guy yelling, the more Ameliette found it incredibly funny. How amusing. If you don't do it, why should I? We are both nobles, after all. These words from Ameliette, though spoken gently, were enough to make the prince furious. He didn't know what to do, but shout loudly, "Damn it, why is someone like you the daughter of Duke Caden? You don't know who you've just messed with." With that, he began to adjust his clothes, then moved closer to Ameliette and warned her, "You're finished. If you continue to be insolent, I'm telling you, you and that brat will be in big trouble. You'll see." Seeing his cold, sharp eyes made Ameliette extremely scared. How could someone like it be a child? He looked more like a demon. This guy was not yet finished threatening Ameliette when suddenly there was a sound from outside announcing that His Majesty the Emperor was arriving. Only this announcement could make this madman stop. His Majesty the Emperor, still unaware of anything, had just arrived and was speaking sweet words to the queen, saying that the weather was beautiful today and the queen's beauty was just as radiant. This appearance of the emperor truly made the queen's face freeze. Wasn't he still busy with ledgers and documents? Now, for some reason, he had time to appear here. But that wasn't the most important thing right now, because he had already noticed Ameliette's presence here earlier. After learning Ameliette's true identity, His Majesty the Emperor was surprised and said aloud, "Oh, so this is the daughter of Duke Caden? Then is Caden here today?" After hearing the queen confirm that Caden was not present today, the Emperor himself could breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, In the original story that Amelie had read, the emperor was an elderly empress. But in the end, that empress couldn't hold on to her throne, so the successor was the grand prince. Seeing his demeanor, which seemed only concerned with eating and drinking, truly made Amelie feel extremely suspicious. Furthermore, the queen quickly came to his side to sweet-talk him. She claimed that the relationship between Amelie and the prince was very good, so she hoped the emperor would matchmake the two children so they could be together more often. This sounded reasonable, so the emperor intended to approve the match right away. But luckily, at that moment, Duke Caden burst in just in time, stopping these people from harming his most precious little daughter. Caden's appearance startled everyone present. His expression at this moment clearly showed the word anger. Caden was normally an extremely polite and respectful person towards His Majesty the Emperor. But today, upon hearing that his daughter had been brought here, Caden could no longer remain calm. It wasn't just the emperor who felt flustered. The servants in this garden were also extremely frightened, partly because they couldn't stop Caden, and partly because they themselves didn't dare to cross the most powerful mage in the empire. As soon as he had intimidated those who had bothered his daughter, Caden immediately turned and gently embraced his precious little daughter. Seeing that she was unharmed, Caden truly felt very relieved. After confirming that she was all right, Caden turned to look at the queen and said in a sarcastic tone, "My daughter must have had a lot of fun at the queen's palace. She looks quite tired." Before the emperor could even say a word, Caden immediately cut in. "Today, I have many matters to resolve. I am truly so busy, I don't even have time to go out." The queen must not have known that, which is why she invited my daughter here to play. Isn't that right? The more he spoke, the harsher Caden's tone became, making even Amelie feel scared. "My daughter has many important events coming up, so I hope you will pay a little more special attention. Never repeat such mistakes again in the future, otherwise, I'm not sure what will happen next time." Having said that, Caden immediately hugged his daughter and turned to leave, regardless of the fact that the queen and the emperor were extremely scared and embarrassed at that moment. After putting those insolent people in their place, Caden now gently turned to ask his little daughter, "What were you doing there? Why didn't you go home with Elvin after your studies, but instead followed people you don't even know? Do you know how worried I was about you?" As she spoke, Emily's became even more frightened. She could only whisper softly, "They are not people whose identities I don't know. After all, the emperor and queen both have a higher status than you, father. How could they possibly harm me?" Caden really didn't know how to explain it to his daughter, so he directly instructed Elvin. From now on, regardless of whether it's the emperor or the queen, if they dare to touch even a single hair on Emily's head, you just handle anything that gets in the way. Elvin, I can take full responsibility for everything. Needless to say, you can imagine how happy Emily's was. Although this could endanger Caden's family, he didn't care much because he only wanted to protect his daughter. Truly a wonderful father, but Emily's wondered how Caden knew she was there to come to her rescue. Speaking of this, Elvin smiled. "It was because of me, princess. I contacted him through a magic communication channel, so he was able to get here in time." Everything ended there, but there was a question that lingered in Emily's mind, and she couldn't shake it off. Is the current emperor the one who was chosen to rule this kingdom? All the questions made Emily's even more confused, so she decided to find her teacher to get an answer. According to what the teacher said, it seems that 8 years have passed, ever since His Majesty, or, as we know him, the current emperor, ascended to the present throne. Have I told you, my lady, about the quality of the test for the heir of the Danlicus Empire? Seeing the princess say nothing, her teacher enthusiastically continued. That is the test to prove that one can leave the empire for a year and then bring wealth and prosperity to this empire. The Grand Princess and the second prince went south and west respectively, while the Grand Prince concealed his true identity and independently went north. And of course, only the second prince was able to return to the empire about a year later. It is not known where the others are, but while the Grand Prince went north and is still missing, the Grand Princess chose to go to Territory C in the south to study more about medicine, after which she was also poisoned by others with drugs and passed away. The princess's research data has become a very solid foundation for treating the flu at the present time. Although it's a bit far-fetched, if she could have returned, the throne would surely have changed hands. The more he spoke, the more Emiliette's teacher cried, which made her a little confused. Wiping his tears with a tissue, he spoke through his sobs. Looking at you, my lady, I am very much reminded of the first princess. A person who is also a wonderful princess. Anyway, that is all in the past, and the person who now inherits the throne is that second prince from back then. Our Damlicus Empire is on an unprecedented path of destruction. Annual taxes have increased greatly, and the lives of the people in the empire are getting worse and worse. The national treasury is being squandered in strange places. No one knows for sure where it has gone. It is no exaggeration to say that the Damlicus Empire is maintained as it is today, all thanks to the efforts of Duke Bakdion. In fact, the problems that arose in the north were also a major disaster that the emperor should have led to resolve himself. But fortunately, with the appearance of Duke Bakdion, he took on almost everything. Furthermore, he also maintains the entire administrative system of this empire. Actually, my lady may not know, but 6 years ago, the Duke gave up all his duties. Upon hearing this, Emiliette realized that was also the time her mother passed away, and also when she was born. At that time, the Duke was only absent for a short while, and the entire administration of this empire was paralyzed. The emperor humbled himself to the utmost, begging him to return to work. The result is, as you have seen, my lady, the people's lives are much more prosperous, and the Duke's status has even risen since then. The more Emiliette listened, the more she admired her father. She never thought Caden had such a great life. However, there was only one thing she couldn't understand. Why was her teacher telling her these things? Could there be a hidden story behind it? Teacher Deska looked at Emiliette's pretty face, thinking to himself that he didn't expect to be saying this to a 6-year-old girl. But for some reason, he still felt very uneasy in his heart. So he still said this to her. I simply think that you're truly very intelligent, my lady. So while we wait, I will gradually increase the difficulty of the classes and homework to a level that a normal child could not possibly do. This suggestion from Teacher Deska was like a thunderclap to Emiliette's ears. How could she possibly complete so many things by herself? Despite Emiliette's lingering questions, Teacher Deska continued. I said that you look very much like a princess from a previous generation, didn't I? The princess who also once surprised me with her wonderful talent. Perhaps you don't know, my lady, but at that time I often thought that if I had been a teacher who could understand her better, perhaps she wouldn't have had to pass away so unjustly like this. I truly still regret her passing very much. I am very afraid that such misfortune will repeat itself. So if you have any questions, my lady, please just ask me. Don't keep it to yourself. It really won't be pleasant. Having said that, Teacher Deska laughed again and continued, My lady, are you worried about the Duke's safety? Your expression is very tense. Emiliette didn't dare hide anything from her teacher and immediately replied, Actually, if father's status is like that, I think the emperor would resent it very much. These judgments of Emiliette were indeed very correct, so Teacher Deska could not object. He calmly replied, That is completely accurate. My lady, how many knights do you think it would take to confront the Duke, including those who are both swordsmen and magic users? Emiliette thought for a moment, then replied, I think 1,000 people. Without making Emiliette wait long, Teacher Deska said at once, Not 1,000, but 10,000 people. That is the Duke's capability. He is truly very strong. If Sir Caden were to put his mind completely to it, the Damlicus Empire could potentially become the Bakdion Empire. Therefore, to the current emperor, the Duke is both a savior and at the same time a very great fear. As he spoke, Teacher Deska sighed, Truly, the great emperor must also be the right person. But it seems the current emperor is not very suitable. Yet the public assessment of the second prince was very good. Hearing this, Emiliette immediately wondered, but isn't Leinster the second prince? The teacher gently continued, That is him, but there is also an older brother who shares half his blood. That is the grand prince. His mother was a lady from a small noble family in the suburbs, so she did not receive any recognition from this royal palace. On top of that, his mother also passed away 3 years later, Perhaps that is why the Grand Prince refuses to reveal himself in any way. To this day, his identity remains a mystery. The conversation reached this point when a nanny suddenly entered, causing it to be abruptly interrupted. "Oh, my lady is still in class. The Duke has been looking for you for a while. It seems he really wants to see you." Hearing this, Emiliette ran off on all fours, regardless of the fact that the lesson was still in progress. In any case, the fact that Caden was asking to see her so much was not a good thing, so it really made Emiliette wonder. She quickly ran to his study, fearing that something was wrong. But it seemed things were much simpler than she thought. The moment she entered, Caden gently said in a low voice, "Emiliette, you've come? The man sitting here is the author of the book you were looking for." Hearing this, Emiliette immediately jumped for joy. She felt truly and immensely happy. "My father is so amazing. You finally found this person for me." So Emiliette immediately took out the book she had found and even enthusiastically asked, "Mister, are you the one who produced this book?" In response to Emiliette's enthusiasm, the man could only shyly reply, "That, if I say yes, then it's probably yes. If I say no, then it's probably." As he spoke, he trembled, making Caden feel extremely annoyed. "What are you so scared about? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." The louder Caden's voice got, the more scared the man became. So he clasped his hands and shouted loudly, "Please save me. I really didn't want to do it." Seeing his pitiful situation, Emiliette turned to her father with a question. Father, did you do something bad to him?" In response to the little girl's question, Caden showed a very calm attitude. "Why would I do that?" Faced with the petite young lady's question, he could only explain tearfully, "It really wasn't on purpose. I know that changing an identity is a serious crime, but it also includes data that I researched, so it can also be considered mine." Caden was furious upon hearing this, but Emiliette was interested in hearing more of the story's development, so she stopped her father to let the man continue. Through his story, Emiliette learned that he was just 36 years old this year, running a small scented candle shop in an alley on Vincent Square. The scented candles sold by that man were round scented candles that had been improved with many medicinal herbs used for healing. Although it was just a small shop, it was sustained by a very stable number of regular customers. And then, about 4 years ago, a teacher who had once taught him asked him about medicinal herbs. It was a request to publish a book under the man's name. He thought about it a lot and finally compiled his teacher's resources, then published the book under his name. Although he didn't want to do it, the profit from the book brought a huge benefit to the shop, and even though he knew it was illegal, he couldn't stop. Emiliette listened to the man's entire story, and she understood what he was afraid of. So she spoke gently, "I don't intend to punish you, so don't worry about that anymore." With that, the little girl opened the book and asked him, "Do you know what this letter means?" As soon as he looked, he smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing, my lady. It's just a printing error in the book. Anyone with a keen eye would notice it right away." Knowing that the man before her was lying, not trustworthy at all, Emiliette said loudly to her father, "Father, he will be punished for publishing a book that isn't his research, right?" Caden also wanted to get the truth from this man, so he quickly went along with his daughter, implying that this fool would be punished. But this man was truly too cowardly. Just hearing the word punishment made him cringe, begging and crying. "Please spare me. That word was carved by my master, so even I don't know what it means. As you both know, I made the book from materials my master gave me, so I really don't know its meaning." Hearing this, Emiliette didn't want to press him anymore. "Then let me go meet your master. Would that be all right?" "Actually, it's not that I don't want to show you too," he continued, "but it's been over 2 years since I last saw my master. He loves to wander, so I don't know what to do." But it's all right because the research materials are still kept at my shop. I would be very honored if you two would visit my humble shop. It would truly be a great honor." Visiting his shop was of course easy. However, Cardin was a bit curious. "Why are you so interested in Mac King?" "Emiliette, I've never seen you so enthusiastic about anything like this. Not to mention it's just a tree." Receiving this question from her father, Emiliette replied cheerfully, "That's because Mac King are fairies who have been cursed, so I want to break those curses." Hearing these words from Emiliette, Cardin was truly frozen, not knowing how to react. Could it be that the generation gap was so large that Cardin couldn't understand what his daughter was saying? Although Cardin was a bit startled, the nanny acted completely normal about it. about it. After all, Emiliette is just a child. We should create conditions for her creativity to develop. If she wants to imagine something, just let her be. So, although he wasn't very keen on it, Cardin still looked at his little daughter and smiled, saying, "All right then, Father will do this with you. We'll go break the curse of those poor fairies together, okay?" So, the very next morning, Emiliette was taken by Elvin to that man's shop to have a look. Standing in front of the shop, Emiliette was a bit stunned because the scene was a bit too gloomy. Is this what you call a scented candle shop that brings happiness? Is there some kind of mistake? Although the exterior looked a bit hazy, Emiliette still calmed herself, then turned to ask Elvin gently, "Hey, do you know what has happened to the shop recently? The news is spreading everywhere, so I'm a little worried." Although Elvin was also very scared, he was accompanying the little girl to protect her. So Elvin could only swallow his fear, then took Emiliette's hand and said softly, "My lady, let's go. I will lead the way." Elvin and Emiliette then pushed the door and stepped inside, even though neither of them felt very safe. But contrary to the gloomy situation outside, it was actually a bit bright inside. As soon as he heard a noise outside, the shop owner immediately ran out to see. He was so happy to see Princess Emiliette here. He had spent a lot of time tidying up the shop since Emiliette said she would visit. So, not letting Emiliette wait long, he quickly led her up to the old room, the very place his master used to use for experiments back then. While introducing the room to Emiliette, he chatted cheerfully with her. He was always researching Mac King here. I don't understand why he was so passionate about researching the ominous flower. As soon as she heard him mention the name of this flower, Emiliette had to question it immediately. What? The ominous flower? According to what Emiliette had researched, that type of flower could only grow in the region with Volum. Looking closely, he really did research seriously. Piling up documents like this was no joke. As Emiliette observed, she suddenly discovered something. Oh my, he really did a lot of research, but with such scribbled handwriting. How could I possibly read it? Even Elvin was at a loss. It was truly unbelievable. But it wasn't that he had completely given up. Elvin was just a bit curious. "My lady, this seems to be the language of the Empire, isn't it? If we can decipher it, then the problem will be solved. What we need here is just time." Hearing Elvin's words, Emiliette looked towards the shop owner and said loudly, "Mr. Jack, can you read these lines?" Hearing Emiliette's question, he put on an embarrassed expression and continued, "Even though I've known the professor for 10 years, his handwriting is truly too bad. Even I am helpless." Hearing this, the ones who were even more helpless were Emiliette and Elvin. But there was one thing Emiliette herself couldn't figure out. "Then, mister, how is that huge book published?" After hearing, Jack immediately answered confidently. As for the book, he presented it very neatly. Only the research part is a bit hard to explain. The two of them talked and discussed animatedly. Only Elvin was silent, observing for a while. Then gently asked in a low voice, "This map, where did you get it from, Jack?" It turned out that as soon as Elvin saw it, his mind started racing. Because recently, people have often used maps for expeditions in the north. Although there are some errors, this map has existed since before Volum appeared, which was already 300 years ago. Just look, this map shows the elevation of the plateau and every single small tree. The more Elvin looked, the less he could understand. Finally, he had to turn and ask Jack, "The person you keep calling Master, who is he really?" Regarding his true identity, Jack honestly couldn't explain it either. He was like a gust of wind, moving unpredictably. No one could anticipate where he was. I only remember one thing. He appeared and took me in when I was 15. He taught me about various types of herbs. And thanks to that, I was able to support myself. But ever since I grew up and managed this shop, he didn't appear as often anymore. I've always cherished a thought in my heart that maybe he's somewhere on this earth watching me work. If I could do a good job, then maybe he will come back and develop this shop with me. Isn't that right, Princess Emiliette? As he mentioned his shop, Jack spoke with a tone that couldn't be prouder. Everything in this shop was done by me. I planted trees around to create a fresh feeling, and it also looks very environmentally friendly. To add a cute touch, I hung a lovely bow on the doorknob. If my master comes back, I'm sure he'll be very happy. Hearing these achievements of Jack's seemed reasonable, but perhaps he didn't realize that the shop's atmosphere was a bit too gloomy. Emiliette gently suggested, "Mister, if you're worried that no one will visit the shop, then why don't you decorate everything to be a bit brighter? I think the first thing you need to do is to clean the shop sign first. Then plant a few more brightly colored plants. The shop will probably look very lovely." After hearing this, Jack felt it was very reasonable, and repeatedly expressed his sincere thanks to Emiliette. Emiliette was also very happy to have helped Jack, although she didn't gather much about the research. Helping others to be happier is also helping oneself. Jack was overjoyed to give Emiliette a jar of scented candles, which, according to his advertisement, was very good for the little girl's skin and spirit. Not only that, he also gave Elvin a map that was hanging in the master's office. Needless to say, Elvin was incredibly happy. This was the first time Emiliette had seen Elvin so happy, and it was all thanks to Emiliette. Both of them had received gifts, so they were extremely cheerful. There was just one thing. As the two were heading back to their mansion, they ran into Teacher Teto. From what Elvin could observe, it seemed he was installing the magic orb for this year's Harvest Festival. When Teto activates it, light will cover the entire space, looking incredibly beautiful. In this empire, only the mage Teto is capable of creating such a large orb. Hearing Elvin speak, Emiliette suddenly remembered. All right, the Harvest Festival is coming soon. Father said he would go with me, but he's been really busy lately. I wonder if he'll have time for me. Faced with Emiliette's innocent question, Elvin couldn't help but gently tell her secret. My lady, I know a secret. Because I am your escort knight, I will tell you this. It is that the Duke has ordered the administrative department to complete all work before the Harvest Festival. For Duke Cardin, this is a once-in-a-long-time Harvest Festival. Actually, for a long time, I had a thought that I would never see the Duke in his former state again. Perhaps you don't know, my lady, but when Lady Xena was still alive during the Harvest Festival like this, the two of them would wander around the square every day. The Duke's appearance in those years was truly joyful. That was the first time I saw the Duke so happy. The more Emiliette listened to Elvin, the more she imagined how happy her father had been in the past, and the more she felt sorry for him. Elvin, I want my father to be happy too. Looking into Emiliette's sparkling eyes, Elvin happily continued. I must say, since the young lady arrived, the Duke's disposition has changed a lot. I can see that the Duke is very happy every day. The two walked and talked very cheerfully until they reached the front of Cardin's mansion, where their conversation ended. Elvin also quickly showed Cardin what he had been given today. It was that magical map. Elvin was truly surprised by the information this map provided. Duke, please look here. Even a map considered the most accurate in the Empire has certain differences from this one. This map not only has all those symbols, but is even more detailed. Duke. Caden looked at the map for a long while and then agreed with the points Elvin made. After thinking for a moment, he continued. Then, Elvin, you should verify the remaining points during the next expedition. The conversation had just reached this point when Emiliette suddenly walked in from outside. Then she gently asked her father, Father, are you preparing to go hunt Volam again? Seeing his innocent little daughter's question, Caden didn't want to make the child worry, so he didn't answer right away. He simply said, I will not participate in the next expedition, so don't you worry. Needless to say, the little girl was overjoyed. Emiliette thought she was dreaming. Why did you change your mind about going, father? Caden smiled gently and replied, Because I am not going, I will assign high-level mages and priests to the expedition team. This is indeed a bit inconvenient, as the variables will increase, and the expedition will be extended from 2 years to 3. When Caden said this, Emiliette froze completely. She didn't think it could be that long. Come to think of it, Teacher Cass had also told her before that her father's power was immense. So, without her father, it was understandable that the expedition would be prolonged. This was really a bit too much for Emiliette. The problem lay with her, not anyone else. In that case, this really wouldn't do. I can't keep clinging to father like this. What about the fate of our people? So, the little girl quickly thought of a way, which was that Emiliette would also join this expedition with everyone. Only then could Emiliette not be separated from her father, and the Empire's work would not be delayed. Father, rest assured, I will practice magic diligently and protect you well from behind. Would that be all right? It was unknown whether Caden would agree or not, but for now, Emiliette didn't care, because she had something else more special to show Caden. Initially, upon receiving this gift from Emiliette, Caden thought it was something ordinary from the shopping district. But after learning that Elvin hadn't taken her there at all, it truly made Caden even more curious. Is there something for me as a gift that isn't from the shopping district? Actually, Caden's worry for his daughter was justified, because the shopping district was very close to areas with rather complex residential situations. society is extremely dangerous, with even robberies occurring. So he was very worried about his beloved daughter. Emiliette, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to that because the first time she went with FL. So she wasn't too concerned about that issue. And of course, the gift Emiliette gave her father was the jar of scented candles that the scented candle shop owner had given her that morning. This was her father's favorite scent, so she was very excited when her father received the gift. By the way, she also reminded her father, "Father, it seems the harvest festival is coming soon, isn't it?" Hearing this, Caden turned a full 180 degrees. He replied coldly, "Well, if you listen to me from now until then, we can go out together on that day." Great, Emiliette thought to herself. Father saying that means he's agreed, right? Thank goodness. If he had refused, I would have been so disappointed. The first step of the plan is considered a success. Emiliette happily left and said loudly to her father, "Father, I'm going out to play with Elvin and Nanny now. You can continue with your work." With that, the little girl ran off immediately. She actually wanted to make her father more flustered, because if she didn't seem to care, it would make her father feel strange, and from that, impatience would arise. Just as planned, the second step, as soon as it was executed, made Caden's heart soften. He hurriedly said loudly, "Emiliette, father is not busy. I can go with you." At first, Emiliette still wanted to tease her father, so she pretended not to hear anything. But after hearing her father's sincere plea, she was reassured. Father has definitely fallen into the trap. He will go to the harvest festival with me for sure. Soon, the day Emiliette had been waiting for the most arrived. The harvest festival had begun. The little girl quickly changed into the most splendid outfit she had her hair beautifully braided by her nanny, to attend the biggest festival of the year with her father. Everything seemed to be perfectly fine until a message was delivered to Emiliette. It was that a child had arrived at the front of the mansion, claiming to be Emiliette's friend. Moreover, that child wanted to see Emiliette right away. Emiliette was quite surprised by this information. However, she had to go outside to find out who it was. On this side, the mansion guards were also very tense with the boy. "Hey kid, lying is a very big deal. You have one last chance. Hurry up and tell me the truth." It turned out that the person who came looking for Emiliette at this time was none other than Fluid. Needless to say, the little girl was incredibly happy. She immediately rushed out and took her friend's hand, leaving the two mansion guards gaping in astonishment. Emiliette was really happy, but she was also extremely curious. "How did you manage to get all the way here? It's not close from the royal library to my mansion. How could a boy like you travel by yourself?" FL didn't explain much, because it was simply that I missed you so much that I had to come all this way to see you. It was thought that this friendship would last a little longer until Emiliette's domineering father, Caden, appeared. As soon as he saw his precious daughter being close with a friend of the opposite sex, Caden immediately snapped. "Your identity is unclear, and yet you dare to come to the Duke's mansion. Confess quickly. Who are you? Since when have you known my daughter? Where are you from? And how did you get to know her?" Although Emiliette loudly tried to stop him, saying, "Father, he really is my friend, not some strange child." But Caden still refused to believe it. So the boy had to explain enthusiastically. "Hello, Duke, Leal, and I met at the Royal Library and became friends. I am now living at the Magic Tower." Hearing this, Caden's mind was in turmoil. "The Magic Tower? I have never heard of an apprentice your age. You're lying again, aren't you?" In response to Caden's suspicion, the boy could only smile and continue. "If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the master of the Magic Tower. He is my guardian. He certainly won't lie to you." So, although he was very suspicious, Caden had no other way to verify it. Thus, he had no choice but to invite this seemingly real friend of his daughter into the house. Then he used the magic orb to contact his master of the Magic Tower to ask about it. "Is that you, master? I have an urgent matter, which is why I had to contact you first. I wonder if you know a child named FL." At first, Caden's master was still a little unsure. But as soon as he heard Caden describe, "A child ran here and said that the master of the Magic Tower is his guardian, so I had to call you. It's a child with black hair and yellow eyes. Do you remember now?" The very moment this description ended, the teacup Caden's master was holding in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Then the master gently replied, "Ah, I do know that child. It's just that you asked so hastily just now that I forgot for a moment. Because I'm getting old these days, my memory isn't what it used to be. That child has a talent for magic, so I brought him to this Magic Tower to live and study. This matter in itself was nothing. But why did you come to the Duke's mansion, FL?" To this question from his master, FL simply replied gently, I just came here to play with my friend. I'm sorry for not telling you beforehand. And so, everything became clear. Although there was a little suspicion, it was all fine. Now everything was out in the open. Seeing this, Emiliette also took the initiative to speak to her father. Today, I was planning to go to the Harvest Festival with you, father. But now FL is here too. I wonder if he can come? I want all of us to go together. Would that be all right, father? So, although he wasn't too keen on it, Caden had to nod in agreement to his daughter's request, bringing her friend along. It really felt like a festival day, so crowded and bustling. While strolling through the streets, Emiliette suddenly noticed something. Father, why are there so many people over there? After watching for a moment, the little girl shouted even louder. Wow, father, did you see that? That person's hair color suddenly changed. Faced with his daughter's excitement, Caden could only explain coldly. That is a single-use dye product. It's one of the entertainments only available during the Harvest Festival. As you know, it originates from a very old custom. They would adorn their heads with colorful fabrics because they wanted to experience the festival with a special appearance. Currently, the Magic Tower and the temple produce and distribute them in limited quantities. This is a custom of the Empire so that everyone can enjoy the festival in the most interesting way, Caden said, then looked towards his daughter and continued. Do you want to try it? Of course, Emily wanted to try. The little girl nodded eagerly, so Caden had to buy one for her right away. As soon as she had the desired gift in her palm, FL came beside her and immediately whispered in Emiliette's ear. When you use this, just hold it in your palm and imagine the color you want to change to. It will transform instantly, you'll see. So, Emiliette quickly did so. She seemed very eager to change her hair color. Just as FL had said from the beginning, whatever she thought of in her mind would immediately appear. Emiliette's hair color had really changed, exactly to the color she had been thinking of just a moment ago. Excited about her new hair color, Emiliette spoke loudly towards her father to ask for his opinion. Father, does this hair color suit me? Caden and FL were both stunned, not knowing what to say. The hair color suited Emiliette so well. Emiliette looked as if she had transformed into a different person. Even someone as cold as Caden had to freeze in front of his daughter for a few seconds. As she spoke, the little girl suddenly smelled something very fragrant. It seemed to be grilled meat skewers. Immediately, Emiliette was drawn by the aroma, along with the very sweet sales pitch of the aunties selling them. So she quickly ran over to take a look. The vendor, upon seeing such a cute Emiliette, immediately inquired, "What a cute little lady. Are you here to have fun with your father and older brother? The three of you look so happy, don't you?" Perhaps not recognizing Caden, who was right in front of her, the vendor casually continued, "Oh my, the son looks so much like his father, doesn't he? Your family looks as if you were all cast from the same mold. Well then, take 3 so the 3 of you can eat together for fun." So, although she didn't really want to, this offer was truly too sweet, making it impossible for Emiliette not to buy. After getting the grilled meat in her hand, Emiliette casually turned to ask her father, "It seems we look a lot like a family, father. Everyone around us says so. Or is it because we all have the same black hair color?" Emiliette thought for a moment, then replied, "I don't know if people are telling the truth. But father, why don't you like this grilled meat? It's really delicious. How about you try just once, please?" Receiving this question from his daughter, Caden coldly replied, "If having black hair makes us a family, then half the people in the square today are all family with each other." Hearing her father say this, Emiliette suddenly realized, thinking back, it's true that the number of people with black hair has always been the overwhelming majority. Is it perhaps due to the influence of the first magician, Fett, and Caden? That must be it. These people made great contributions to building and restoring the country, so it's only natural for people to admire them. My father is truly amazing. The more Emiliette thought to herself, the brighter she smiled, until FL spoke up. "Leon, I had black hair from the start, you know." Receiving this question from FL, Emiliette laughed even louder. "Leon, you really look like a child who hasn't grown up. All right, you're both very cool, okay? Shall we go to another stall to have a look?" With that said, the 3 of them continued to chatter away together, like true little songbirds. As they walked, Emiliette marveled more and more. Oh my, they decorated these lanterns so beautifully, and they're so dazzling too. This won't do. We have to get to the fountain quickly. The most anticipated performance is about to start. Seeing his daughter in such a state of extreme excitement, Caden had no choice but to speak up and remind her. Emiliette, I know the fountain will put on a beautiful water show in a bit, but it's also very crowded here and extremely chaotic. In a moment, remember to hold my hand tightly. Emiliette, of course, listened to her father. With such a crowd, she wouldn't dare to wander off anywhere. But while she was concentrating and getting ready to watch, suddenly there was the loud cry of a child, which immediately caught Emiliette's attention. In her haste, Emiliette let go of her father's hand. As she ran, she hurriedly said, "Let's wait a moment, father. It looks like something is wrong with that child over there." It was just as Emiliette had predicted. After observing for another moment, she realized with a shock, "Father, I think that fountain is about to explode. Let's run quickly." And so before Emiliette and Caden could even process it, the fountain really did explode. Because the little girl had curiously run off to see, she had let go of her father's hand. And for this very reason, the father and daughter were separated. The explosion was massive, leaving Emiliette injured all over. The little girl walked slowly, helpless as the pain from her external injuries was too great. After she managed to walk around for a bit, Emiliette's heart grew even more panicked. Where is this? Why is everything so dark? There isn't even a single street light. There were so many people just now, but now I don't see anyone. Where has everyone gone? At that moment, she remembered the warning that Elvin had given her before. Every alley has a completely different atmosphere. There are many dangerous alleys, even with robbers, so he hoped she wouldn't wander into these places. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, so she had to reassure herself. This won't do. First, I have to find a way to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to find my way home. Emiliette was fumbling in the darkness, when suddenly she heard voices talking nearby, which scared her so much she nearly fainted. Good heavens, today was a real waste of effort. Looking at this situation, tomorrow will probably be exhausting too. Those anti-imperial bastards are so unlucky. Even if they do that, the Emperor won't wake up anyway. The group of people talked louder and louder for a while, but then suddenly fell silent, which made Emiliette herself wonder. It turned out they had already noticed Emiliette's presence, so they wanted to confront her directly. "Oh, my little girl, where are you going? Hiding here like this? You should have hidden a little better. You look quite cute, though. Looking at this one, we can earn a bit of money on the black market." As soon as she heard these men mention the black market, Emiliette's heart was filled with a sense of dread. Although she was very scared, she still tried to reassure herself, threatening them loudly. "It will be better for you not to touch me, or else you will regret it." But of course, these men didn't know what fear was. The more Emiliette threatened them, the more interested these thugs became. They shouted in unison, "All right, little girl, come here with us now. Don't hide like that anymore." Pushed into a corner by these thugs, Emiliette felt truly scared, but she didn't know who to ask for help. Her father and Elvin were not here. How could she face these men now? After thinking for a moment, Emiliette decided she could only rely on herself. Only she could save herself at this moment. She couldn't count on anyone else. So, Emiliette tried to remember all the knowledge she had learned, acting decisively to frighten these men. It was true that this worked at first. The thugs were genuinely scared by Emiliette's magic, so she was able to run for a while. However, because her magic was still immature, it couldn't exert much pressure on these men. Before long, her magic wore off, and the thugs were able to grab her once again. Initially, Emiliette was very panicked. She wanted to give it all up. But at that moment, she suddenly wanted to try one more time. So this time, it was really a success. This success was thanks to the necklace that Master Teto had given Emiliette in a previous lesson. It helped her a lot. Great. Now with this, she was no longer afraid of anything in this world. What are you looking at me for? If you want to meet your ancestors, then just come at me and you'll see the consequences. It seemed that after being taught a lesson by Emiliette, these guys had truly changed their intentions. But no, one of them quickly grabbed Emiliette's leg, then said in a tone that couldn't be more sinister, "This cunning little brat, you will pay for making me suffer like this." Emboldened, the men advanced, pressing Emiliette into a corner against the wall. This was a trip she might not return from. But who would have expected it? Just as Emiliette was about to become a victim of these dangerous-looking men, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere, instantly making the whole group's head spin. This guy struck so fast that the thugs were beaten black and blue before they could even understand what was happening. After dealing with these thugs, the guy spoke again in an annoyed, loud voice. "It's obvious you can't protect yourself. So what are you doing in places like this? All right now, are you okay? He began to soften his tone and replied, I'll take you back to the square to meet your father. It's really dangerous here. Emiliette was still completely bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening when this guy moved closer, startling Emiliette. What is this? He has blonde hair too? This hair color seems very familiar. I've met this person somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, Emiliette was startled as she realized, that's right, this is the guy who bumped into me on the street a few days ago. As soon as Emiliette remembered this, her attitude changed instantly. Oh my gosh, I remember who you are. Thank you for saving me. Oh, right, you probably don't remember, but this is the second time we've met. What's your name? In that hurried moment, the blonde-haired guy could only speak with a tremble. My name is Arg. Despite Arg's hesitation, Emiliette continued cheerfully. Ah, so it's Arg? Thank you so much. Can we arrange to meet again someday? Then Emiliette clicked her tongue. But let's put that aside for now. Is this guy really passed out? Emiliette now noticed the thugs from earlier lying sprawled on the ground. Bless their hearts, how pitiful. It seemed as if Emiliette was originally going to show concern for their health. But who would have known? Emiliette was only asking to reassure herself. After Art confirmed that they were all passed out, Emiliette then directly gave the group a sound thrashing for the crime of daring to threaten her. All right, debts and grudges are considered settled. Now what should we do with these guys, Ark? We basically can't drag them along with us, but it's also best not to let them run away or it will become a big problem. Receiving this suggestion from Emiliette, Ark thought for a moment. After a long process of racking his brain, Art came up with an incredibly brilliant idea. That was to find some ropes, then tie these guys' hands and feet tightly. That way, they couldn't run even if they wanted to. While tying them up, Art became even more curious. But miss, I saw you looking very scared earlier. Why do you seem so calm now? Receiving this question from Ark, Emiliette coolly replied, well, now that you've taken care of all these guys, should I sit here and cry boo-hoo instead of smiling? That's what I say, but you probably don't know that I'm deliberately not crying. If I cried now, you would feel very troubled, I'm sure. That really wouldn't be good at all, so I'm trying hard not to be a crybaby. With that said, Ark quickly led Emiliette to the square, so she could meet her father as soon as possible. But he didn't take her all the way, just to the point nearest to the square. Then turned to Emiliette and said that if she kept going in this direction, she would see the fountain. Once at the square, there would be people to protect the young lady, so she wouldn't need him anymore. As he spoke, Ark also encouraged and comforted Emiliette. Go on, Mississippi. I will definitely always be behind you to protect you. I'll keep talking until you get there, so please rest assured. With that, Emiliette began to walk quickly. However, she was still a little curious. Ark, why did you suddenly appear in that alley? Receiving this question from Emiliette unexpectedly, Ark could only answer with a stutter. I was following you earlier. I could tell at a glance that you were going to be pushed into a dangerous place, so I proactively followed to protect you. Luckily, my prediction was correct. With that, he urged Emiliette on. All right, let's not talk anymore, shall we? The young lady must hurry, or your father will be waiting. And so, thanks to Ark's urging, Emiliette finally reached the square. The scene before her eyes was indeed quite a contrast to the alley from just a moment ago. It was truly thanks to Ark that she was able to get back here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. With that thought, she was about to turn back to thank Ark. But it seemed things moved faster than she thought. Ark had just been standing behind her, yet in a flash, he had disappeared faster than the wind. This won't do, Emiliette thought to herself. He left so quickly. I don't know when I'll have the chance to see him again. Left alone by Ark, Emiliette felt a bit bewildered, even though this place was no longer dangerous. But there was still no one around here. What if thugs like the ones from before appeared again? What would she do? Just then, Emiliette suddenly picked up a strange letter. On it were clearly written important pieces of information, which made Emiliette realize one thing. No matter how precious the sun is, it cannot illuminate the earth absolutely. The earth has fallen ill, and all living things on it have rotted and decayed. These words were truly too heavy for a child like Emiliette to comprehend. She quickly wondered who wrote this letter before she had to wait long. FL suddenly appeared and called out loudly, Lyle, I finally found you, FL said as he rushed forward to hug Emiliette tightly. Then asked with concern, Lyle, are you hurt anywhere? I was really worried about you. Although she had just been through a life-and-death situation, when she heard FL's question, Améliette still answered innocently, "I'm fine, very fine in fact." Actually, for some reason, something felt strange this time. Améliette said she was very fine, but there was a lump in her throat, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Thinking back, Améliette always said she was fine, even when her stomach was empty. Or no matter how angry or sad she was, she still forced herself to say that she was perfectly fine. In truth, Améliette had always lived a life of endurance, so she had gotten used to it early on, always trying to appear as if she were perfectly fine. But then she realized something. This time, I had my family by my side, so why should I lie to myself? Caden then also ran to his daughter's side. Needless to say, he was incredibly worried about her. His face was completely pale. Perhaps it was because Caden had run so much. He had run everywhere just to find his most precious thing. As soon as he saw his daughter standing in front of him, Caden truly couldn't control his emotions anymore. He immediately stepped forward and hugged his daughter tightly. "Améliette, I'm so sorry. It was my fault. That's why things turn out like this. I'm so sorry." Faced with Caden's emotional state, Améliette, by his side, was no less moved. In truth, she was also at fault in this matter. She shouldn't have left her father's side so soon. Feeling both guilty and hurt, Améliette hugged her father tightly, crying loudly as she told him everything that had just happened. Améliette was truly terrified. She was afraid she would never see her father again. If that had really happened, she probably wouldn't have been able to go on living. And so, after an emotional reunion where father and daughter hugged each other tightly, they decided to return to their mansion immediately. This year's harvest festival had been more than enough. There was no need to stay a second longer. Améliette was quickly cared for by her nanny and changed her clothes after returning home. Although she had always told her nanny that she could sleep alone, for some reason, she found it very difficult to sleep. Améliette tossed and turned but still couldn't sleep, so she decided to go outside to have a look. While wandering around the mansion, Améliette wondered, what time is it? Why is the mansion so quiet? After walking a little further, Améliette was suddenly a bit surprised. The light spilling from inside a room caught Améliette's attention. This seems to be Caden's bedroom. Being very curious, Améliette decided to step inside to see. In contrast to the gloom outside, this room was incredibly bright inside. On the wall opposite the entrance, a portrait of Caden and his wife was magnificently displayed. Seeing her mother's face before her, Améliette was stunned and thought to herself, "So this is what Jenna looked like. She is so wonderful for giving birth to me, for shining her love on my father, Caden." While she was blankly admiring everything, Améliette was suddenly startled by a voice beside her. It turned out to be Caden. He was still sitting and sipping a bottle of wine, not yet ready to go to sleep. Seeing his daughter appear so suddenly like this, he was truly and utterly shocked. But the little girl just smiled gently and said, "I couldn't sleep, so I was just walking around, father." The two of them talked happily for a long while, after which Caden gently carried the little girl back to her bedroom. The moment Caden was about to leave, to give Améliette some space to rest, the little girl suddenly held his hand and then whispered, "Father, why aren't you asleep yet? Could it be because of what happened today that you were too scared to sleep, right?" Caden heard his daughter's question, but said nothing. He just smiled gently, then got into bed and lay down beside the little girl, patting her to sleep while whispering softly, "What's there to be afraid of? I've never known fear. Actually, you're the one who is too scared to sleep. With you by my side, Father isn't afraid of anything anymore. So my daughter, please rest assured. Just sleep soundly. Everything is really much better now. Although there are no serious problems for now, the cause of what happened that day must still be thoroughly investigated. According to what Elvin has investigated, the explosion of the fountain in the square was the origin of everything, and a few minutes later, a domino effect occurred in other places. No suspicious individuals have been found yet, but it's possible that this was caused by those dissatisfied with the current absolutist emperor. Moreover, this incident occurred in a place frequented by many tourists. Although they don't want to escalate the matter, with signs like these, it's highly likely that it was carried out by terrorists, and on a very large scale. Améliette listened attentively to what Elvin said. At this point, she began to realize something, which was from the day she hid in that alley. She had also heard gangsters complaining about similar things. After thinking for a while, Améliette suddenly had an idea. If they could catch these guys and then interrogate them brutally, could they possibly uncover the legal slave trade ring? Thanks to this suggestion from Ameliette, those men were quickly found. Moreover, they were brought to Caden for him to interrogate directly, to investigate what these bastards were thinking. Needless to say, one can imagine how tragic the fate of those human traffickers would be. Daring to touch Caden's only darling, these men truly had a death wish. While Caden was preparing to go interrogate those men, FL took the opportunity to ask to take Ameliette out for a private meal. But of course, how could Caden possibly agree to that? He immediately snapped, then carried his daughter away and shouted loudly, "That's enough. Can you stay away from the little girl?" Although Caden's initial opposition was extremely fierce, after being pleaded with and coaxed by Ameliette, the fierceness in his heart lessened somewhat. He said loudly in annoyance, "Ameliette, if you want it, I'll allow you to go out. Although I don't want to say it, I have to admit that this kid FL is talented." The magic seals that filled the square were all single-handedly removed by FL. Thanks to him, all the obstacles were cleared, which is why we could find you faster. Hearing the phrase, magic seals, Ameliette was truly a bit puzzled. Elvin also knew this, so he quickly spoke up to explain. Because many people gather at the Harvest Festival, accidents are unavoidable. To prevent the use of magic and divine power, the entire square was inscribed with seals. These seals are of an extremely high level, and they also have the ability to nullify the powers of those who possess divine and magic power. Since then, disturbances at the Harvest Festival have been significantly reduced. Moreover, once those seals are inscribed, they can never be dispelled until the festival is over. Yet this kid FL was able to single-handedly remove all of them. It was truly surprising to others. Even Ameliette couldn't believe it when she heard this. "FL, did you really manage to dispel all of those things?" Receiving Ameliette's astonished question, FL just smiled shyly and replied, "Actually, it wasn't a big deal. Don't be so surprised. I still feel very regretful because dispelling them took more time than I thought, which is why I found you so late." Seeing FL looking sad, Ameliette immediately ran over to comfort him. "Not at all. FL, you're already amazing in my eyes. I was able to return to my normal life like this. It's all thanks to you. I'm truly so happy. You did a great job, FL." The atmosphere from then on became much more cheerful. Thanks to Ameliette's laughter, everyone also felt a bit more relaxed. Only now did Elvin notice Ameliette's different hair color, so he hurriedly asked, "Oh, young miss, did you have your hair done at the Harvest Festival?" Having someone ask about her different hair color, Ameliette actually felt very happy. "I thought it would only last for a day. Why is it still like this after I woke up?" While she was very happy that her hair color hadn't changed, Ameliette suddenly felt something was very strange. Her heart suddenly felt immense pain, and then just about 5 to 10 minutes later, Ameliette fainted and lost consciousness. Caden and everyone else who witnessed this scene were truly panicked because they didn't know what was wrong with Ameliette. The little girl just collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone around her extremely bewildered. When Ameliette regained consciousness and could open her eyes, the little girl didn't know how long she had been unconscious. Ameliette could only hear her father's loud shout at Master Teto in her ear. "I'm asking you, why hasn't the little girl woken up yet?" Master Teto was also in a panic at this moment, but he himself didn't know what to do. He had already used all the best remedies on Ameliette, yet for some reason, the little girl still hadn't woken up. Just as things were becoming suffocatingly tense, Ameliette suddenly began to slowly wake up. The moment Caden saw a change in his daughter, he felt truly overjoyed. He immediately let go of Master Teto to run towards Ameliette to see how the little girl was feeling. Having just woken up, Ameliette felt extremely dazed. Why did I suddenly become like this? Ameliette felt really uncomfortable. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, but she felt as if a fiery breath was constantly blowing inside her heart. Master Teto was overjoyed to see Ameliette awake. According to his examination, everything was perfectly normal, but he couldn't understand why Ameliette had been unconscious for 2 days and wouldn't wake up. Thankfully, after all that time, she had finally woken up, otherwise things would have been difficult. According to what Ameliette was feeling within herself, the flow of magic power in her body and her hair color could no longer return to how they were before. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, but she knew that the magic power from the hair dye could no longer be expelled, and moreover, she felt that it was even increasing. It's true that there are people in this world who are congenitally unable to discharge magic power, but she never thought that person would be her. According to Teto's analysis, in the case of a person possessing two abilities, the magic power can be turned off. But Teto wasn't really sure if Ameliette possessed both abilities, so Teto had prepared saplings to absorb the magic power, to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Luckily, this was actually effective, otherwise Caden would have surely dealt with him. Seeing her father so worried, Ameliette was also truly heartbroken, so she continuously comforted her father. A short while later, the nanny announced that the master of the magic tower had also arrived. Although he was extremely worried about his daughter, he couldn't refuse to receive the master of the magic tower. So Caden had no choice but to entrust Ameliette to the nanny, while he himself went to receive the esteemed guest. After Caden had left, FL slowly appeared. The boy sat by the window and looked at Ameliette with a puzzled expression. Huh, Leal, I came here to scold those bad men, but why are you lying in one place looking so unwell, Leal? Seeing Leal sleeping deeply in bed, FL thought to himself, I thought there was something very unusual about that magic flow, but I carelessly overlooked it. I just assumed that because Leal has two powers, she had such a reaction. FL was truly heartbroken to see Leal in such pain. The boy gently approached and placed a kiss on Leal's forehead, then said, Don't get sick, Leal. You're my most important friend. How can you be sick? At this moment, as the space became quieter, Ameliette suddenly regained the memories of her past life, something she should have long forgotten. That night, she clutched her aching stomach while trying her best to call 119. Luckily, the ambulance arrived in time, so she was able to be taken to the hospital in time. According to the doctor's announcement, Ameliette had acute appendicitis and needed immediate surgery. But one thing made Ameliette hesitate, which was that the doctor required her to have a guardian before she could enter the operating room. The doctor asked her many times if anyone had come with her, but Ameliette really didn't know how to answer, because she truly didn't have a guardian. Since Ameliette was still lucid enough and also had no guardian with her, the doctor had to agree to let Ameliette sign her own surgery consent form. After the surgery at the hospital, Ameliette took the bus home by herself, then reheated some porridge to eat for her meal. Ameliette has remembered that incident to this day, but for some reason, after having the days of a princess, Ameliette had completely forgotten the story of the past. Now that memory suddenly returned. Could it be a bad omen for Ameliette? She woke up with a start, still in a daze. Ameliette told herself that it was probably because she had slept too much, which caused the illusion. While Ameliette was extremely bewildered, when she woke up, Caden had already appeared in front of her. Needless to say, one could tell how happy Ameliette was. The very moment she saw her father, Ameliette actually had to shout, Father, I don't hurt at all anymore, Father. Seeing his daughter so healthy, Caden truly felt very happy as well. Yes, you seem much better, and you even look healthier than before. Hearing her health condition acknowledged by her father, Ameliette became even happier. She jumped up and said loudly, Well, my body feels so light now, I feel like I could run 3 laps around the training grounds. Just as she finished speaking, Ameliette collapsed in exhaustion. Perhaps the child hadn't fully recovered yet. Seeing this scene, Caden was beyond panicked. A doctor was immediately summoned to examine her. But there was nothing to worry about. It was just that Ameliette had jumped around too much, which was why the child was tired. Caden was truly very worried about his beloved daughter, so he went into the kitchen himself to cook a delicious pot of vegetable porridge for Ameliette. This was the only porridge Caden knew how to make, and moreover, it took a very long time to finish. Not only did he cook it himself, but he also fed it to Ameliette himself. The little girl was truly very happy with the love her father had for her, although at times it was a bit excessive, but overall it was still very good. After Ameliette recovered her health, she always had to go with Caden. Whether at the Imperial Palace or a small meeting of nobles, Ameliette always had to be right by Caden's side. Therefore, the only place she could go to have fun was at tiny and boring tea parties. Of course, Ameliette understood that Caden was worried about her, which was why he didn't agree to let her stay at home without him by her side. This was entirely for her own good, but Ameliette felt too bored. Caden was naturally perceptive, so he quickly noticed this. So the very next day, he took the little girl to the Audion flower garden to play. Caden felt very lucky, because at least Ameliette liked this flower garden. According to Caden's explanation, this was a space decorated luxuriously and specially for nobles and guests visiting the imperial palace. It originally had a very large area, so it was very rare to see acquaintances here. Caden was still rambling on, explaining the origin of the garden to Emiliette, when suddenly Emiliette was attracted by the colorful flowers on the ground. They looked so beautiful and splendid, and were also incredibly cute. So Emiliette quickly picked the most beautiful flower and put on her father as a gift. The reason she could make a ring from a flower so skillfully was because her nanny had taught Emiliette how to make it many times before. Luckily, it was a success this time as well. Although this flower wasn't very pretty, it still suited Caden very well when he wore it. It's true that the person makes the silk beautiful. After finishing the ring for her father, Emiliette then suggested making a bracelet for Caden as well. But of course, it was much harder than she thought. The flower stems were very short, so it was difficult to make. While she was struggling, not knowing what to do, Caden suddenly finished making a flower crown for her. Caden was truly very skillful. He could even make something so difficult. Emiliette was truly very happy to receive this gift from her father. It really suited her. While the father and daughter were talking very happily, suddenly there was a loud voice from outside. Indeed, it was His Highness the Prince. This statement truly startled Emiliette and her father. His Highness the Prince? Could it be that Nanster is here? At first, Emiliette didn't pay much attention, but when she heard the cheers from outside growing louder, she truly felt extremely worried and ran out to take a look. She ran in a great hurry, but she still didn't forget to tell her father to bring the flower crown for her. Indeed, something very big was happening over there. It was His Highness the Prince and his friends bullying someone weaker than them. Seeing this scene, Emiliette felt she couldn't not step and stop it. "What are you doing? Stop it now." Emiliette shouted loudly as she ran towards His Highness the Prince to stop him. Seeing Emiliette's presence, that group of people calmly said loudly, "Who are you? How dare you shout so loudly? Do you know that you have ruined the prince's fun?" Hearing these cruel words uttered by nobles, Emiliette was truly shocked. "What did you say? You call this playing? Are you even human?" Seeing Emiliette so shocked, this group became even more interested. "Oh, then little kid, you could be a substitute for this brat. Then you won't have to feel heartbroken anymore." As they spoke, these guys pointed at Emiliette's face and continued, "Hey, let me tell you, even if you're the princess of Bad Eon, you'll only be tolerated to a certain extent, so get lost while I'm still being nice to you." Emiliette hadn't expected these guys to be so despicable, so Emiliette didn't want to be lenient anymore. She shouted in annoyance, "You said you were playing hide and seek. I want to play too to see how fun it is." The argument grew louder and louder. The surrounding children, after learning Emiliette's identity, did not dare to intervene, because their status was much lower than Emiliette's and His Highness the Prince's. Emiliette and His Highness the Prince's argument grew increasingly intense, until the prince, losing the argument, decided to hit Emiliette hard to make her come to her senses. But who would have thought Emiliette actually knew how to use her magical power? How could she allow this person to harm her? Just a little of her magic sent the prince flying 100 meters away. Watching the prince fly away like that, Emiliette gloated and thought to herself, "So what? How about the power of a blow using all my magic?" Although she was gloating, Emiliette still reminded herself to check on her victim. "Huh, didn't you ask me to play high five? Sorry, I didn't expect a little brat like me could push you that far." His Highness the Prince was already in great pain for being pushed so hard by Emiliette, and on top of that, he was being teased by his friends, so he was also very angry. So he decided to sneak attack her from behind. But who would have thought Emiliette was with Duke Caden today? Of course, how could he let someone who just tried to sneak attack his daughter go? Appearing in front of the boy, Caden said loudly, "Your Highness the Prince, you are playing a rather excessive game. Although I don't care what the prince is doing, playing a game of sneak attacking others from behind like this is not acceptable." Caden originally just wanted to teach His Highness the Prince a lesson, but for some reason, Queen Mogris heard the news very quickly. She hurried over to protect her precious son. As soon as she arrived, she loudly questioned Caden, "Duke, what is the meaning of this?" Faced with the queen's uncontrollable anger, the Duke could only gently explain, "Your Majesty the Queen, perhaps the prince's eyesight is not very good, because he can't see what's in front or behind. He threw dirt in someone's face. I hope the Queen will quickly take her dear son for an eye examination. Leaving it for too long is not good, so please take him for an examination as soon as possible. And now, I will take my leave." Caden didn't want to stay here any longer, so he wanted to pull his daughter away as quickly as possible. But Emiliette didn't want to leave just yet. The little girl wanted to bring the boy from earlier with them. Seeing the boy injured all over his body, Emiliette truly felt immense pity. After taking the boy home, and the nanny had also given first aid for the wounds on the boy, he still didn't say anything. After waiting for a long time, the boy still said nothing. So Emiliette was forced to speak first. "Hey you have a lot of sand on your head too." As Emiliette used her hand to brush the dirt and sand from his head, she was startled to realize this person turned out to be none other than Ark, although she had some suspicions about his identity. But she could never have imagined that Ark was also a prince. Caden was also quite surprised by Ark's appearance. So, the person who saved his daughter that day was also this Prince Ark? It was an incredible coincidence. Although Emiliette had heard a lot about the first prince who often wandered outside the imperial palace, she could never have imagined that person was Ark. But wait a minute, how could this be such a coincidence? Could the explosion in the square the other day also be related to this prince? Knowing that everyone suspected him, Ark quickly spoke up to clear his name. "That incident really had nothing to do with me. I simply wanted to help the princess in a dangerous place." Although that was the truth, Caden was still half believing, half doubting. "I'm very grateful that you saved my daughter at the most dangerous moment. So in the shortest time possible, if you state your wish, I will be ready to repay you. Please rest, Prince. After you've thought it over, tell me." After that, he coldly took his daughter and left. He really didn't want his daughter to get too close to the opposite sex. And moreover, if Ark was a prince, it was an even bigger matter. "Emiliette, you should know one thing. Getting involved with the kingdom's princes is not a good thing. So please be careful." This made Emiliette feel even more sorry for Arkansas. She herself had a father to protect her like this, and still faced so much danger. She had almost lost her life countless times. So what about the lonely Ark? Who would be there to protect him? On the way, taking his daughter back to her room, Caden also gently explained to her the tragic circumstances of the two princes. In truth, there were two princes, the first Prince Adrien and the second Prince Nanster. Although both had the status of prince, in reality, between the two, only Prince Nanster was the one who truly held the position of prince. But then one day, the emperor saw the first prince's exceptionally outstanding academic achievements, and so decided to fire all the teachers who were teaching. The first prince had no nobles or family to support him from behind, so he just became a shadow in the gloomy royal palace. Thanks to the first prince's reluctant withdrawal, Prince Nanster's good reputation spread even more widely among the upper class. The first prince was then completely forgotten in the people's memory. No one remembered him by the title of prince anymore. Emiliette was quite surprised by this, because after all, Ark was just a child, and she truly didn't understand why people could treat him so cruelly. Caden also felt that this was a bit too much, but because of the title of prince, and moreover being born in the palace, it was already Ark's burden. Perhaps that was the fate Ark had to bear. Thanks to today's incident, Emiliette understood more about the world of the royal palace, but her studies still had to continue, so she couldn't keep focusing on it forever. After a period of rest, she was able to meet her benefactor, Master Teto, again. The little girl was very happy and had also kept her promise to him that until Emiliette's father returned, she would never leave the magic tower. This, of course, had its reasons. After the incident with Prince Nanster, Caden was also hesitant to bring Emiliette to the royal palace. So he started to just bring work back to the ducal mansion to do at home. Although the work was piled up like a mountain, the incident involving Emiliette that day still had to be investigated to the end. According to what Elvin had gathered, the suspects in the incident at the square, from the day they were arrested until now, have all shown signs of abnormal mental states. Among them, 2 were discovered to have ascended to heaven. This truly made Caden question things, because he hadn't even had a chance to interrogate them, and those guys had already gone to meet their maker. This unusual death wasn't all, because not only that, but on the walls of the prison cells, the opening date of the black market was written in great detail everywhere, along with its very clear location. After finishing his report, Alvin continued. continued. This news seems very reliable, Your Grace. Because after investigating, I found that this is likely to happen, but I'm not yet clear on when that black market will open. If there is any information, in the coming days I will definitely report to Your Grace. Emiliette, sitting nearby, could of course hear these things. She felt extremely curious, but first, she needed to go to the magic tower tomorrow because she had to take care of the people around her. So that was the reason for Emiliette's appearance here today. Although it was a bit roundabout, she was finally here. As soon as Teto saw the princess, he wanted to check her health right away. Although Emiliette kept saying that she was fine, Teto still wanted to check for himself. So he proactively borrowed Emiliette's small arm to take a look. The truth was, there was nothing strange in Emiliette's body at this time. But Teto wasn't sure if this was due to Emiliette's divine power. Currently, he still couldn't determine the young lady's exact condition. Upon receiving this information, Emiliette was a bit puzzled. If Master Teto can't see it, then can the divine official see it? Teto thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, I think it's likely the divine officials won't be able to analyze it either, because when they examine, they will also just divide Emiliette's body into two parts to look at it. Moreover, if the Temple of the Gods finds out about the princess's condition, this continent would probably be shaken, so it's best to stay as far away from the people of the temple as possible. After speaking, Teto smiled brightly again, then continued. All right, the story should stop there. Let's start the next lesson. This was supposed to be completely normal, yet for some reason, after taking just a few steps, Teto rolled over and fell asleep again. This really isn't anything unusual, is it? And so, just like the previous times, as soon as Master Teto had dozed off, FL appeared. However, his appearance was a little different. His hair was also especially longer, which greatly surprised Emiliette. According to his explanation, the last time he used too much power, which caused an effect on his body. Although she was a bit taken aback, Emiliette still had to admit this hair suited FL quite well. The two asked about each other's health for a while, then took turns complimenting each other's beautiful hair. So Emiliette proactively told FL to sit down, and then she would help him tie his hair herself. After Emiliette finished tying FL's hair, bless his heart, he looked just like a young lady. The two of them now looked more like sisters than friends. After sitting blankly for a while looking at Emiliette, FL spoke up to ask, You're studying again today, huh? Have you learned how to control your magic power yet? Upon receiving this question, Emiliette of course answered right away. I've learned it, and I'm exceptionally good at it too. So she quickly performed for FL to see, leaving the boy utterly astonished. This little girl was even more skilled than Caden. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed her father. After talking for a long time, FL's attention suddenly shifted to Master Teto, sleeping in front of them. Does he sleep like this every day? It seems he still doesn't know about me, right? He looks kind, but sometimes he seems a bit troublesome. Seeing Master Teto sleeping so soundly, FL honestly didn't have the heart to wake him up, so he proactively offered to teach Emiliette today's lesson. Emiliette had great faith in FL's first lesson. According to his explanation, all magic begins with very basic formulas. But regardless of the formula, the form of the magic will be very different. So FL hoped Emiliette would learn these things from him and then perform them herself. Emiliette was also truly very interested in this new type of magic from FL. However, she had a question. Isn't learning welcome magic extremely difficult? To answer this question from Emiliette, FL simply smiled and said loudly, You don't have to worry about that. I'll teach you the simplest formulas. So Emiliette felt reassured and tried to practice, but it seemed it wasn't very successful. Seeing Emiliette's disappointed face, FL understood clearly that the little girl was very sad. So he gently comforted her. Don't worry too much, Leal. It's probably just because you're not used to it that this happened. So don't you worry too much, okay? All right then, let's consider the lesson over for now. For the remaining time, I'll show you something interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, FL immediately turned into a kitten, then smiled, taking Emiliette from one surprise to another. Very delighted by this incredibly magical transformation of FL's, Emiliette took him home with her, despite Caden's obvious displeasure. That cat, is that boy transformed? Even if that's true, why did you bring it home? In response to her father's question, Emiliette just answered innocently. It's because it's been a long time since we had a chance to meet, so I planned to bring him home for a meal, and then we'll play together for a while. Although Caden didn't like it one bit, seeing Emiliette so excited, he didn't have the heart to stop her. So the two of them happily sat in the carriage to go home. But after traveling for a while, there was a noise outside, causing the whole carriage to shake, which made Caden shout in annoyance, "What's happening outside?" Hearing Caden's question, the coachman hurriedly spoke up, apologizing profusely to the Duke. But a child suddenly rushed out in front of the carriage, so I couldn't control it. This was truly very strange. So Caden had to get out of the carriage himself to see. It turned out to be Prince Ark. He was truly very surprised, not expecting the boy to suddenly appear here at this time. It turned out that the other day Caden had promised the boy very clearly that if he needed help with something, he would definitely help. So today the boy came to ask Caden for an important favor. Because there were many people passing by outside, talking about such matters was really not appropriate. So Caden proactively took the boy back to his mansion to talk things over clearly. It turned out that Ark wanted a swordsmanship teacher, so he had proactively approached Caden. For him, this was a simple matter. He promised the boy that he would send him the most capable person. But what Ark needed wasn't just that. The boy didn't want to learn from any other teacher. He only wanted Caden to teach him. This wasn't a simple request for a favor. Caden himself realized that Prince Ark wanted him to stand behind and support the boy. In truth, that was just Caden's thought. Ark's core intention was still to genuinely learn swordsmanship. The boy wanted to become a real magic swordsman. This actually made Emiliette and Caden very much agree. In fact, it was clear that when rescuing Emiliette at that time, Ark only needed 3 wooden planks to be able to eliminate those large men. If he intended to raise his own abilities, then just by being under a truly skilled master, he would surely become a talented magic swordsman. Initially, Caden wanted to refuse Ark's offer, as he didn't want to get involved with the royal family. However, at that very moment, Emiliette also spoke up, saying that she herself really wanted to learn swordsmanship just like Ark, so the little girl hoped that Caden would teach her and Ark at the same time. Caden, of course, did not agree with this, because learning swordsmanship was not meant for girls. Besides, how could someone as delicate as Emiliette possibly learn it? It was not unlikely that the swords themselves would injure her. Although this reason seemed logical, Emiliette herself did not feel that way. She thought that if she didn't learn, how long would she have to keep receiving protection? Emiliette knew very well that Caden loved her, which was why he worried about her so much. But Emiliette had also grown up. She wanted to become stronger than before. She really didn't want to be a burden to someone for her entire life. So learning to protect herself to be better was also the way she would protect the people around her. "Father, I said I want to protect you, so you should at least give me a chance to see those things." Emiliette wanted, this time, for herself to be able to fight strongly for her dream for once. Because in her past life, she had missed so many opportunities right in front of her. She also knew very well how much her father had struggled to get to where he is today. Even Prince Ak, he is the one who needs to learn more to protect himself. So Caden was out of options. Although he didn't want to, the reasons Emiliette gave were too logical, making it impossible for him to refuse. So he had to accept teaching swordsmanship to both Emiliette and the prince. Although he wasn't very pleased, Caden still had to accept. Emiliette was truly grateful to her father. He was truly a father who always cared for her and doted on her. Emiliette felt very happy to have Caden as her father. Emiliette's abilities grew stronger and stronger, which made Master Teto himself feel strange. What is this? I have never taught the princess these things before. So how can the princess create such a large whirlwind? Although Caden knew his daughter had very strong magic, he also didn't understand why Emiliette couldn't control her magic. Could it be because Master Teto's teaching wasn't good enough? Master Teto really didn't know how to explain this. He only knew that Emiliette's understanding of formulas and application of magic was perfect. That's why she could absorb lessons so quickly. However, if this situation keeps occurring, it's not very good. Perhaps it's related to the princess's other powers as well. Since the princess currently has both magic and divine power, it's inevitable that she can use both. But of course, these judgments were actually just based on Master Teto's reasoning. In any case, there was a possibility of receiving help from a divine official. So for now, it was best to practice a little more. So Emiliette had to end her lesson and return to her residence. Since starting her studies with Caden, a rough count showed it had already been about a week. Every day, Caden made Emiliette run 3 laps around the courtyard, leaving her so tired she couldn't catch her breath. Caden forced Emiliette to do this because she had rather weak physical strength and couldn't even grasp a sword hilt yet, so she could only train to make her leg muscles firmer. Compared to Prince Ak, Emiliette was indeed far behind. This was partly because their physical strengths were different, but the prince's ability was also quite good. He had passed the basic test with extreme ease. On top of that, Caden immediately started teaching him one-on-one, so his abilities were progressing more and more. Since the day Emiliette brought FL home, he turned into a cat every day and would cling to her. Actually, Ak didn't know it was FL who had transformed, so he didn't pay much attention, except for the fact that Ak would usually try to pet it, but was always rejected by it. Nothing else was out of the ordinary. Emiliette still smiled and told him that maybe this cat wasn't used to the scent of strangers yet. But you shouldn't worry. I think that if you and the cat play together more, you will become closer in the future. After talking for a while, Emiliette this time wanted to see Ak's hand. Since spending a lot of time with Master Teto, she had also learned many useful things in the world of magic, so she also wanted to check on Ak's health. In truth, Ak always said that he was really fine, and the second prince wasn't bullying him anymore. But compared to what Emiliette could see, she knew full well that he was lying. It was true that the second prince had been bullying him recently, but everything else in his life was still very stable. Because the emperor's birthday party was in a month, he was also busy with special classes. Even with the title of prince, although not well received by people, Ak still had to be present. Though he always just hid in a corner, he still had to attend. According to Emiliette's observation, this was also quite true, because he even had to learn swordsmanship in secret. So she thought that at the upcoming party, it would be better for Emiliette to pretend not to know him. Because at that party, after all, Emiliette and Ak were not just simple friends. Moreover, she and he were a prince and a lady of House Bardion, so they couldn't be too close. So, a month later, the emperor's birthday arrived. Everyone in this kingdom was looking forward to it, as this was the biggest and most important party in this entire small kingdom. Everyone was very happy and excited to attend the party, except for Caden, whose expression was not very cheerful today. Even someone as carefree as Emiliette easily noticed, so she found a way to start a conversation with her father first. Although these teasing remarks might make Caden temporarily happy, it had to be admitted that Emiliette was very beautiful today. Among the children attending this party, Emiliette had to be one of the most beautiful, and so Duke Bardion's carriage arrived at its destination. Everyone, whether nobles or members of the royal family, was very happy to see him. Perhaps it had been a very long time since they had seen Caden attend events like this. Even the child in his arms made everyone pay attention. Then they all focused on Emiliette's hair color and started gossiping. As soon as she saw everyone's attitude, Emiliette disliked it. This was probably one of the reasons he didn't like appearing in places like this. The further they went inside, the more the gossip grew. But then everyone quickly forgot about it as they were busy focusing on their own affairs. The space inside was truly excessively magnificent. It seemed this was the first time Emiliette had seen such things, so the further she went, the more she marveled. This place was truly well invested. Caden wasn't very enthusiastic about these things, but Emiliette was very happy. She heard her father instruct her, "When you want to go outside, just tell me." Perhaps Caden said that because he was afraid his daughter wouldn't be comfortable, but Caden didn't need to worry about this, because Emiliette was truly very happy to be here. The father and daughter were chatting for a moment when someone came to bother them. According to his introduction, he was Shepra Maiden of the Marquisate of Chepre. He saw Emiliette and wanted to come over to strike up a conversation. This must be the youngest student of the Magic Tower, the Princess of Bardion, is that right? Seeing that Emiliette showed no emotion towards him, he loudly flattered her. For a girl so young to have already entered the Magic Tower, it's truly like father, like daughter, both equally talented. The moment Emiliette heard it, she couldn't stand it. Praising someone to the skies like that right after meeting them, were they really that close? At first, Emiliette thought her father disliked flatterers like this, but it seemed that was completely outside her expectations. All parents are the same. Who wouldn't like it when their children are praised? The nobles standing nearby saw Caden's satisfied expression and quickly came over to add their own words of flattery. "Oh my goodness, is this Duke Bardion's princess? You look even more beautiful than the rumors outside, don't you? Your Grace, I was the one who praised her first, you know. I was the one who discovered her beauty first." This onslaught from everyone made Emiliette so uncomfortable that she almost choked on the cake she was eating. At first, Emiliette had assumed that such a lavish place would surely be very polite and cheerful. Who would have thought this place would be so full of complications? "All right, Dad, I want to go outside right now." The atmosphere of this place truly made Emiliette feel disgusted. Even after going outside, she didn't feel any better. She tiredly turned to ask her father, "Dad, we can't go home yet, can we?" Although he didn't want to in the slightest. According to protocol, everyone could only leave after the royal family appeared. But Emiliette, how about we just leave now? Emiliette was quite shocked by her father's suggestion, because of course they couldn't do that. Who would do such a thing when the host of the party hadn't even appeared yet? After some calculation, both father and daughter felt that escaping didn't seem very feasible. So for now, Caden told Emiliette to sit quietly out here while he would go inside and then bring some food to her. While waiting for her father to go inside to get food, Emiliette sat alone, thinking. She felt that these high society activities didn't seem to suit her at all, so next time, she would likely reconsider attending. She wished she could be playing with Ak right now, even as his abilities were getting better day by day. She didn't know if he would be coming to the training ground to practice with her father anymore. Emiliette really missed Ak. She didn't know when she would be able to see him again. Just when Emiliette was at her loneliest and most bored, FL appeared. Although he was still in the form of a cat, it still made Emiliette very happy. "You came all the way here, FL? Is it because you miss me so much that you found your way here?" FL's appearance made Emiliette very happy. Although the cat's eye color was a little different, Emiliette was still certain it was FL. At first, she had no suspicions, but the cat's bewildered attitude made her suspicious. Could it be that this wasn't FL? While Emiliette was extremely bewildered, a loud voice suddenly spoke beside her, startling her. The sound made the kitten not want to talk anymore. "Hello, little girl. I am the owner of that adorable cat." It turned out someone nearby had been watching everything that had happened up until now. Based on the clothes he was wearing, Emiliette guessed he was likely a high-ranking nobleman. Moreover, his appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Could he be the person who was always with that black cat? Seeing Emiliette's bewildered face, he cheerfully continued. "I forgot to introduce myself to you, little girl. My name is Nell Basto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Nel Basto." According to the original story she had read, this name belonged to the second male lead, who had once loved her mother, Xena. He was the one who had been by Xena's side when she was active as a great saintess, and he was also her closest friend. Although he was passionately in love with Xena, it was a pity because her heart had already been given to Caden long ago. His love slipped from his grasp before he could even confess it. It was a shame he was just a supporting male character in someone else's romance story. It seemed he hadn't realized Emiliette's true identity, so he continued to speak cheerfully to her. "Oh, that's right. I should also introduce this cat's name. Its name is..." Before he could finish his sentence, Emiliette spoke up first. "Its name is Cammy, isn't it?" This truly made Nell Basto wonder. This little girl had never met this cat before, nor had she ever met him, so how could she possibly know its name was Cammy? Emiliette was very familiar with this cat, because, in the original story, Cammy was the cat that Xena and Nell Basto had found outside the temple. The kitten at that time was skinny and weak, and moreover, it had been abandoned by its mother, so it was extremely pitiful. Nell Basto and Xena had taken this cat in and cared for it, and it was Xena herself who gave it the name Cammy. According to Emiliette's guess, Nell Basto probably cherished Cammy very much, because thanks to its appearance, the bond between himself and Xena had grown closer. Cammy was also very well behaved, which made him even more pleased. Emiliette couldn't possibly say why she knew the black cat's name. She could only simply explain that she felt its jet black fur was a good match for the name Cammy. This was just the simplest reason Emiliette could think of, but who would have thought that it was also the real reason the name Cammy came to be? In truth, Nell Basto was only pretending not to recognize Emiliette at first. For how could he not know the only daughter of Xena? She was the person he loved most in this life, so he also really wanted to see what a mini version of Xena would be like. Just as Nell Basto was about to speak to Emiliette, Caden suddenly appeared, causing the atmosphere to suddenly grow heavy. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? Although neither side was speaking loudly, Emiliette still found it hard to breathe. In contrast to Caden's stern expression, Nell Basto smiled cheerfully. "Hello, Duke. It's probably been a very long time since we've met, hasn't it?" Caden, merely for the sake of politeness, just mumbled in acknowledgement. He coldly led his young daughter away quickly, without caring whether she wanted to or not. Caden seemed to just want her to stay as far away from this person as possible. In contrast, Nell Basto remained very cheerful. He even waved at Emiliette and said, "Let's meet again next time." By the time Emiliette returned to where the party was being held, the emperor had also arrived. Looking at the form of the person ruling this empire, Emiliette felt a little puzzled. He seemed to be much chubbier, or was that just her subjective perception? Emiliette observed for a long while, but still didn't see Ak anywhere. Instead, the person she disliked the most, Her Majesty the Queen, appeared. As soon as she saw Caden, she eagerly spoke. "Is that Duke Caden and his daughter? I didn't see you, so I thought you had already left early. About the incident last time, I've already asked the prince thoroughly. It was just some kids joking around a bit too much. I hope you, Duke, won't hold a grudge. You know as well, the first prince has always had very poor eyesight, and his body also has many injuries, so it's hard to say clearly who is right and who is wrong in this matter." Her shameless attitude truly made Emiliette feel disgusted, but it seems she herself didn't feel that way at all. Not only did she not feel embarrassed, she even continued to speak. "Oh, that's right. This time the prince won his swordsmanship duel against a low-ranking knight. Oh, Duke, just look, my talented little boy has already defeated a grown knight. Therefore, I think we need a teacher who matches his skill level. It's so hard to find a talented teacher for Nanster." This fake conversation was proceeding quite effusively when suddenly a loud noise startled the queen, causing her to shout, "What is happening?" It turned out that Prince Ak had finally appeared, but in a state that couldn't have been more tattered. He looked truly pitiful. No one would think that someone in this state could be the first prince. Instead of her usual disdainful attitude toward the first prince, the queen was now acting incredibly benevolent. She gently approached the prince and softly inquired, "Oh my prince, are you all right? The prince's eyesight is getting much worse. It truly makes me feel extremely worried. Moreover, today is such an important day, yet the prince is this careless. After all, you and the second prince are brothers. How can you be so dissimilar?" Outwardly, she was showing concern, but in reality, she was secretly mocking Ak, which everyone could see. Emiliette felt incredibly indignant, but there was nothing she could do. Even her father could only stand still. In this situation, could they really only stand by and watch? Emiliette truly could not accept this. If he were to be abandoned in such a situation with no way to fix it, it would only cause Ak to suffer even more. In the moment when everyone was just standing by and watching, with no one knowing how to resolve the situation, Caden spoke up softly. "Prince Ak, please get up quickly. The ground has many shards of glass. It is truly very dangerous. I have told you many times that managing your own body's safety is also extremely important. You must remember this. You cannot allow yourself to be injured, otherwise many plans will have to be canceled. Even swordsmanship practice is the same, so I hope you will pay attention." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Prince Ak and gently added, "Please get up quickly." Just when it seemed everything was over, the queen suddenly shouted, "What did you say? Swordsmanship training?" Caden, in fact, had no intention of hiding anything from the queen, so he calmly replied, "That is correct. I'm the first prince's swordsmanship instructor." Despite the shock of everyone present, Caden continued to speak with gravity. "The first prince that I have seen is a person with abilities equivalent to a high-level swordsman. But the fact that you, your majesty, are worried about Prince Ak because of his declining eyesight is something that, as a teacher, I truly cannot comprehend." For Caden to dare to stand up and defend Prince Ak was, to everyone, truly unimaginable. Caden's action today was not just simply joining hands with Ak to help him recover, but more than that, he wanted to reclaim justice for this pitiful boy on his behalf. In front of all the nobles, as well as the members of the royal family, Caden was ready to assert, "It seems the first prince usually doesn't receive much attention from everyone. So what reason is there to be searching for the most suitable swordsmanship teacher for the second prince? All right, Prince Ak, let's go change your clothes quickly. If you let the water soak into your body for too long, you'll get sick." And so, from this day forward, in front of everyone, Caden had officially declared that the ducal house of Badion was on the first prince's side. Caden then took the first prince to a safe place, and even had someone help him change into extremely formal attire, which made the boy extremely puzzled. "Why are you helping me this much?" In truth, Caden simply could not bear to watch the scene of the queen bullying someone so unreasonably. "Prince, even though you are looked down upon like this, do you not intend to fight back? For someone as young as the prince, this was, of course, something completely impossible to do. The fact that Duke Caden and the first prince, one of whom was long thought to have withdrawn, suddenly joined forces was truly surprising to people. From then on, their teacher-student relationship also became more widely known. Now, everyone knew that Duke Badion, who had always maintained a neutral stance, had officially taken the side of the first prince. So now, whether it's the nobles in the country or figures from abroad, everyone knows clearly that Ak is the heir to the throne, so no one dares to look down on him anymore. The first thing Caden thinks the prince should do is to move his own shoe, to trample on those who once abandoned him, or even treated him poorly. Prince Ak, I ask you to remember this one thing. You are not alone now. You also have the honor of Badion. So please, just trample on them and move forward. You don't have to be afraid of anything. Even the little princess Emiliette is always by his side, so Ak doesn't understand what he should be afraid of anymore. The first thing Emiliette thinks of is to fill her hungry stomach. After all, you can't fight on an empty stomach, so even if you have to fight, you should eat well. So the next day, the training continued. While Emiliette was still struggling because she couldn't catch the sword, Ak was already practicing proficiently. Although the boy has extraordinary abilities, Caden's training makes Emiliette feel scared. It seems a bit too intense. After finishing training, Ak was allowed to go outside to rest. At the same time, Emiliette also asked about the situation in the palace yesterday. According to what Ak recounted, the situation inside was a bit troublesome. Ever since people found out that Ak was favored by Caden, everyone's attitude completely changed. Everyone wanted to praise and flatter him to the high heavens, which made the boy, who wasn't used to it, feel very annoyed. However, there was one thing that made him feel satisfied, which was that the second prince's expression didn't seem very happy, or, to put it bluntly, he looked a bit stiff. The shoe that Duke Caden mentioned is truly wonderful. Do you know, princess? There were so many people there, but no one dared to treat me casually. It's truly unbelievable. The people in the royal family clearly treated me very badly, but from that moment on, everyone became pleasant to me. Ak affirmed to Emiliette that he was truly grateful for what Emiliette and her father brought him, so he would definitely repay the favor in the future. In contrast to Ak's seriousness, Emiliette thought, what's there to repay? It's clear that you can become a great swordsman. The two were talking very happily when suddenly FL appeared. Actually, he froze a little when he saw Emiliette and Ak being so close. Normally, he's always in his cat form, so why has he turned into a person now? Could it be that he's not afraid of strangers anymore? So, Emiliette took the opportunity to introduce the two of them to be polite. One is the first prince, Ak, and the other is her best friend, FL. Emiliette values them both. Actually, both of these friends of Emiliette have one thing in common, which is that Emiliette is their first friend. Before, they never had the concept of what a friend was. So this meeting is a bit awkward. I wonder if they can get to know each other easily. With this prolonged awkwardness, it seems a bit difficult. At first, it was thought that things would be very difficult for the three of them, but it seems this is quite promising. Although FL took the initiative, Ak didn't refuse at all. So the two of them gradually became closer, making someone in the middle like Emiliette feel very comfortable at this moment. After the three of them played together for a while, it was sad, but Prince Ak had to return to his royal palace after each lesson. He really couldn't be here often. After Ak left, Emiliette had more opportunities to talk with FL, so she also took FL on a tour of her room. Just as they entered the room, Emiliette introduced her flowers to FL. These Mac Gen flowers are all very precious to Emiliette, so she even introduced the names of the two of them, Suda and Johnny, to FL. FL was also very interested in touring Emiliette's room. He kept wandering around in a circle to look at everything, until the nanny brought in cakes, and the tour stopped. At first, everything was quite normal. But when a nanny left, it made Emiliette wonder, Nanny, are you eating cakes with us? Where are you going? The nanny looked at Emiliette with an affectionate gaze and replied, I'm planning to go to the square for a moment to deliver a letter. Don't worry, my lady, I'll be right back, so please don't go too far. The nanny gave her instructions, but she wouldn't know what Emiliette would do at home. So the two of them took advantage of the nanny's absence, gently left a small note saying they were going out to play together. Actually, Emiliette didn't want to go to the square this much. But in this world, forbidden things are all the more tempting. So she and FL went to the square for a stroll. The two were walking together very happily, when suddenly someone next to them spoke loudly, causing both of them to freeze. Lower your voice. A relative in Pardo already told me. Near the mountain road by the territory, they saw piles of Borlum corpses. The other person heard this and replied, "Say something more believable. Aren't the Pardo territory and the northern road where the Borlum are very far apart?" The first person heard this and replied, "That's why it's a secret. The territory is going to be in an uproar this time. If it's true, this will be really serious. Everyone in this entire kingdom will be in danger." This conversation really made Emiliette feel uneasy. Suddenly, she no longer wanted to play and wanted to go back home. So she pulled FL's hand, thinking they should just go home, that they had strolled enough. Just as the two of them were about to go home, there was suddenly a loud shout nearby. "Oh my God, stop quickly. Someone's been hit by a carriage. Oh my God, there's so much strawberry syrup spilling out. We need to call a witch or a divine official or someone to help." The screams grew louder and louder, making it impossible for Emiliette and FL to ignore. But when the little girl got closer to see who it was, she was shocked to find that the victim was her nanny. In that moment, Emiliette truly froze. Seeing her nanny drenched in strawberry syrup like that, Emiliette honestly couldn't bear it. That moment made Emiliette freeze, not knowing what to do anymore. Luckily, FL was clear-headed enough at that time. He quickly snapped her out of it by shouting, "Emiliette, snap out of it. What you need to do now is go to the divine temple immediately." With that said, FL used his innate magical ability to transport Emiliette and the nanny to the divine temple. At first, the people in the divine temple were bewildered when a stranger broke in. But after learning that the person was the princess of Badion, no one dared to stop them anymore. Fortunately, Nell Basto was also here. The moment Emiliette shed tears and begged him to quickly save her nanny, he was truly moved. To reassure the little girl, Nell Basto promised Emiliette that he would do his best to save her poor nanny. So, thanks to Nell Basto's innate talent for this magic, Emiliette's nanny was miraculously saved. Now her nanny is fine, and she can even move. This debt to Nell Basto is one she doesn't know how she could ever repay. Emiliette immediately ran over and hugged her benefactor tightly. She was truly moved that Nell Basto had stepped in to help. However, when he mentioned the princess of Badion and the Pope, it really made Emiliette wonder. The Pope? Why is the Pope appearing right now? Actually, at first, Emiliette didn't pay much attention to Nell Basto's clothes at that moment, because she was so heartbroken over her nanny's wound that she couldn't pay attention to anything else. Now, looking closely, she saw that Nell Basto was indeed a pope. According to what she knew about the Pope, he was the one who managed the divine officials. Moreover, the Pope was the person with the greatest authority in this divine temple. Everyone had to follow his instructions, so when he agreed to treat Emiliette's nanny, no one in the divine temple dared to say anything. After Emiliette's nanny was treated, while waiting for the nanny to fully recover, the two of them were allowed to walk around with Nell Basto. However, after walking for just a little while, FL started to feel unwell, so Nell Basto suggested that FL should rest a bit. After Emiliette's nanny woke up, he would take the initiative to move her to lie down in the next room. So, although he agreed to Nell Basto's request, due to his inherently stubborn nature, FL, despite being very tired, still didn't lie down to rest. Instead, the boy chose to sit beside and watch over Emiliette's nanny. Seeing the little girl, Emiliette, worrying about both of her loved ones like that, Nell Basto also felt very sorry for her in his heart. So he took the initiative to say to Emiliette, "Emiliette, you shouldn't worry too much about those two anymore. You have to trust me. They have completely recovered now. They just need to rest a little longer, and they'll get well soon. I have an idea. While those two are resting, should we go for a little walk? There are many places to see in this divine temple." Since finding out Nell Basto's true identity, Emiliette's way of addressing him had really become much different than before. But Nell Basto didn't agree with being addressed by such a distant title. Although it was true that he worked at the Divine Temple and was also a pope, he still wanted Emiliette to call him by his name. Emiliette, of course, agreed to this way of addressing him, although she felt it wasn't quite proper. But after addressing each other for a while, Nell Basto still felt that such a formal address was a bit distant. So he proactively suggested that Emiliette should call him Uncle Nell. After all, Nell Basto was no different from an uncle to Emiliette. Looking at Emiliette, Nell Basto cheerfully continued, "Perhaps you don't know, little one, but my relationship with Zaina is like that of siblings." At first, Emiliette didn't think much of it, but Nell Basto's 3 words like that of siblings made her feel bewildered. In any case, Only now, looking closely, did she notice Nel Basto's eyes filled with love when he mentioned Xena, which was truly moving. His eyes, full of passionate affection, showed no signs of sorrow or sadness. Anyway, it was just a way of addressing him, and Nel Basto was, after all, the one who had saved Emiliette's nanny. Therefore, as long as it wasn't too disrespectful, Emiliette could accept any form of address. After all, it was just a nickname, nothing too significant. So the two of them continued to stroll together for a while longer when Uncle Nell proactively spoke up. Emiliette, I don't know if anyone has told you this, but you really resemble your mother. I'm not talking about the physical resemblance, but when you're displeased and you have to scrunch up your cheeks, that moment is truly very similar. Although you inherited your abilities from your father, your appearance is unmistakably hers. I've heard about the princess going to the magic tower as an intern. Time flies, doesn't it? The princess can already use her own magic. Compared to other children her age, the princess is truly outstanding. But I think there's something I should warn the princess about, and that is FL. He is an unofficial mage, so all information about him is a secret. You need to be more careful when mentioning this matter outside. The more they talked, the closer the bond between the uncle and niece became. Even a small lake inside the holy temple made Emiliette feel curious. According to Uncle Nell, all the water in the lake was holy water. If a person with divine power drinks it, it will have the effect of replenishing their divine power. Conversely, if we use it to water plants, the plants will quickly bloom like this. This new knowledge truly made Emiliette feel very interested. She herself wanted to try these things with her own hands. It was true, just as Uncle Nell had said, this holy water was truly effective. However, she had a small question. Would this be effective if she brought it home to water the two little Magicians? Although she didn't know if it would be effective, Emiliette had to try to find out. The little girl proactively asked Uncle Nell for some holy water to take home and try, considering it a gift for her first visit to the temple. At first, upon receiving this request from Emiliette, Nel Basto seemed a bit stunned. But after thinking for a moment, he agreed. Although he didn't know what Emiliette would use it for, if Emiliette was using it, it would surely be for a good purpose. After giving the gift to Emiliette, Uncle Nell even carefully instructed her. You can come and visit any time in the future. I will definitely give you more holy water. After chatting happily for a while longer, Uncle Nell proactively suggested, how about we return to the room now? I think your nanny and your close friend have recovered already. Emiliette, of course, also agreed to leave, but she never expected it. Just as she stepped away from the lake of holy water, she ran right into her father. As soon as he saw his daughter, Caden was truly very worried about her. He immediately ran up close, then caringly asked if Emiliette was all right. After checking that his daughter had no injuries on her body, he immediately asked her a question. Emiliette, why did you dare to be with that man? Caden then, without needing to know what else had happened, directly took his daughter away. The moment everyone returned, the nanny had already woken up. Emiliette felt truly happy that the nanny was healthy like this. She immediately ran quickly to embrace the nanny. Moved to tears, Emiliette choked out. Oh my goodness, this is so fortunate. I thought I would never get to see you again, nanny. Seeing Emiliette emotionally embracing her like that, the nanny also felt extremely awkward. She was both moved by the affection Emiliette showed her and felt awkward for having made her worry. The nanny smiled shyly, then said bashfully, I'm all right now, princess. Thanks to everyone's help, I feel much better now. Thank you all so much. Although Caden was very annoyed, since Nel Basto had healed Emiliette's nanny, he couldn't say anything more. Well then, everything is fine now, isn't it? Then let's quickly return to the mansion. Caden had originally come here to take his daughter home, but for some reason, Emiliette refused to go home right away. Because she said she still needed to go see her friend, FL, Emiliette ran off quickly despite her father's attempts to stop her. The little girl said she would try to explain it to her father later. So Emiliette ignored everything and went to find FL as usual. Caden had intended to chase after her, but it was Nel Basto who stopped him. He grabbed Caden's hand and said loudly, Your Grace the Duke, I have something to ask you. It concerns matters related to the princess. Therefore, I think it will be better for you not to worry about that child anymore, because the questions I am about to ask are extremely important. It's unknown what question the Pope asked, but looking at Caden's attitude, he was extremely irritable. He shouted loudly, Hey Nel Basto, you've overstepped your bounds. I'll know what to do myself. I don't need you to be so concerned. But the reason the Pope wanted to say this to Caden was because he had long since realized the existence of divine power within Princess Emiliette's body. According to the Pope, only someone with guardian-level divine power in their body could draw out the energy of the holy water. Just a moment ago, the princess herself made the flowers in the shrine bloom, which is impossible unless one possesses that energy. With that, he gently continued, "Actually, Duke, I don't have any other intentions. I just think you need help." But it seemed Caden didn't care about these things at all. He coldly took his little daughter and left without paying any mind to the Pope's words. But who would have thought? The next morning when she had just woken up, Emiliette saw Uncle Nell appear at her house. This made her truly surprised. Just the day before, the two men were like fire and water. Yet somehow today, they were so cheerful. Ignoring Emiliette's bewilderment, the Pope cheerfully continued, "Hello, Princess. From today on, I will come here to study with you. I'm truly very happy to be working with a princess like this. I hope we can cooperate for a long time." Seeing Uncle Nell's appearance, Emiliette was truly so stunned that she intended to ask him a few things. But before she could speak, her father cut her off. "What? Why are you calling Pope Nell Basto Uncle Nell?" He truly did not agree with such an intimate form of address. He believed that just calling him teacher was dignified enough. Normally, there was no need to be so familiar. Nell Basto also knew well that Caden disliked him, so he cheerfully went along with his wishes. As long as Caden wasn't around, if Emiliette just called him Uncle Nell, he would feel very happy. And so, the lesson with Uncle Nell began not long after. Although the Pope had heard many rumors about Emiliette, he could never have imagined that the little girl could be so talented. "Emiliette, according to my observations, your divine power is also at the guardian level. Is that why it has problems with magic?" "Emiliette, listen to me. Your divine power is currently still in an unawakened state. So if you want to do anything, you must awaken it first." Emiliette was naturally also very curious. "Then how can I awaken it, Uncle?" Although this is said to be complicated, for Nell, this matter was quite simple. From now on, he would begin to let his divine power flow into Emiliette's body. All Emiliette needed to do was close her eyes, then concentrate to be able to draw the divine power out. At first, Emiliette did as she was told, but still, nothing appeared. She thought she had done it wrong, until Emiliette felt something seemingly flowing inside her body, and she gradually became stunned. It truly made her feel very strange. Then, a few seconds later, Emiliette's divine power was directly pulled out before everyone's eyes. According to Uncle Nell, this divine power of Emiliette's was inherited from her mother, Reina. Even the color of the divine power was purple, proving it came 100 from Reina. Seeing the streak of light from the divine power appear outside, Emiliette thought to herself, "I have two kinds of energy in my body, so why don't I try to combine them? After all, they're both mine. I'll try it once and see if they can be combined." And so Emiliette tried her best to mix the two together. The result was just as she had predicted. Because they were both her energy, they naturally mixed together. Even teacher Teddo, who was present, was extremely surprised. This was the first time in his entire teaching career that he had seen such a special mixing phenomenon. This proved one thing. Princess Emiliette currently has both the ability and the talent to control them. Then in the future, Emiliette can surely become a talented person for this empire. Everyone felt very happy that Emiliette could feel her power, except for Caden, who did not feel very happy. Upon discovering this divine power of Emiliette's, Duke Caden wondered only one thing. "Emiliette, I wonder if your mother would be curious about this power of yours?" In truth, Emiliette was naturally also curious about her mother's reaction. But she didn't think Caden would be the one to bring this up with her. Looking up at the picture hanging in the room, Caden continued speaking to Emiliette with a somber gaze. "Although I don't know why you have both my magical power and your mother's divine power, I do know one thing, and that is what your mother would say to you right now." Hearing this, Emiliette was bewildered and didn't understand. Her mother had passed away a long time ago, so how could Caden possibly know what she would want to say to her? But Caden was Reina's soulmate, so how could he not know what his wife would want to say? "I'm sure that if your mother were here today, she would say that since you have two things, it's twice as good, wouldn't she?" Reina was always an optimistic woman. To her, everything in this world was good, and having more was even better. With that said, and since Emiliette was now grown up, Caden decided to give her something something important of Raina's. It was the bracelet that Raina had always worn. Since she passed away, Caden had always kept this bracelet and treated it like a treasure. Today, he decided to hand it over to Emiliette because Raina had told him very clearly that when the girl had divine power, she would leave it to her. This bracelet was imbued with divine power, so if Emiliette wore it, she would find peace in both body and soul. The bracelet that Raina once wore somehow suited Emiliette so perfectly. And so, today's lesson ended, and Emiliette was able to return to her room with her two little Mackin friends. This was perhaps the moment Emiliette looked forward to the most in her day, as she had gone to the trouble of bringing holy water from the divine temple. Both excited and happy, she introduced it to her two tiny friends. This is called holy water. I heard it's different from regular water because it has divine power inside. Not only that, I can use divine power now, so I can totally use this to help you too. Please believe in me. So, Emiliette quickly gave this to the two Mackin plants, then anxiously asked, "So how do you two feel?" At first, the two Mackin plants didn't feel anything different at all. It seemed just like regular water, which made Emiliette very disappointed. Oh, so there's no reaction after all. I guess I was just overthinking it. But after that, the two plants did indeed seem a little happier, which somewhat comforted Emiliette's heart. It's fine if there's no reaction. As long as those two plants are happy, then Emiliette is happy too. She thought that was all there was to it. But the next morning when she woke up, Emiliette almost froze at the strange appearance of the two Mackin plants. They had actually bloomed, and what's more, they had bloomed very large flowers. Emiliette couldn't believe her eyes, so she immediately and repeatedly asked loudly, "Are you two really Suda and Johnny? I'm not mistaken, am I?" The two flowers also happily replied to Emiliette, "You can't believe it, can you, Emily? Even we couldn't believe it when we woke up. We became like this all thanks to Emily. The curse has finally been broken. We really can't believe this is real." Emily's cheers were so loud that the nanny, standing guard outside, could also hear them. As soon as she heard the princess was awake, the nanny immediately came in to remind her, because she had swordsmanship training today and needed to prepare early. Since this news was also quite important to teacher Tedo, Emily also informed him of it. Needless to say, Tedo was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that Emily had managed to make those two Mackin plants bloom, something he had tried to do hundreds of times. So that teacher Tedo wouldn't be too confused about this matter. The two small plants secretly explained to him that all of this was thanks to Emily. We were originally fairies trapped in flowers. Thanks to Emily giving us holy water, we were able to get out. Regarding the use of holy water, teacher Tedo had also used it before. However, he had never heard these voices before, so he couldn't break the curse. Emily was different. From the moment she entered the laboratory, Emily had already heard these voices, so she followed the steps to help these poor little plants. In fact, the reason Emily could hear these strange voices also originated from the Mackin. When Emily first stepped into the laboratory, the Mackin sensed a completely different energy from her. If it's energy, you could say it's the power the princess carries within her. The energy in Emily's body and the energy that imprisoned us are truly very different. So we believe that even if Emily goes to that land, she will not be transformed. That energy is truly formidable. Not only fairies, but also animals and plants can all be transformed. Only Emily is unaffected. So it's possible that she is the one who can save this land. The more Emily heard these words from the Mackin, the more bewildered she became, and she asked loudly, "Even humans and animals are transformed? This is truly unbelievable." This story is hard to believe, but according to the Mackin, they were truly trapped inside the flower. But other living beings were not so lucky. They all turned into blackened things. This event was truly so shocking that even experienced people like Caden and Neobasto couldn't believe it. Only teacher Tedo had no reaction. It seemed he had realized something. He was calm for a moment, then took out a piece of paper and asked quietly, "Did they turn into something like this?" The Mackin immediately confirmed the drawing. Yes, they had turned into things like this. It turned out that what teacher Tedo drew was a volume, which clarified one thing. The volumes that have been destroying everything until now. Could they also be transformed humans and animals? According to Caden, the Northern Mountain Path has been closed to people for 300 years. This also proves one thing. Among the volumes we have seen, there are almost no humans, so everyone, don't worry. It's true that for now, there's nothing to worry about, but Teacher Teto felt very concerned about the future. So, in the future, the vast majority of transformations will be from animals, so we just need to set traps on the roads near the northern mountain path, and that will make it easier to catch them, right? If we set traps at the entrance, on the road, leading to the northern mountain path to stop the animals, we might be able to reduce the number of volumes being produced. This idea from Teacher Teto was quickly approved by Caden. He found the hypothesis to be quite reasonable, so he would consult with the master of the magic tower about it later. Everyone proposed all the best solutions, while Emily just sat in a corner thinking. In the novel she had read, there was no precedent regarding volumes, so she didn't know if there was a more specific way to solve this problem. While Emily was sitting bewildered, thinking of more solutions, she suddenly saw two rays of light, one purple and one yellow. They looked just like the Matkin plants she had grown, so Emily recognized them easily. She hurried forward to catch these two rays of light, then whispered quietly, "Suda and Johnny, what's wrong? Why did you two appear here? Are you in pain somewhere?" In response to Emily's concern, the two plants just said calmly, "We seem to have lost what little strength we had left. If we could return to nature, we could probably restore our original power. Emily, did you know? This isn't our true form, but a form that we can barely maintain. To prevent more fairies from going to the northern mountain path and getting trapped in flowers, we must warn of the danger everywhere." According to Suda and Johnny, they had to leave as soon as possible. Moreover, the two plants promised her that once they found their true power, they would immediately return to her. So as long as Emily agreed to let these plants leave, they would surely return to her side one day soon. Although Emily was a little sad to part with her closest friends, it was okay, because she still had many people who loved her by her side. Everyone loved her, so why should she be sad? Returning to the story of the northern mountain region, after Caden learned of the secret appearance of the volumes, he immediately assigned the master of the magic tower and the Pope as key personnel for the subjugation mission in the northern region. Teto was allowed to stay in the palace, but his mission was to research many ancient documents to see if anything unusual was happening. About 2 days later, while Emily was leisurely playing by the swing, a loud voice suddenly startled her. Somehow, a giant man appeared from within the large tree, and he even had blonde hair, which made her truly displeased. Luckily, it was only Pope Neobasto. If it had been someone else, she probably would have fainted right there. Hearing the princess's monologue, Pope Neobasto was very curious. "Oh, the little princess already knows how to make cookies? I would really love to taste those cookies." "Ah, that's right. Why is our princess sitting all alone and sad like this?" Despite Emily's unchanging displeasure, Pope Neobasto then continued cheerfully, "I was just joking with the princess, but it's actually me who feels so suffocated I couldn't stand it anymore, so I came out of the divine temple. I don't know why everyone likes to pray so much lately. Is the act of praying that much fun? All right then, I can't stop everyone's wishes, so I guess I'll have to find a way to relieve my own frustrations. Princess Emiliette, would you like to try with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Pope immediately sat down in front of Emiliette, then turned his back to her and said cheerfully, "Princess, hurry up and get on my back. I'll give you a piggyback ride for a relaxing tour." At first, Emiliette thought it was just a normal stroll. Who would have thought it was a real piggyback ride? But this speed was truly strange. Good heavens. At first he just said it was to relieve stress. Why does it now feel like being reincarnated into the next life? At first, Emiliette was truly furious with Teacher Neobasto's action. But once the space had stabilized, she slowly opened her eyes following her teacher's guidance. Then she looked around at the scenery of this small empire from high above. This vast space made her very happy. It was the first time in her life she had seen so many strange sights. "Uncle Neobasto, you're truly amazing. This is the first time I've seen such wonderful things." The story was still very cheerful, until Emiliette discovered Caden waiting below. Moreover, he was looking at her with that sharp, cold gaze. It's over. This happy story is about to end here, and instead, a different, tense story is about to begin. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually tense. Honestly, Emiliette didn't want to go down. But Teacher Neobasto was also terrified. If it didn't go down, both teacher and student would not survive intact. "Princess, Actually, I don't want to either, but I'm also very scared of your father. So just hold on tight, I'll take you down below. And so, in just about 3 to 4 seconds, teacher Neobasto had immediately brought Emiliette down to the ground to meet her father. Actually, Caden's attitude towards Emiliette was still very gentle. He just didn't like Emiliette being too close to the Pope. Emiliette, if you fell from that height to the ground, I think you wouldn't just break your arms and legs. You might even face other serious problems. Emiliette just replied softly, I know, father. Emiliette being so calm like this made Caden feel even more annoyed. You already knew, yet you still stubbornly did as you pleased. So you don't see me as anything, is that right? After being scolded by her father for a while, Emiliette didn't know what to do. Actually, Caden had never scolded Emiliette so harshly before. Seeing Emiliette's pitiful appearance, the Pope had to immediately speak up to console her. Goodness, Duke, don't overreact with the princess like that. I was the one who took the princess up high, so if you want to scold someone, please deal with me directly, all right? Caden wasn't afraid of the Pope at all, so he continued to speak loudly. If this child is harmed, even just a single strand of hair, I will never forgive you, Neobasto. In contrast to Caden's tense appearance, Neobasto burst out laughing and said loudly, Clearly, you can see for yourself, nothing happened, right, Your Grace the Duke? It seems you're worrying too much again, aren't you? It was truly very lucky that Emiliette was fine, because if anything had happened to Emiliette, Caden would probably never have forgiven Neobasto. He was silent for a moment, then cleared his throat. All right, what brings you here? Don't tell me you came to visit the child because you missed her too much. Teacher Neobasto said nothing at this moment. He just smiled and then said loudly, I came to bring homework for the princess. Princess Emiliette, what do you think about the work of a divine official? Upon receiving this question from teacher Neobasto, Emiliette thought for a moment, then replied, It's purification. Realizing that Emiliette also clearly understood the duties a divine official performs, teacher Neobasto became even more enthusiastic and replied immediately. That's right, but it's not just about healing the injured. Besides that, there are many more important things. Would a princess like to see? The examples teacher Neobasto gave were truly horrifying, but these are the most basic things for someone who wants to perform purification. According to teacher Neobasto, there are things even more important than healing, more important than purification. Divine power begins from the most fundamental place. Therefore, the homework he brought for Emiliette today is called the seed of reincarnation. This is something that naturally appears where the energy of reincarnation is most prevalent. So if these seeds appear more and more, it also means that the energy of reincarnation will slowly seep into the soil. By then, the soil will become so contaminated that no living creature can survive. Only divine power can purify it. So this is also the first assignment for Emiliette. At first, she didn't think much of it, but teacher Neobasto asserted that she could definitely do it. Moreover, he cheerfully assigned the task. Princess, please try to purify it from now until the next class. I'm sure the princess can do it. This assignment was truly tough for Emiliette, but thinking back, the stroll with teacher Neobasto earlier was really fun. The more she thought about it, the more excited Emiliette felt. Who would have thought Caden, sitting nearby, had witnessed this whole scene? Moreover, he was very angry. So going out to play, is that blissful? Seeing his daughter seemingly getting closer and closer to Neobasto, Caden had to issue a threat early on. Emiliette, do you know how dangerous it is to play around up so high? Do you want me to see you sick and bedridden again? In reality, Caden was tough on the outside, but inside, he was very worried about his daughter. The incident where Emiliette was attacked in the square last time was more than enough. He didn't want to see his daughter like that again, so his nagging was only natural. However, this kind of nagging was because he was worried, not because he disliked Emiliette at all. The little girl knew very well that Caden doted on her, so she also acted spoiled with him. Father is so worried about me, so then hit me. However upset you are with me, just hit me that much. I won't blame you, father. It was true that Caden initially intended to give Emiliette a beating she would never forget. But who would have expected the nanny to walk in at that same moment? So this scene of domestic violence was temporarily set aside. Besides practicing divine power and magic, Emiliette was also not allowed to skip Caden's swordsmanship lessons. Although she tried to practice diligently, the results weren't very promising. For some reason, she had tried to practice many times, but there was still no progress. So that's it. Today's lesson should just end here. We'll continue next time. After saying that, Caden also agreed to let his daughter rest. But who would have thought that just as she finished class, FL also appeared. On top of that, he happily said, "Emiliette, you worked so hard in training today. How about we go play together, okay?" This appearance by FL truly took Emiliette by complete surprise. The last time, FL had suddenly disappeared from the divine temple, making Emiliette worry to the point of fainting. Yet a few days later, he reappeared and even proactively apologized to Emiliette. But it was useless. Caden had already put him on the blacklist for daring to take his precious daughter out to play without asking for his opinion first. But this time, it was because FL proactively came to find Emiliette to play, and he even suggested they only play inside the mansion, so Caden couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Seeing the three kids playing happily in the mansion like that, honestly, Caden felt a little relieved. But the worry in his heart hadn't subsided. So while working for a bit, he also took the opportunity to see what his daughter was doing. Ak and FL both acknowledged that Emiliette had gotten taller lately, so the little girl was also eating more than usual. Although she hadn't grown much taller, it was still progress. The three of them were talking very cheerfully when Elvin walked in, though it was a bit rude of him to arrive without prior notice. But because this was an urgent matter, he had to speak immediately. "Duke, the matter you asked me to investigate last time now has results." Caden was a bit surprised by Elvin's investigation speed, but if he had already brought him the results, the probability of them being correct was very high. So, Caden took the results Elvin brought him and began to look them over seriously. While the Duke was reading the results he had brought, Elvin added from aside, "Yes, your grace the Duke, the Lord over there sent word that he witnessed it directly, so we must go there in person no matter what." Emiliette had been playing very happily over here, but when she saw her father's attitude become strange, she really couldn't focus on her game anymore. Regardless of whether Emiliette was interested in this matter or not, Caden still explained loudly for her to understand. "Emiliette, the place we are about to go to is the Pardo territory, located in the southernmost part of the country. So, Emiliette, are you curious about the sea?" He was just asking like that, but in his heart, Caden knew very well that Emiliette would love to go there. So he said that to let Emiliette come along, but when they got on the carriage, things weren't quite so cheerful. It turned out Emiliette was a person who easily felt sorry for others, so she didn't want to leave anyone behind. If she got to go on a trip, why should her friends have to stay home? So Emiliette brought Ak and FL along, despite her father's not-so-happy attitude. So Caden was actually sulking with the little girl. Who would have thought this would make her father get upset so quickly? Actually, at first, Emiliette didn't intend to invite these friends of hers along. But FL said that if Emiliette wasn't around, he would probably feel very bored. Even if she was gone for just one day, FL would be very sad. Moreover, it wasn't just FL who would feel sad, but Ak as well, and surely Emiliette would be no exception if she were away from these two friends. Besides, who would play with her when the Duke was working? So, her leaving like that was simply unacceptable. Hearing these suggestions from FL, Emiliette thought it was simple, so she proactively suggested, "How about we all go together?" At first, Emiliette was just being carefree. Only later, thanks to Elvin, did she realize that her father wanted this trip to be for just the two of them, as a chance to rekindle their bond. Who would have guessed? Oh well, anyway, the trip now had 4 people. In her heart, Emiliette promised herself she would turn this into the best trip in the world. She said that in her heart, but the rather long journey gradually wore her out. On top of that, Emiliette got motion sickness, so for now it was a terrible trip. But just as Emiliette was at her most desperate, Prince Ak suddenly spoke up. "Emiliette, you should quickly look out the window. This is the first time I've seen so many diverse terrains like this." She had thought the beautiful nature outside would make Emiliette happy, but who would have guessed that no beautiful scenery could compare to being sick? After traveling a little longer, Emiliette and FL officially gave up, unable to take it anymore. So they had to ask the Duke for permission to get out of the carriage to be sick for a moment. At first, Emiliette thought this trip would be wonderful, but who knew it wouldn't be as wonderful as she had thought. She didn't know how much longer this trip could last. She hadn't seen anything wonderful yet, but for now, she was so motion sick she was in despair. After swaying back and forth from the motion sickness for a while, they finally arrived. Emiliette was so tired that she had fallen asleep without realizing it. When she woke up, the Pardo territory was already appearing before her eyes. Just as her father had said, this place was truly beautiful. White sandy beaches stretched along the coast, with seagulls soaring in the sky. The sound of the sea breeze could be heard everywhere, which made Emiliette feel truly happy. She turned to ask Ak, "This is the first time you've seen the sea, isn't it?" Needless to say, you could tell how happy Ak was. Despite FL wanting to faint from motion sickness beside him, Ak's excitement didn't diminish one bit. "I've only ever seen it in pictures. This is the first time I've seen the sea in real life. It's like a dream of mine." The two of them talked more and more animatedly, causing FL, who was lying down below, to suddenly startle awake. The somewhat unfamiliar surroundings made the little boy confused, but it was okay because, finally, he was no longer motion sick. Actually, before Caden arrived, everyone had been notified in advance, so when he showed up, there were people already waiting to welcome him. For them, having an audience with Duke Badillon was truly the greatest honor in the world. But there was one thing that made them a bit curious, and that was the children accompanying the Duke. In fact, they had never heard of the Duke having children before, so having 3 children with him like this truly made them wonder. At first, Caden didn't know how to explain it reasonably, but after a moment of thought, he told them, "These children are actually my daughter's closest companions, so even though it's not very convenient, I had to let them come along." Hearing the words closest companions, everyone understood well enough in their hearts. There was no need to ask anything further. Normally, closest companions among noble families could be understood as children who have a very close relationship with each other. So this was a term not just anyone could use. Moreover, Princess Emiliette was a person of very high status, so only those considered to have a similar status to her could be considered closest companions. Therefore, for now, it could be understood that FL and Ak were both very close friends of Emiliette, and could even be considered young masters from noble houses. That was enough talk to get acquainted. The Duke and the children must be tired from the long journey, so for now, they should go inside to rest first. After Emiliette changed her clothes and bathed, she quickly moved to her father's room to check on him. At first, her attitude was still very normal, but when her father opened the door to welcome her, Emiliette's attitude changed completely. "Oh my God, what are you wearing, Dad? Why are you dressed so revealingly?" Emiliette was angry the moment she saw him. "There's so many female servants here. If you dress like that, how can they possibly work?" Seeing his daughter complain, seemingly not very pleased, Caden also quickly went to change his clothes. Because he had just finished bathing, he had dressed that way to be comfortable. Now that he had changed into these clothes, Emiliette was probably reassured. After getting his daughter's approval, the father and daughter held hands and went to dinner together. The food had already been laid out by the people here, just waiting for the Duke to arrive and enjoy it. Since this was a coastal region, the food on the table was mostly seafood. These were foods that Emiliette had rarely seen before, and seeing the table covered with them today made her feel incredibly excited. To welcome the distinguished guests, the hostess also spoke cheerfully. "Today we have prepared dinner for you, mostly seafood dishes from the Pato region. These are mostly the freshest ingredients, so I hope you will enjoy your meal." The more Emiliette heard, the more interested she felt. It had been a long time since she had seen so much seafood. All right, this was the moment for her bone-removing skills to shine. It had been a long time since she used them, so she didn't know how they were now. Emiliette was really excited to try deboning the fish, but before she could even lift a finger, Caden had already finished deboning it for her. She was perfectly capable of doing this herself, but Caden still didn't feel at ease letting her do it. In just a second, the fish was deboned by Caden. It was truly amazing. Everyone in the hostess's family was very surprised by the Duke's attitude. He was usually very cold, but they never expected that. When it came to his daughter, he was so considerate and thoughtful. These dishes were really delicious, making Emiliette praise them endlessly as she ate. But while she was enjoying her food like that, a child sitting opposite her suddenly kept staring at her. It really made Emiliette uncomfortable, so the master of the house had to speak up and explain, "Oh, I forgot to introduce this child." Then she signaled for the child to speak for himself. They were indeed family. With just a wink, the child understood. He immediately spoke up right after, "Thank you, Your Grace and everyone, for gracing this place with your precious footsteps. My name is Edge Pato, and I am 10 years old. So, during your stay here, I will do my best to serve you well." On the outside, this child seemed very professional, very grown-up, but it seemed he was just trying to act that way. Everyone in Caden's group realized it, but they all let it pass. Until it was little Ami's turn to introduce herself. Then everyone could no longer ignore it. The little girl had 2 very cute pigtails, but she didn't introduce herself like her brother and just kept looking somewhere else. It seemed she herself felt something was not right with her, so she immediately introduced herself right after. My name is Ami Pado. The little girl had introduced herself, but the people next to her were still curious. It seemed that she had been looking only towards FL and Act the whole time. The more everyone looked, the more embarrassed Ami became. So after telling everyone she was 6 years old, her face turned as red as a tomato. Seeing her so shy, her father quickly spoke up to smooth things over. My apologies, everyone. My daughter is still young, so she's not yet accustomed to etiquette. Despite saying that, Ami's mother still remarked, "Isn't the Duke's princess also 6 years old?" But perhaps because she resembles the Duke, she looks very mature. Being praised by an outsider, Emiliette truly felt very happy. So she decided she would try to be mature for once to see if anyone would be impressed. So Emiliette began to smile gently, then said softly, "You're too kind, Baroness. I still have many shortcomings to be like my father." Emiliette did indeed put on a very mature air, but everyone around felt it was unfamiliar, especially Emiliette's father. It's a wonder how he managed not to burst out laughing. Everyone was being too mean to Emiliette. After finishing dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. So when Emiliette woke up the next morning, she was extremely excited. She ran everywhere looking for FL and Ak, but when she saw them, Ami was also there talking with them. Emiliette had only intended to join in the fun, but who would have thought, just as she was about to approach, Ami hurriedly ran away, leaving her truly shocked. It was indeed a bit shocking, but Emiliette still had 2 other friends by her side. So she went over to ask FL and Ak what the 3 of them were talking about. Surprise! It turned out Ami wanted to break the ice by inviting them to her room to play. What a bold decision. Of course, FL and Ak naturally disagreed. They still had to play with Leo. After all, how could they go play with someone else? So the 3 of them invited each other out to the garden for a walk. After all, the fresh air by the sea was different from the stuffy air in the room. The air here was indeed very fresh, which made Emiliette so excited that she kept running without end, to the point that even quicksand couldn't stop her. Luckily, FL and Ak were by her side. Otherwise, Emiliette wouldn't have known how to escape that quicksand. Tired from running and playing, the 3 of them started to sit down and talk to each other. I guess the number of cursed creatures in the north must be increasing by now, right? Then my father will probably have to prepare for a subjugation mission soon. And in the end, there will have to be casualties. The more she thought about it, the sadder Emiliette became. Was there really no other way to end these disasters? While sitting dazedly in front of the sea, Emiliette and her friends suddenly heard the sound of adults arguing. "Zach, is this all the herd for today? Don't say another word. We struggled just to get this much." The ban on entering the forest was recently issued, yet for no clear reason at all, and it's already been a month. The more she listened, the stranger Emiliette felt. Wait, I think I've heard things like this in the square before. The more she thought, the more pensive Emiliette became, so her friends quickly noticed. "Emiliette, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" After receiving this question from her friends, Emiliette became extremely sad. "I think I know why father came here, but I'll tell you when I'm more certain. For now, shall we go look around the village together?" Although her heart was still in turmoil over some things, she had to admit the houses in this seaside village were so beautiful, making Emiliette so happy that she forgot all her worries. The 3 of them were having a great time when suddenly, from a distance, Edge came running in a hurry. As soon as he arrived, he panted and said loudly, "Princess, I received information that you and your friends were touring the territory, but without a guide. So I came here to take you all around." Although Emiliette had made it very clear that she had finished her tour, Edge still couldn't accept it. "That's just the surface, Princess. Please trust me, Princess. From now on, I will be responsible for Pado. I pride myself on having been to every nook and cranny of my territory, so I'll guide you next time. It'll be much more fun than what your servants showed you." The more he spoke, the more Edge looked at Ak and FL with contempt and said gloatingly, "Of course, Princess. People of high status should play with those on the same wavelength. That's how it should be." The more he spoke, the more arrogant Edge's attitude became, making Emiliette extremely uncomfortable. She got angry and said loudly, "Then I don't think you and I are a good match to play together. This attitude from Emiliette made Edge feel puzzled. Huh, why is that, princess? Aren't we both nobles? Faced with Edge's bewildered attitude, Emiliette continued harshly. I'm not on the same level as you either. So are you now saying that the ducal house of Bedion and the baronial house of Pato are on the same level? My servants here are not people you can look down on. They're my closest friends. So, young Master Pato, please apologize to them properly. If you apologize, this will end here. If not, then please go and ask the Baron directly. Ask him about the status of the people you look down on. Go ahead and ask if you want. Once you know the answer, don't forget to apologize to them. Initially, Emiliette didn't want to reveal the identities of Prince Ak and Mage FL. But since things had already been blown up to this extent, not clarifying things was not an option. Although this was a bit annoying, and it was just a matter between children, it also proved one thing. This boy was already used to class division. This probably stemmed from his parents not raising him well. The more she thought about it, the angrier Emiliette became. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Seeing her so angry, FL spoke gently. How about I scold him for you, Leo? He made you unhappy. This suggestion from FL made Emiliette think, should I give him a light scolding? After thinking for a moment, Emiliette suddenly burst out laughing. Scolding him will be fine, but how? Are we going to secretly use magic to flick his forehead? We can't do that. After saying that, Emiliette laughed again and comforted FL. Actually, I'm not that upset, but thank you anyway for being by my side to comfort me at times like this. And so, after all the pressure was resolved, Emiliette happily returned to find her father to talk. As soon as she saw Caden, Emiliette was overjoyed and told her father, I was sightseeing with FL and Act today, so I just got here. What about you, father? Where did you come from? Caden, who had been very happy, had his attitude change immediately when Emiliette mentioned this. In a voice that couldn't be more serious, Caden replied, I had something to handle with the Baron, so I was here for a moment. It's nothing serious, so you don't need to know. Instead, tomorrow I can tour this territory with you. You'll probably like that a lot, Emiliette. Hearing this, Emiliette was overjoyed. She smiled and said loudly, Really, father? Oh my, I'm so excited. You must go out with me tomorrow. I've already been to the beach today, so I'll probably be very excited to see the rest of the places tomorrow. Emiliette was that happy, but that night, she truly couldn't sleep. Emiliette was really worried. So the very moment Caden left the room, she sat right up. Looking in the direction of the carriage, Emiliette was shocked to discover something. Just as she had predicted, Caden was really going out tonight. While staring intently at her father's back, suddenly a sound from behind startled Emiliette. Luckily, it was just FL and Ak. She didn't understand why they were here at this hour, but it was fine because it was also very timely. Both of them were so thoughtful that they even prepared a cloak for Emiliette. But now, there was a more difficult problem, which was how to get down below. Emiliette's room was on the 4th floor, so getting down was completely impossible. But impossible for some wasn't impossible for all, especially for FL. This was very easy. He was a mage, after all, so using magic would do the trick. That's when she realized, it seems Ak has never used magic in front of Emiliette. This really made Emiliette feel curious. It seemed like he didn't know how to move that way. But luckily, FL was very patient. The boy gently looked at Ak, smiled, then said loudly, Don't worry too much. Just close your eyes and walk towards me. I'll make you feel safe with me. And so, thanks to FL, Emiliette and Ak were able to get to the ground very safely. At this time, Caden's carriage had also arrived. It seemed that tonight he had some secret plan that needed to be carried out. According to Emiliette's observation, tonight the Baron's people would take Caden to a place where the last volume was found. Including this one, there were 3 in total. Although by the time they were discovered, they had all passed on. Moreover, there were no human casualties, but the fact that they appeared so frequently made the people extremely worried. Although Emiliette was observing from above, she was also very surprised. This was the first time she had observed a volume from such a close distance. Although Caden and Elvin were both tall, when standing next to it, the two of them became incredibly small. While observing, Elvin suddenly spoke up after discovering a strange fact. Your Grace, I find this to be rather illogical. The shapes of all 3 are similar. It seems the shape was created before it logged out. Caden also felt the same way. He replied calmly, That's right. We'll probably need to increase the number of mages and royal officials stationed in Paddo. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for the people here. The Duke's decision truly made the guide very happy. From now on, their kingdom would no longer face any more danger. After all, having more people on guard was safer, so it was natural for him to be happy. On the surface, the situation seemed stable. But Elvin was still curious about one thing. Your Grace, are you not going to tell the princess about this? What if it's like the mocking incident, and the princess finds a clue? That would be a big problem. Receiving this question from Elvin, Caden just replied calmly. She's still too young. I want to let her grow up normally. Besides, these things are a bit too much for a child to bear. Caden thought for a moment, then continued. No matter how much she acts like an adult, the truth is she's still just a 6-year-old child. Honestly, as a father, I don't want them to see monstrous things like this at all. I don't want her to have a terrible childhood like I did. So the less she's exposed to disgusting things like this, the better. With that said, Caden and Elvin left together immediately. This situation is really tense. If we want to get home before Caden, we have to leave now. But for some reason, Emiliette didn't understand why FL was just standing frozen, not moving at all, which made her extremely worried. After Emiliette gestured like she was about to faint, FL finally reacted. Luckily, FL still reacted in time. Otherwise, she would surely have gotten a beating from her father this time. After getting Ak and Emiliette home safely, FL proactively left first with a cheerful demeanor. But Emiliette had already seen through FL's pretense. So she turned to Ak and said worriedly, Ak, I think FL was really shocked after seeing the volume. His attitude is incredibly strange. Ak noticed it too, so he replied immediately, That's probably it, Princess, because even I was surprised. Could it be that the Duke also came here for this reason? Leo, are you okay? Don't be too sad. Although Emiliette was very sad, she had to keep it to herself. She tried to smile and gently said to Ak, I'm fine, so don't you worry. Thanks for coming with me tonight. You can go back and rest now. After everyone had left, Emiliette lay exhaustedly on her bed, thinking, Caden must always have to fight things like this. It's truly terrifying. Recalling what Master Eid had told her before, Emiliette suddenly realized. The volume can only be damaged by attacks containing magical power, but in the final moment, an essence with divine power must be used to make it pass on. This is truly very difficult, because the person who can destroy the volume must possess both powers simultaneously. The more Emiliette thought about it, the more her head ached. If my magic could use the essence's energy mixed with magical power, wouldn't that be able to stop the most fundamental problem? I'm not sure if I can do it myself, but to find out I have to try. Emiliette thought to herself, all right then, tomorrow I'll experiment on the essence seed. Just as she thought of this, Emiliette was too tired and drifted off to sleep. However, before falling completely asleep, she still had a small question. I clearly left through the window earlier, so who opened the main door to my room? FL clearly left through the main door. She thought about it, but Emiliette didn't have time to investigate further. She was truly too tired, so she fell fast asleep. However, when she woke up the next morning, the entire Baron's mansion was suddenly in an uproar because the Baron's daughter, Ami, had suddenly fallen ill. The little girl's condition was becoming more and more dangerous, so her parents were very worried. Although the infirmary had been notified, they still hadn't arrived, making the Baron's family feel like they were sitting on hot coals. Despite being in great pain, for some reason, in her delirium, the little girl kept calling out the names of Ak and FL, which made everyone around feel extremely surprised. Even Emiliette was the same when she heard this news. Just yesterday morning, I saw little Ami talking with Ak and FL. The little girl's mood was still very normal then, so why did she suddenly fall ill today? Could there be something I don't know about? Because she was so curious and had no explanation, Emiliette became even more anxious. She proactively spoke up and asked, may we go inside to see her? Of course, Emiliette was allowed to go inside to visit the sick girl. Who would dare to stop her? However, Emiliette didn't go alone. She also brought her 2 friends, FL and Ak, to visit the little girl. As soon as she saw FL and Ak in front of her, Ami seemed to transform into a different person. Not only did she not cry or act spoiled, but on the contrary, she felt extremely happy to have met the people she had been secretly wishing for. Although Emiliette was very sad that the little girl didn't pay attention to her. but she let it go. As long as the little girl felt comfortable, that was enough. Emiliette didn't mind much. Inside, Ami was very happy, yet outside, the sound of arguing had not subsided. I don't know why the child's health deteriorated so much in a single morning. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be contagious. In my opinion, we should first use fever-reducing medicine and then monitor the child's condition, because for now, I don't know what else to do. But with the shortage of many medicinal herbs, it's difficult to supply the medicine, so I can't even guarantee the fever-reducing medicine. Hearing this, the little girl's parents became even more worried. Although they felt great pity for their child, there was nothing more they could do. Seeing Ami's state now, Emiliette remembered her own moment from the other day. When she fainted in the square, Caden must have been just as worried about her. Just as Emiliette and her friends were about to leave to give Ami a quiet space to rest, the little girl suddenly woke up. She then lost her composure and shouted loudly, "I don't need brother, auntie, uncle. Please hurry and call those brothers from before back here for me." Seeing his daughter raise her voice in front of such esteemed guests, her father felt embarrassed and whispered to the little girl, "Ami, those brothers are not people you can just summon casually." Realizing her wish was not being granted, the little girl immediately burst into tears, making her father even more flustered. Although he was very embarrassed in front of his guests, her father was at his wit's end. "I've truly lost all face, but could I trouble you two to stay by her side until she falls asleep? For some reason, she just cries incessantly when she can't see you two. I'm truly at a loss." Upon receiving this request from the Baron, the first thing FL did was turn to ask for Emiliette's opinion. Although Emiliette felt very sorry towards Ak and FL for this, seeing how pitiful little Ami was, she couldn't help but agree. So, Emiliette gently persuaded her two friends, "If it's all right, could you stay with the little one until she's better? After all, she's still so young." And so, thanks to Emiliette's words, FL and Ak agreed to stay. Anyway, I hope little Ami will be okay, because if this situation continues, FL and Ak will surely get very tired. They said they would only stay until Ami fell asleep, but 2 days have already passed, and Ak and FL still haven't left Ami's room. Tonight, Ak rarely got a chance to come out. Seeing his exhausted appearance, it was clear he was very worn out. Although the little girl was asleep, they still had to remain absolutely quiet, so Ak and Emiliette met outside, but they still didn't dare to speak loudly. According to what Ak recounted, the little girl's condition was getting worse. Whenever she couldn't see Ak and FL, she would cry loudly, so neither of them could leave even for a single step. Ak was a bit luckier, but the little girl held on to FL tightly and wouldn't let go, preventing him from going anywhere no matter how tired he was. The more she heard about her two friends' situation, the more guilty Emiliette felt. "Ak, I'm so sorry. It's because of me that you two have to suffer like this. You'll be going home the day after tomorrow without having been able to see the territory. You two must be very sad." Although Ak was tired, he understood that this was an unavoidable situation. No one wanted it to be this way. So, Ak didn't blame Emiliette at all. He just quietly continued with his task. After all, he would be returning home soon. Returning to her room, Emiliette thought about practicing again. It seemed she hadn't practiced the purification effect at all these past few days. She had been so worried about Ami's situation that she had forgotten. Emiliette quickly took out her suitcase to find the gift that Master Anel had given her. But who would have thought, the moment she opened the suitcase, that thing had vanished into thin air? Who could have taken it from her? No matter how much she thought, Emiliette couldn't find a logical reason. Then she remembered that night when her room door was wide open. Could it be such a coincidence? Emiliette then suddenly remembered what Master Anel had told her, that the seed of this thing would not have much effect on the divine power of high-ranking gods. But for ordinary people, it would be very intense. Therefore, one should be a bit careful with those who are also affected by it. The more she thought, the more worried Emiliette became. If that thing really fell into someone else's hands, it would surely be very dangerous. So she quickly went to search for that object right away. She had no idea where it was in this mansion. After reasoning for a while, Emiliette realized that if someone was truly affected by its effects, there could only be one person in this mansion. No matter how she thought about it, Emiliette couldn't find any other reason. Ami's body must have been dominated by that seed. Having realized the problem, Emiliette was about to run quickly to Ami's room to check. But then, a voice rang out from nowhere, startling Emiliette. It turned out to be FL. She didn't understand how he could be out here at this hour. Didn't Ami really want to by her side? FL just stood still in one spot and smiled, then said gently to Emiette, "Leal, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, hasn't it?" Although she was a bit puzzled by FL's appearance, Emiette quickly regained her composure. She said gently to FL, "I think I found a reason why Ami is sick." Emiette's attitude was truly urgent, but one look at FL showed that he was unusually calm. At this moment, Emiette was startled to realize something. "FL, could it be that you already knew about all of this?" Despite Emiette being utterly stunned by his attitude, FL just smiled gently and then whispered, "If one absorbs the seed of passing, the chance of survival is very low. As far as I know, only Leal's heart has become more troubled. Everything else is still very normal." In contrast to FL's composure, the more Emiette spoke, the more urgent she became. "I know that full well, but what if we try calling a divine official for treatment? Then there's a chance the little girl's condition might improve." FL became increasingly calm at this point. "I've said it many times, don't you understand, Leal? That possibility is very slim. Besides, the moment the seed of passing was stolen, it probably already seeped into that girl's body. No matter how a divine official tries to purify it, it will be useless. Leal, you should remember that this is the price for liking to steal other people's things. Everyone has to pay the price for their mistakes. That little girl was probably unlucky. If she had been greedy for clothes or jewelry, her fate probably wouldn't have been this bad. No matter what, a greedy person must pay the price. So don't feel sorry for her anymore, Leal." Although she knew it was wrong for Ami to steal her things, Emiette still felt very sorry for the little girl. Emiette was brought to Ami's bedside by FL, then looked at the little girl's condition, which was weakening day by day. Looking at the girl's pale face, Emiette quietly asked in a low voice, "How much more time does Ami have?" FL was as calm as if nothing was wrong, and he replied gently, "I don't know about that. It's just that the passing is drawing very near to her. Even if you want to save her, there's no way. This child may not be conscious, but from what I can feel, she probably already has magical power. Leal, as you already know, one can only be treated with a method corresponding to the abilities one possesses. And divine power is something with a special ability. Only it can purify the passing. Only a very few people in this world can use the purification of divine power. So Leal, don't try to do anything anymore. It's useless. This child is destined to just wait for her day to pass on. No one can save her, not even me." Receiving these words from FL, Emiette felt utterly hopeless. She silently thought about something, then spoke softly. "Could I possibly do it? That purification, I should be able to do it too." After hearing this, FL could only reply wearily, "If you could do it, Master NL wouldn't have given the order in the first place. But I forgot that you also have the ability to purify. Weren't you mixed from divine power and magical power?" Although Emiette didn't know if she could do it herself, she really wanted to try. It's okay if it doesn't work, but if it does, she would save a life. So she decided to just close her eyes and try. Consider it Emiette giving herself a chance, and also giving poor little Ami another chance to start her life over. Emiette tried many times, but the little girl's body showed no improvement at all. This made Emiette begin to doubt herself. Is my power really this weak? I've been trying from then until now, but there's still no progress. I have to be able to do it, right? I can't just give up like this. With that said, Emiette closed her eyes again and tried with all her might one more time. But this time, FL himself had to speak up to stop her. "Give it up, Leal. You can't do it. If you keep this up, you'll be the one to collapse first." Hearing these words from FL, Emiette, who was already very tired, became even more discouraged. But in her heart, she really didn't want to give up. "I'll try a little longer. If she isn't purified, Ami will definitely not make it through the night." So, despite Emiette trying repeatedly many times without any effect, FL still left without any response. A long while later, FL returned, holding a small bag in his hand, which made Emiette curious enough to open it and look immediately. She was truly stunned, because the thing inside the small bundle was clearly the seed of passing that had been stolen from Emiette. How could it be appearing here now? The more she looked, the more confused and bewildered Emiette felt. So FL quickly spoke up to comfort her. "Try your strength on this first. If you use brute force on a large creature from the start, it could put a huge strain on Leal's body, and I don't want that at all. I've decided, since Leal won't stop even if I try to stop you, I've decided to help you with what I have. After saying that, FL left immediately without receiving any thanks from Leal. This action from FL truly surprised Emiliette. He had clearly said that the greedy would be punished, yet now, because he was afraid Leal would get tired, FL stepped in to help her. And so, Emiliette had to stay and fight with her own power. She resolutely promised herself that she could definitely do it, that she would save Ami. But all of Emiliette's efforts were still ineffective, and Emiliette's own condition was gradually weakening. The next morning, the servants in the Baron's mansion whispered to each other that the fever-reducing medicine was no longer working. Maybe we should try contacting the infirmary to see if they have any stronger doses, because right now, it's really hard to say what will happen. Emiliette stood hiding outside. She had clearly heard everything about Ami's condition. Yet when she chose to enter Ami's room with FL, she showed an unusually cheerful attitude. Hey FL, do you still think I'm brainless even now? I clearly know that Ami can no longer be saved, but I'm still trying. It's not that I don't want to give up. I'm really tired too, but there are many unsalvageable things in this world like this. Should we just give up on all of them? Actually, from the moment the memories of her past life appeared in Emiliette's mind, she suddenly felt that her life was so miserable. But that didn't matter at all, because in this life, she had truly met a nanny who loved her unconditionally. Furthermore, accidentally meeting FL and Ak, and then becoming friends with them, was truly like a miracle to Emiliette. It was also thanks to these people that Emiliette learned how to open her heart, remembering every moment she smiled happily. Moreover, she also learned how to love others and to love herself, which truly taught Emiliette many things. Looking at FL, she smiled brightly and said loudly, "Look, FL, I really did it." Watching Leal heal Ami's wounds, FL was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? She clearly couldn't do it last night. Emiliette just smiled gently and replied, "It's all thanks to you, FL. I always thought purification was only in the domain of divine power, but after hearing you speak, I really changed my mind. If magical power can also purify, what if using both powers at the same time could also purify?" So I actually tried it without holding back my magical power, thinking maybe it would work. So on the last try, I actually succeeded. It's thanks to you, FL. That's why I think paying the price shouldn't be so cruel. FL, I know it's really wrong to be greedy for other people's things and steal them, but in the end, it shouldn't go as far as having to pass on. After all, Ami is just a child. Sometimes we should forgive. As long as she understands her mistake when she wakes up, that's enough. There's no need for such a harsh punishment, right, FL? Thanks to this help from Emiliette, Ami's health condition truly improved a lot. Even the servants could feel it. Little Ami's fever had clearly broken, and her temperature was no longer as high as last night. In that moment, for some reason, FL automatically shed tears. Could it be that he was also hiding something in his heart that he couldn't say? The more he looked at Emiliette's bewildered eyes, the sadder FL felt inside. If only I had met someone like Leal before, my life wouldn't have been this hard. The more Emiliette heard, the more bewildered she became. But before she could ask for the reason, Ami's parents burst in. While calling out Ami's name loudly, they officially interrupted the unfinished conversation between FL and Leal. Not caring what the people involved were thinking, her parents shouted even louder, "Oh my goodness, my little one, are you really awake?" The fact that Ami woke up and was completely cured truly caused a huge shockwave. Everyone was concerned about this event. But after Ami recovered, Emiliette fell ill right after, just 3 days after she left the Baron's house. According to Master Tito's diagnosis, Emiliette was truly exhausted. Emiliette falling ill like this was truly too unreasonable, so she was forced to confess the truth about using the purification effect. After finding out about this, it goes without saying that Cardin was truly at his wit's end with his daughter. But Master Enel had a completely different reaction. His first student had actually succeeded, and in such a short time, too. It was truly wonderful. This also caused a huge conflict between the two men. The two sides were like fire and water. Cardin, of course, was very worried about his daughter. Using divine power like that had a high chance of greatly affecting her health later on. In contrast, Master Enel was extremely proud. After all, discovering and using divine power early was a good thing. In any case, Emiliette has two abilities, doesn't she? Both should be used. The sound of the argument grew louder and louder. making Emiliette's nanny extremely uncomfortable. This was also the first time she had ever shouted in front of others. "Sirs, the princess needs a quiet space to recover her health. If there's nothing else, would you please be so kind as to step outside?" This anger from the nanny truly frightened Cardin and Master Anel. They might as well go outside to continue arguing. But luckily, thanks to blessings from above, Emily E.T. recovered her health in just 3 days. Sitting alone in the mansion's garden, Emily E.T. suddenly remembered the item Ami had given her before she left the Baron's house. It was the seed of passing. Although it was wrong for Ami to steal someone else's things, after waking up, the little girl had realized her mistake. So Ami apologized to Emily E.T., then returned everything she had taken from her. But everything inside was strange. The seeds of passing had also transformed into sparkling glass marbles. It turned out that because the seeds had been completely absorbed, Ami had replaced them with her own marbles. Although she knew Ami had stolen her things in front of the Baron's family, Emily E.T. still acted as if nothing had happened, considering it just a farewell gift from Ami. After all, the little girl had already apologized to Emily E.T., and she didn't want to make things difficult for her anymore. Emily E.T. was sitting lost in thought alone in the garden when suddenly Uncle Enel appeared, nearly scaring Emily E.T. out of her wits. Why does everyone in this mansion like to appear so suddenly? To hide the fact that Ami had stolen her seeds of passing, Emily E.T. could only tell Uncle Enel that the marbles were an early birthday gift. Hearing this, Uncle Enel suddenly nodded. "All right, now that you mention it, the princess's birthday is coming up, isn't it? How can I get an invitation from your fierce father?" Ignoring Uncle Enel, who was sitting there lost in thought, trying to figure out how to deal with her father, Emily E.T. could only reply coldly, "I'm not going to celebrate something like a birthday. It's just a normal person's birthday. Why is it necessary to have a party?" This reaction from Emily E.T. truly panicked Uncle Enel, so he had to explain to the little girl immediately. "Heavens, what do you mean normal? At the princess's age, girls usually love having their birthday celebrated, don't they? And it should be a grand celebration in the main hall, no less. I don't think it's necessary to celebrate it so grandly," Emily E.T. replied, looking at Enel with an incredibly sad expression. "If I could be with and have fun with the people I'm close to, that would be nice, but I don't think my father would agree to that kind of birthday. In fact, ever since Rena passed away, Rania's death anniversary would come right after Emily E.T.'s birthday, so normally there was nothing special each year." Knowing what Princess Emily E.T. liked, Uncle Enel stood up, smiled gently, and said loudly, "So it's not that the princess doesn't like celebrating her birthday, is it? In that case, I know what I have to do. I must quickly prepare a birthday for the princess, just as she has always wished. I will definitely attend your birthday. So, Emily E.T., you must promise to welcome me properly, okay?" With that said, Uncle Enel hurried off again without giving Emily E.T. a chance to ask any more questions. And so, her birthday arrived. But it wasn't just Uncle Enel who came to attend. Appearing at her birthday party now were also Master Tito, Mr. My Horse, Elvin, Epi, and FL. Seeing the delighted look on his daughter's face, Cardin immediately added, "Do you like this cozy birthday party, Emily E.T.? I also invited Lord Desca, but he fell ill, so he couldn't come to your birthday. But that's all right. He still sent a card to wish you a happy birthday. Are you happy, Emiriette?" Then everyone sang happy birthday to Emiriette in unison. The atmosphere was so warm and cheerful, just as Emiriette had hoped. With that, Cardin took the little girl's hand and led her to a picture of Jenna, which was placed neatly on the wall, then said to her in a gentle tone, "I'm sure your mother in heaven also wants to wish you a happy birthday. She definitely wouldn't want you to feel guilty or responsible for her passing. More than anyone, she would want you to have a happy birthday. So from now on, you should only think that way, okay? Absolutely do not think in any other negative way." Emiriette listened to all of her father's words. The little girl felt truly joyful and happy. This was probably the greatest happiness of Emiriette's life. And so, a period of 4 years passed in a flash, and Emiriette was now grown up. She had truly become a young lady, and a very formidable one in the field of swordsmanship at that. While sparring with Elvin, Emiriette asked him confidently, "So, Elvin, do I look like a real swordswoman?" Today's episode has ended. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel to support me, so I have the motivation to continue.